Hello, everyone. Yeah, that Spain and Europe thing is pretty interesting. Not gonna lie. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you guys are having a good afternoon so far. I guess it's only been afternoon for like 30 or 40 seconds, but still, hopefully, these past 40 seconds have been going really good for you. Hello, hello. Yeah, apparently a rare atmospheric phenomenon, but or a cyber attack. I don't understand what's going on in Europe, but I do understand what's going on today. We do have a severe weather risk for today that we're going to be covering. I think for this live stream, we're going to be doing a lot of forecasting and answering questions, and also talking about what we're going to be looking at for most of today in terms of our severe weather threat, and also not really sure if this is going to be lasting all the way until the storms happen. We still kind of don't have a great depiction on whether or not storms are going to initiate maybe a little bit earlier or later. Really just depends on a lot of different factors that are kind of hard to measure in the atmosphere. But overall, as you guys can see, we do actually have a little bit of stuff kind of happening right now. We do have this little dry line, and that will eventually be, this little line here will eventually be our initiating boundary for some of our first tornado threats for today. And then also back over here, we're going to have to watch a little bit further to the south for some initiation back down here, according to some of our models. So we'll be keeping an eye on this throughout the afternoon here, and seeing what these storms can do. But I'm not exactly sure if we're going to do this live stream all the way into the main event, or if we're just going to do forecasting, and then if nothing happens until later, like some models are indicating, then we might take a break in between. Not really sure how that's going to go, but yeah, here is the latest here on our forecast. As you can see, we do have a moderate risk out there. That's a 4 out of 5 for severe weather. That's going to be for St. Cloud, Brooklyn Park, Mankato, Mason City, Fort Dodge, La Crosse, Winona, Eau Claire, and Rice Lake over there in parts of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. And then also around that, we have a enhanced risk out there. That's going to be for parts of one thing to point out that is a 3 out of 5 for severe weather, but also the states that are in there are Kansas, parts of Nebraska, parts of Missouri, almost all of Iowa, pretty much all of Wisconsin, and a pretty large portion here of Minnesota. Around that, we have a slight risk, but all the way down here into parts of Texas, we've had an upgrade to an enhanced risk down here as well. That's going to be for Big Spring, Snyder, Seymour, Wichita Falls, Vernon, Lawton, Altus, Elk City. That's going to include an elevated threat for some damaging winds and hail, and even a small, maybe one of the smallest. Oh, wait, never mind. They got rid of it. Never mind. There was a teeny tiny 10% tornado risk down here, but they have taken that back out, it seems like, in the latest update. But yeah, so that is our categorical risk. Let's come over here to our tornado risk for today. As you can see, we do have a potentially dangerous day ahead of us. We have a 15% chance for strong tornadoes. Some of those could be long track, very dangerous tornadoes over here into parts of northern Iowa, Minnesota, and also Wisconsin. And that's going to include people like Fort Dodge, Waverly, Mason City, Mankato, Rochester, Red Wing, Minnesota, Wilmer, St. Cloud, Rice Lake, Eau Claire, Nelsville, Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin Dells, Richland Center, and everywhere in between, including La Crosse as well. We have a 10% tornado risk around that. That's for strong tornadoes here in this hatched region. And that's going to be, for, again, parts of Kansas going through Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, UP of Michigan, and also Minnesota. Around that, we have a pretty large 5% tornado risk extending all the way from the Great Lakes down into Oklahoma, in Kansas, including areas like Kansas City, Topeka, Wichita, Bartlesville. The further you go south, though, the more conditional it gets until you get to about Lawton and Wichita Falls, as we do have a little bit more confidence that storms will fire further down to the south. But in between those storms and the ones up here, pretty low confidence over there in most of the Kansas region. But we will be monitoring that throughout the day. If anything changes, or if anything does fire, we will obviously let you guys know. But yeah, it is setting up to be quite the dangerous day out there. Also, for damaging winds up here in the red, that's a 30% chance. For 60-mile-per-hour winds and above in the yellow, it is a 15% chance for the same thing. And in the brown is a 5% chance for the same thing. And our hail risk out there is also going to be a pretty elevated threat today. We're going to be expecting, with any storms that do develop today, to have that potential for large to very large hail, 2 inches to 3-inch hail is going to be possible today. The kind of the highest risk for that is going to be here in the red areas with the dashes on top of them. That's going to be for Big Spring, Snyder, Sweetwater, Seymour, Vernon, Burke Bennett, Wichita Falls, Lawton, Altus, Elk City, Clinton, and then a 15% chance all the way from parts of Texas through Oklahoma, through Wichita, Kansas as well. And then as you get into Kansas City, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, parts of Missouri, and South Dakota, you can see that we start to come back up in probabilities here for that large hail. Again, a pretty large area here where we're going to be expecting some 30% chance for 2-inch hail and above. And then once you get outside of that hatched region, you're talking about a 15% chance there in the yellow and a 5% chance here into the brown area there. So let's kind of go over our latest timing for today. And then we'll talk about tomorrow a little bit, because we also have had some upgrades about our some more data, I would say, come out about tomorrow as well. So let me take this off, switch that over to here. Perfect. And then let me change our outlook to today's. There we go. All right, so we're going to be looking at the HRRR model first, and then we'll go look at some other models after this, but we'll do a little bit of a detailed forecast here with the latest HRRR. We'll do the 14Z and see what it's talking about. And so kind of initially, these cells over here near Sioux Falls initially shouldn't really turn into much. Can't rule out maybe like a mini supercell tornado risk there, but it's really by the time we get into around 4 p.m. is when we're going to start to see these storms start to convect. That's going to be over there just to the east of Sioux Falls, Sioux City, and to the east of Nebraska. But there is a chance that these storms fire maybe a little bit earlier, and if they do, that's why there is a slight risk back over here. And then maybe throughout the day, we could also have some more thunderstorms develop back over in Nebraska and South Dakota. But our main storms for today are going to be any of them that can fire along that little boundary that we were looking at on radar just a moment ago, as that pushes off to the east. Now, this could happen a little bit earlier. It could happen a little bit later. And so we're probably going to extend this, forecast potentially into the beginning of this event. It's very possible. It just depends on how quickly these storms get going. And because, again, the models aren't always accurate on that. And, I will say that they sometimes tend to start a little bit earlier than expected rather than later. And if they don't fire at all, then, obviously we might not even have another live stream for tonight, but we'll see. But yeah, as you can see, by around 5 p.m., we have, a little bit more storms there south of Minneapolis. And if we come over here to our environment and look at our 500 millibar winds, you can see that we're still talking about, pretty strong winds up there. And then also near the surface, even as early as 5 p.m., we're going to have things ready to go for strong tornadoes, maybe even as early as like 3 or 4 p.m. As well. And then as you go further down to the south, you can see that maybe some convective initiation could happen over here near Salina and St. Joseph as we go into 5 and 6 p.m. And then that could also be a strong tornado threat down there as well. That's why the folks up there in northwestern and northern Missouri are in that hatch risk region. But as you can see, there's a couple of question marks here as we go throughout the day on just how widespread this is. But I mean, the latest HRRR, which hasn't been firing anything for the past couple of days, is now starting to show something. So does kind of seem like our models are leaning more kind of last minute here to convective initiation in our warm sector, which is not a good thing. We were hoping that the models were going to continue to not show storms all the way through to today, but it's actually something that happens sometimes, before these events. They just don't show anything, and then last minute they will. And then most of the times, if it stays consistent, that's what ends up verifying. So by around 8 p.m., we could have supercells capable of producing strong tornadoes all the way from Rochester, northern Wisconsin, and then also all the way down in through Des Moines and just to the north and west of Kansas City. we come back over to our 500 millibar winds at this point, you can see that they are still pretty strong and potent up there. 850 millibars winds, especially further up to the north there with our northern storms, are going to have some of our strongest winds at this point, and that's going to lead to the most spin. That's why that 15% hatched risk is up here, and our 10% hatched risk extends a little bit further down to the south. So as you can see, there's going to be plenty of shear for all of these storms from Kansas City up near Rochester, and that's why there's that elevated tornado threat. Also, by around 3 p.m. down here near the Vernon, Wichita Falls area, we do have some cells starting to fire by around 5 p.m., 6 p.m. These storms, if we come over here to our lower level shear, you can see that there's not as much lower level shear down here. But by the time we get into 8 p.m., it does start to increase. So that'll probably be when that tornado threat starts to increase down here near the Abilene area and also near Wichita Falls as well, as these storms convect and start to move on to the east. But if they're more of a linear line, which is what appears to be the case here, the tornado threat won't be as dangerous as it will be up to the north. But we got to watch out for these little guys down here in this area south of Wichita Falls. That could be maybe a little bit more discrete supercells there. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Storm relative helicity around those storms are pretty high. So definitely got to watch out for a little bit more discrete mode over there north of Graham, Texas. Even though you guys are kind of outside of the enhanced risk, given the fact that this is a pretty conditional environment, do have to watch out for maybe a small chance for strong tornadoes still down here near like the Wichita Falls area, maybe just south, maybe a little bit up to the north there. Just depends on where those storms fire and where they end up going. Now, coming back up to here to our northern risk, by the time we get into like 9 or 10 p.m., you can see a lot of our storms are struggling over here near Des Moines. So are these guys up here near Des Moines and Ames and Waterloo? Is this the HRRR saying, hey, maybe things will try to convect and then fall apart really quickly as they lose the battle to the cap, which is possible. So maybe some hope there for Des Moines, Ames, and Waterloo. But anywhere up here, we're seeing these cells fire up here to the north. This is where our strongest wind shear will be. These will be the storms that we're going to have to really keep an eye on. But one of the things that I'm noticing here is that we are seeing a little bit more of a linear mode. Is that going to be more semi-discrete, or is it just going to be just an entire line of storms? Still question marks there. Not 100% sure on how that's going to look like. You can't just really use models. I will say our environment in this area does support semi-discrete cells, so I wouldn't be surprised if we had maybe also some Southern Charlie storms out over here, like the southern ones that aren't really embedded in the line could still be supercellular as well, and bring that strong tornado risk with it. But yeah, as I continue to push this forward, you can see those storms struggle. These ones over here north of Kansas City, as we're in around 9 to 10 p.m., still a decent shear environment out here. These could still have that capability of producing strong tornadoes over here north of Kansas City, near the Chillicothe area. Also, the very large hail threat will be present at that time. Back over here in our northern mode, we have still kind of what appears to be a crashing cold front here. Let me just check on our temperatures behind this thing. Not really. Kind of seems like maybe just its own little MCS with a cold pool behind it. So certainly could have like a QLCS tornado threat still existing, even if we do get more of a linear look to a lot of these storms, and maybe still some embedded supercells in there by around 10 p.m. Maybe a little bit more semi-discrete as that goes through the La Crosse area. By 11 p.m., a lot of our storms are in almost all the way into Wisconsin, moving into Merrill and Kenshinham, getting close to Green Bay and Appleton by the time we get to around 12 a.m., 1 a.m., and then eventually these storms will lose their strength sometime in between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. So are we still going to be talking about tornadoes at that time? It is certainly possible. Really just depends on how that cold pool evolves throughout the day. Does it undercut the storms? Do the storms become outflow dominant? Or are they still accessing that moisture throughout the late night portions? Now back over a little bit further to the south, these storms over here in northern Missouri, as we get into around 11 p.m., you can see that we still do have some supercells here with that hail potential, and also with the amount of shear that we have in this area, some of these semi-discrete to embedded supercells could also be carrying a strong tornado threat as that moves up to the north and east near Chillicothe, near Kirksville, as well. So we got to watch out for those. And eventually, as we move into around a.m., these are going to be most likely transitioning into an outflow dominant type environment where we're going to start to see a lot of these storms struggle throughout the night. Now, further down to the south, let's kind of just recap what this will do. Over there near Wichita Falls, got to watch out for that storm to the south at 9 p.m. That moves off to the east over here near Gainesville, just to the west of Ardmore. McAllister does kind of seem like a severe damaging wind threat. And then maybe that chance for a couple of tornadoes still being possible. So that's kind of what I'm thinking throughout the day. It is going to be, really dependent on a lot of small, hard to kind of forecast factors here as we go throughout the day. But I do think the bottom line here is that the environment is very dangerous. No matter what our storm mode ends up being, there will still be that chance for some strong, potentially long track, intense tornadoes today. And everybody that is in this enhanced risk and moderate risk needs to be very weather aware and prepared for today. If you're in the slight risk, there's still a chance. But as you can see, over here near Wichita, Bartlesville, Emporia, Topeka, still not really a whole lot showing up here on the HRRR right now. So let's kind of go and check out some of our other models as well. I thank you, Anthony, for the 2. Will the expansive dust seen affect the storms? It can have a little bit of an effect. It just depends on what the environment is setting up for, and then what we need or not need in the day. We'll kind of break down our meso analysis here in a little bit for today. Let me come back over to here. I have this already set up, I think. Yeah, awesome. And then I can just come, I think, here. And then turn that on, and that should do it. There we go. All right, so here's the HRRR at around 8 p.m., which I think is a good time frame because we do have most of this line convecting. This is the 12Z, so this is a little bit before. So the 12Z didn't really show these storms really doing much in central Iowa. So you can see there has been a little bit of an uptrend up there, and also all those supercells down there as well would certainly need to be watched. But look, let's go check out what some of our other models are saying, because again, HRRR isn't HRRR isn't always correct, and neither are any of these other models. So we kind of try to get an average here. So this is the HRRR's run. Another model run. Look at that. You see, there are still models out there struggling with initiation and sustaining thunderstorms throughout the day, especially there in that southern mode. Looks to be a little bit more likely along this leading edge here, but you can see that the NSSL, MPAS, HN, and the NSSL, MPAS, HT, and the NSSL, MPAS, RT are all showing these storms really struggling to get going and maturing. So, still not a guarantee that we are going to see convection. Even though the HRRR says it, we got to look at all these other models. Also, the NAM3K really struggling with that convection still. RAP model has more on the northern edge, but not really so much down here, further down to the south. And the RFS honestly is a little bit less bullish than the HRRR, with a linear line up here a little bit further up to the north. Not really seeing too many embedded supercells up there, but there could definitely be a QLCS tornado threat and maybe 1 or 2 storms down here in southern Iowa. So you can see we still have a vast difference here. And I would say the HRRR at this point might be a little bit on the bullish side. So it's going to be really interesting to see which one of these models actually pans out here for our northern mode threat. It'll be interesting. And also down here, things aren't completely 100% in agreement, but you can see that, most models do have something firing here. So honestly, a little bit more confidence down here in the Oklahoma, Texas region for that severe weather threat than we actually have further up to the north, up in this area, which is pretty crazy. Usually, when we have this little amount of confidence, it's, we don't get moderate risks. So it's interesting. We'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. That's how today's going to be. It's going to be a wait and see kind of day. Wait and see kind of day. Can I show you what threats for the St. Louis area will impact tomorrow? Yeah. We'll go over tomorrow as well for sure. And just in case you guys don't know, let's come back over to here. We do have a risk for tomorrow. Let me get the not the tornado threat, but the categorical threat. There you go. We do have a risk for tomorrow. It's not going to be as high as a tornado day as for today. I wouldn't be surprised though with the 5% issue down here near Texas and Oklahoma. Mainly going to be a damaging wind day. Definitely not as potent as a day as our low pressure system is going to be leaving a stalled frontal boundary behind. But there is a chance of another low pressure system kind of ejecting like out of the Colorado, New Mexico area, coming into parts of Texas and Oklahoma. Our tornado percentages out there: 2% tornado chance out there for Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Ohio, Mansfield, Cleveland. And then also another 2% back over here into Oklahoma near San Angelo, Abilene, Wichita Falls, Lawton, Shawnee, and Tahlequah. And we can actually push the models into the next day as well. But before we do that, does anybody have any questions for today's threat? I do want to make sure we're covering our bases there, and then we'll go from there into tomorrow. Is the tornado is not about what? Any threats for Omaha? Really just depends on when these storms get started. That little boundary, if we come back over to weather-wise, I thank you, Sieta, for the $10. I do appreciate that. The 10 euros. Hello from Italy. Been keeping my untrained eye on the models all day. Do you still have power? Just wondering. We're trying to figure out which countries are affected by that random power outages. Keep it going back and forth on storm initiation. Yeah, they are still going back and forth, but I think the environment supports it. And if you guys don't know, we got a super chat goal today. The chat yesterday in last night's stream, you would have had to been there to understand. But they brought up this idea that they said a crazy idea. Hey Evan, would you get a tramp stamp of a tornado? And honestly, I've always wanted a little tornado tattoo, not necessarily a tramp stamp, but I'm not against it. As long as it looks like a tornado and doesn't look like an arrow, that would not be good. But yeah, we got a little bit of a super chat goal today. Chat said they could raise $1,000 for that. And I told them they can't, and I think they're going to fail. And so far, they are failing, like I thought. But yeah, that's the super chat goal for today. And if you want to see me get a tramp stamp of a tornado, it is on the table. It is on the table. You got to reach that $1,000 dollar mark. Hey, thank you, Chris, for the 10, and Kimberly for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Where are we at, by the way? Okay, we were at $65. So quite a ways away. We'll see if you guys can actually pull it off. They convinced me yesterday. They said, Evan, we're gonna do it. I told them I think you guys are gonna fail, and that's how we left it. Thank you, Ari, for the 10. Appreciate that. And Noah for the 5. Have the storm started? They are technically starting. Right here, you can see them. Got a little bit of lightning on it near Dell Rapids, near Fland, Drew, Elkton, over here near Sioux Falls, T, and Lenox. Models say, though, that these shouldn't become tornadic until this line gets over to here. They should struggle with the capping and kind of stay not really threatening. There might be a little bit of a severe threat with these. But that's what the models say. Models could be wrong. Everything could just get started now, which is why we're live early, just in case. But the models are saying these storms should stay weak. That's what they're saying. Tramp stamp tornado, yes, yep. Yep. I don't mind it. So, it's a fun thing that we can all do together. And now we're gonna have plenty of money to get tons of storm chasers. It's just a way that we can help each other. You guys get to have a little bit of fun and entertainment, and I get to help spread the word a little bit more efficiently with more storm chasers during the stream. Because honestly, let's be honest, today might be a day where we need a lot of storm chasers. Also, Venmo also counts. I have to check the Venmo as well, just to make sure. Yeah, we Michelle did $3 on Venmo. Let me just make sure. Yeah, $3, Michelle. So it looks like Blondie is even helping you guys out as well. She's a mod of this channel. She's not even supposed to be donating. But I will say, guys, if you do a donation towards the goal, it is one part of it is yes, the memberships. I mean, not the memberships. The memberships don't count. The super chats count, and also the Venmo and Cash App donations do count. And we actually prefer those. Actually, because we get to keep all of that. YouTube takes quite a big cut. But yeah, so we do have storms firing, so we're watching out for that. I don't know if they're going to get started exactly right now. You can see that the HRRR model here. Let me come back over to this. The HRRR model does pick up on these storms, but you can see they kind of stay a little weak until about 3 to 4 p.m. So is that really how it's going to happen, or will they start earlier? Will we have maybe a brief tornado threat with this guy near Worthington at around 2 p.m.? I'm not exactly sure. So we're just going to be ready for anything here and see what happens. Yeah, no sponsors. Getting straight for your house. Well, be prepared, Kathy. Be prepared. Still open for questions, by the way. Yeah, that'll be a members only live stream. The tramps, like actually getting the tattoo. Yeah, honestly, we're still really far away from the goal. No, oh gosh, we're 1/10 the way there already. Oh no, y'all are going too fast. Y'all need to calm down. If I tell you that you guys will do it, will it motivate you more to not do it? I think I've kind of screwed myself. Uh-oh. What's the cap looking like right now? Oh yeah, let's go over our mesoscale analysis. Mesoscale analysis. I know you guys suffer from a pretty serious case of oppositional defiance disorder. So maybe if I tell you guys that you will be successful, it will help me be right. All right, here's our mesoscale analysis. You can see our surface low is back over in this region here. One of the things that we are watching for is where the position of our dry line is. And if we look at our surface observation, it appears to be somewhere back along this region. I can't really tell if this little area of convection is, or it does appear to be our dry line, the best that I can tell. I thank you, Theo, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Tramp stamp time. Oh, great. Y'all are having way too much fun with this. I'm a little bit concerned. I had very low confidence, like legitimately very low confidence yesterday. But you guys are coming in hot. Let's see if it lasts. All right. Yeah, latest cape in the area. Yeah, we're talking about 4,000 joules per kilogram already. 2,500 joules per kilogram. Oh no. CJ just came in hot. Oh gosh, I am so afraid. Thought y'all were broke, man. Thank you, Jen, for the 10. I appreciate that. I think I'm gonna stop thanking you guys. I think I'm just gonna start saying screw you. Just kidding. Our lower level shear right now is pretty decent. These storms are sitting at about 35 knots. So, if they can mature, I wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado threat with them initially, but we'll have to see what they do initially. Let's see. 500 millibar. Yeah, that trough is ejecting into the area as we speak. Low level lapse rates are a little bit low, but maybe it's not so far fetched as long as there's not capping in this area that those could convect. Is El Reno okay for an elevated tornado threat to the south? You guys should be relatively okay. Most models do not convect anything until about 7 p.m. Do have to watch out for the potential of a little bit of a rogue supercell. It's moving to the north, though, so I don't think it should have much of a
new tornado watch has been issued.
Much of a tornado potential. Looks like we just got our first tornado watch of the day. First tornado watch of the day. Let's bring that up. That's going to be for Luverne, Rock Rapids, Sioux City, Sheldon, Cherokee, Lamar, Stork Lake, Spencer, Emmitsburg, Ethersville, Milford. Laverne, Worthington, Jackson, Fairmont, Wyndham, St. James, Tracy, Marshall, Redwood Falls, New Ulm, Springfield, Gaylord, Hutchinson, Olivia. I didn't know there was a Gaylord also in Minnesota. There's one in Michigan as well. Granite Falls, Montevideo, Wilmar, Litchfield, Paynesville, Benson, Morris, Cold Spring, and St. Cloud are all in that tornado watch. Let's go get our graphic up about it and then read about what the SPC is saying. Sometimes they release a little statement with these tornado watches as well. All right, so here's the statement. They're saying a few tornadoes,
tornado
likely widespread
issued.
hail of up to apple-sized hail, likely scattered gusts of up to 80 miles per hour, likely. Now, keep in mind that is dependent on whether or not these storms can mature. And they are making a run at it, but they should struggle, technically, according to our latest model. So we'll see. Will they struggle or will they fully mature? If they do, then this tornado threat will probably start a little bit earlier. If they don't, it'll probably start still at around 3 to 4 p.m. That is our latest information. Interesting. As soon as I stop talking about it, it stops. There we go. That's the goal. Just act like it doesn't exist. All right, let's come back over and answer some questions. All right, do we got any more questions? Yeah, I mean, it's already starting to convect a little bit, but again, if you look at our model run, these storms are not supposed to, they should stay, either right at or just below severe limits until we get to about 3 p.m. So that's the current thought process. And then our most dangerous storms start to really convect at around 5 p.m. But if the models are dead wrong and this thing starts off early, which is why the enhanced risk goes out so far to the west, that's going to be an issue. So we'll see. Why does this moderate risk extend so far to the north? Just in case. I mean, we got some cells firing over there near Duluth, over here near Brooklyn Park, Skokie, and that eventually spreads into like Eau Claire, La Crosse, and there will be pretty strong lower level winds with these storms as they push off to the east. So even though they might be a little bit more clustered, we could still really easily get an embedded supercell or a supercell. Maybe a little bit more semi-discrete in this area, produce, a strong tornado. So got to be watching out for that. Eau Claire, right. Eau Claire. Have I ever streamed a high-risk day? Yeah, we did just like a month ago. Should the Omaha area be looking for tornadoes? Really just depends on what these storms do. I mean, if they, extend all the way down to the south and we just see a complete unzipping of our dry line, which would be interesting, you can't completely rule it out. And then also there's some chances for some storms to fire back over here on our more southern portion of our dry line. They're not firing yet. Those might try to come close to Omaha. So there's definitely some questions there. Let's check out our latest model information on that. Let's see how far north. Yeah, the latest HRRR has those storms firing to your east. So is that right? We will find out. If that dry line unzips completely, though, then we could have a lot more widespread supercells out there. Could they upgrade to a high risk? I don't think so. No. Thank you, Robert, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anoka, Minnesota. How will that look? Yeah, let's go look at that. Anoka, Minnesota. Yeah, you guys are in that moderate risk. And it looks like those storms are going to be around you in between 4 and about 7 p.m. So definitely be aware there between those time frames. Because, again, if you get a mature storm nearby you, that tornado threat is going to be very elevated. And there could be some strong tornadoes within that. Indiana, no. Indiana's not really talking about much. They are predicting a violent tornado. Hey, that's totally possible today. You cannot rule it out. EF4 Plus is not out of the picture. It just really depends on how these storms sets up. If we get one of those discrete supercells or semi-discrete supercells can do it too. Might be a little bit briefer, But I mean, today can be very dangerous. It just really depends on what exactly happens. Depends on the storm mode. Depends, if we do get a lot of this clustering, it might be a little bit lower of a risk, but still can have strong to intense tornadoes. But if a lot of these storms are not actually, semi-discrete in a cluster, and all of these are more discrete supercells, then it's going to be even dangerous than this model is even depicting. Sometimes the models get it wrong, so we have to keep in all those scenarios in our head. Also, these storms just might struggle all day, and there's just a lot of things we don't know. It's just a weird day. Weird day, capping inversion. It's always going to be weird. Remember, they are just models. Exactly. They're guidance. They tell us, I think the best way to look at models is not really like the reflectivity. It's good for timing, especially for general questions, but it's looking at the environment. What is out there if storms do what some of these models are saying? I mean, and our lower level shear is definitely pretty elevated, and so is our upper level shear as well. So there's going to be a lot of spin in the atmosphere. Some of these storms, no matter the mode they are in, are going to be taking advantage of that spin in the atmosphere. So I think tornadoes are pretty much guaranteed as long as our storms do fire in the warm sector today. Now, are those going to be, those the really dangerous EF4 plus type tornadoes? That's really going to depend on storm mode. Strong tornadoes will definitely be a possibility as well. So it's just a day to be watching out for. Sedalia, where is Sedalia? Yeah, it's back down here. It's going to be hit or miss for you. As far as we can tell, your risk should be at around 3 a.m. according to the HRRR. But that is mainly because not a whole lot fires here in Kansas and Oklahoma. That is another dry line area where but I will say a lot of models aren't really showing anything here. So there's higher confidence that you'll probably not really see much until early morning. But there's still some big questions on just how much of our dry line initiates. If we come over here to our dew points, I'll show you what I'm talking about. You can see that this entire region, pretty much from Oklahoma all the way through Wichita, is a pretty sharp dry line, right? But there's also a capping inversion. There is literally a hat or a bottle cap. Bottle cap's probably better. So say this is your storm. There is your bottle cap. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking on that. So say that your storm's in the bottle, but it can't get out. It's stuck. It's never going to leave that bottle as long as the cap is in there. So you'll never see a bad storm or maybe even a storm at all. But if somebody, for some freaking reason, grabs that cap, removes it, throws it this direction or this direction, who cares? It doesn't really matter where you throw the cap. All that matters is that the cap is not there anymore. And if that happens, we could see this entire dry line initiate if it can, if it can do it. But that's the thing. It's like, we don't really know. There are some things we do know, and there are some things that we just don't know. In this area, the reason why you're in a slight risk down over here into Kansas and also Bartlesville, and then also over there near Sedalia, is because of that reason. We just don't know whether or not these storms are really going to fire or not. But our confidence is lower there in the Wichita area, Bartlesville, Tulsa, than it is further up to the north and further down to the south, where we have another enhanced risk down over here near Elk City and Wichita Falls. So that's the main thing. That's the main thing we're trying to figure out. Hey, thank you, Dave B, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Several school in Minnesota has canceled today. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Shut up, Lynx. Don't remind them. Shush. I don't live there, but my family does. How's Topeka looking? The same thing I just said. That's why I said Topeka a couple of times. But, I would say confidence is a little bit higher that you might see something, but still, same thing. You can see the dry line convex to your north, but not necessarily to your west. Now, is this wrong? Right? And the storms fire a little bit further to the south. That's a possibility. And then Topeka might see that chance for strong tornadoes. That's why you're kind of on that line here in Topeka from a slight risk to an enhanced risk. There's definitely, some disagreements in your chances, and that's why you're kind of on the line of things. So I would definitely be weather aware. Some TV station in Iowa said a tornado is not out of the question today. Yeah, I'd say so. It's definitely not out of the question if these storms really get started. All right, I do want to check back in on our line of storms here just to make sure they are behaving themselves. Yeah, so far still good. Let me check those storm echo tops. Yeah, I mean they're not fully maturing yet, but you know what? Some of them are getting kind of close, which is interesting. They're not supposed to mature. That's underselling it, honestly, big time. Yeah, I would say. Just got here. Did you miss anything exciting? No. Absolutely nothing exciting is happening during this stream. There was a tornado watch issued, though. If you find tornado watches exciting. Any chance for a tornado in Sioux Falls? It's happening right now. That is your chance. All right. Let's see what's going on. I'm getting some notifications here. Thank you. Thank you, Shaylin for the 5, Lily for the 1.5 or for the $1.50, and Wendy Moore for the $20. And oh gosh. Well, I gotta add all this up. People are coming in hot. I didn't even realize on Cash App and Venmo. I gotta add that up. Hold on. That's not good. Okay. So Cash App. Let me see. History. So that was 2650 on Cash App. And then 100. No. 98 total on Venmo. So that's 124 on Cash App and Venmo. And then through Super Chats, we're at 200. Oh my goodness. Hey, what are you guys doing? This is crazy. We barely even started. We're only like an hour into the stream. What the heck? I need to calm down. I should have made the goal higher. Dang it. I really thought that y'all wouldn't even get close. I'm gonna be honest. I thought y'all were gonna fail miserably. I thought you guys were gonna be shouting in stream at all times in the chat, and then you keep on getting responses like, "I don't know, the economy is not really good enough to support Evan's tornado tramp stamp. So I'm gonna think about saving my money for food instead of giving a streamer a tattoo." That's what I really thought, but I guess I'm wrong. Rose Creek. Let me see where Rose Creek is. You said Minnesota. There it is. Yeah, it looks like you are going to be in that dangerous tornado risk today. Looks like your timing is going to be, where'd it go? Let's pull it up here. Rose Creek, Minnesota. Bam. Yeah, it looks like your timing is going to be around 7 p.m. and there are cells, according to the HRRR, initiating near you. So I'd be weather aware from 6 p.m. to about 10 p.m. Thank you, Medic, for the 20. I do appreciate it. Stamp that trampoline. Oh why does that sound like lyrics from a rap song? Marquette, Minnesota. Yeah, let me check that out for you. Marquette, Minnesota. Why isn't it showing up? Did I spell it wrong? Thank you, Michael, for the 10. Getting nervous, y'all. Michigan? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, Marquette, Michigan, in the UP of Michigan, you are just outside of that enhanced risk, but it does seem like you could get a couple of rounds of rain and maybe storms starting at around 7 p.m. and then again at around 11 p.m. So I'd be weather aware from 5 to about 1 a.m. Buffalo, New Mexico. I mean, Minnesota. Thank you, Spicy Mike, for being a member for 11 months. What's the timing for Dunn County? Dunn County. that Wisconsin, I'm assuming? Yeah. No, near me, no money. Yeah. Looks like you guys are in a pretty dangerous risk today. Your storm's going to be around you by around, I would say, be weather aware between like 6 and 10 p.m. There into me, no money, which is obviously not you guys, apparently. I thought chat was me, no money, but you guys are me, lots of money. I was very wrong, but we're not there yet. So I still have hope. Maybe you guys have maxed out your credit cards already and we're fine. I don't know. Dodge Center, Minnesota, or no, I heard, oh yeah, Moore, Oklahoma. That's what I was going to look at. Moore, Oklahoma is pretty conditional. The Oklahoma City area really just depends on if we really get a left split that goes up straight north towards 40 or not. If that doesn't happen, then, if this line convects a little bit further to the north, in between like 6 and 10 p.m., you can have some storms coming through. But it looks like a lot of that stays to your south. So fingers crossed for you guys. But if it doesn't, there will be a tornado threat and large hail and damaging wind threat with those storms, potentially very large hail as well. All right, let's go check back in on our storms. Got to keep an eye on them just in case this is the beginning, the true beginning. And they are still struggling. They're not like rapidly intensifying. So the HRRR is somewhat right. They are still struggling here early on, but we do have a line of storms here that is already entering parts of Minnesota and South Dakota. And you can see that they are moving into the area. These shouldn't have much of a tornado threat, but just in case they, develop a little bit earlier, that's why a lot of the folks out over here in northwestern Iowa and southeast or southwestern Minnesota and kind of central western Minnesota are in a tornado watch, just in case these storms do something different than what is forecasted. Hey, thank you, Gussie, for the 20. Also, thank you, Emily, for the 20 as well. Thank you, guys. Or no thanks. I don't know how to react to this because you guys are donating way too fast here. Maybe we should have done this goal solo. Time to update your wind insurance. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think that's around 390. I can. Yeah, I mean, just off of, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty close. Are the tornadoes conditional for their strength? It really just depends. It really just depends. If we have storms firing all the way from, Minnesota down into Nebraska, and they're semi-discrete to discrete, most definitely going to see strong tornadoes today. If they are not, and they're more linear, there's going to be on and off strong tornadoes, but likely a decent amount of briefer and weaker tornadoes. It really just depends on how this materializes throughout the day. Again, storms by themselves, don't like it. Storms very close to other storms, like it a little bit better, but regardless, we don't want to see storms firing at all. And yeah, it seems like storms are already starting to fire even as far south as Yankton. But again, these should struggle initially, hopefully. Is Waterloo, Iowa? Is Waterloo, Evan, is Waterloo, Iowa in this too, like Minnesota? Oh, okay. I think so. Yeah, you're just right on the line there of that 10% risk there, and then coming over to our models. Yeah, it looks like your storm should be there by around 9 p.m. 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. They could be in the process of dying by the time they get to you, or they'll just be hanging on. We'll see. And thank you, Chicken McNuggets, for the 5. What's it looking like for Stanberry, Missouri? Been seeing conflicting reports. Yeah, you're going to continue to see conflicting reports because, again, it's not 100%, but I can just go ahead and give you the information that you need to know. You are enhanced risk. There are some models that indicate that there will be supercells, dangerous supercells near you, and there are some that aren't. Your day is going to be exactly like this. Either you're going to see a strong storm, and have some potential for tornadoes, or you're just not going to see anything at all, and you might even have blue skies for most of the day. That's how today's going to go. It just really depends on if these storms do fire back over here and mature as they move into northwestern Missouri. If they do that, and you start seeing severe thunderstorm warnings pop up around you, that means the storms are maturing, and you should probably just go ahead and get ready to prepare your safe spot just in case. But thank you so much for that $5 donation. That's exactly how it's going to happen. It's going to be one or the other. Can't have both. Actually, you kind of can. There might be a storm with blue skies around it. Yeah, see you later, Storm Chaser. With the mattress on the bathtub. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Sturgeon Bay. Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. It looks like you guys are just on the edge of that enhanced risk. First storm should get started sometime at around 8 p.m. It's going to be rainy. Maybe it gets a little bit more dangerous by around 11 p.m. And then another line of storms comes through with another severe threat potentially at around 11 to 2 a.m. Tornado threat will probably be highest with these storms here at around 11 p.m. through about 1 a.m., just depending on if that's really two lines, how those lines interact with each other. If one puts down too much cold air, the line behind it will mainly just be a wind threat. Thank you, Barb Mac, for the 20. Yeah, no problem. And thank you, Jason, for the 5. How is Southwest Missouri, Northern Illinois looking tonight? That's a good question. Something that we haven't really touched on tonight. Yeah, Southwest Wisconsin, Northern Missouri. It looks like when the storms get started. Wow, this model says nothing for you. Yeah, I mean, a big question for you is how long do these storms last? Do they mature, and can they sustain themselves all the way into Western Illinois? If we start seeing those long track tornadoes early on, those strong tornadoes early on with these storms, that means they're more mature, probably enough to battle that capping inversion for longer than what is being, than what is being depicted here. But there is also just another chance there for really not much to happen at all over there. So just really just depends on how the storms interact. But if they do last, they'll probably be there by around 11 to 2 a.m. sometime at around that time frame. In a tornado burger. What would that even look like? A tornado burger. Okay, here's the top bun, bottom bun, and then a tornado with like sesame seeds flying off, I guess. Some like pickles out here. Little parts of hamburger buns or hamburger patty out over here. Generate an AI image of a tornado burger. Okay, just once. I am interested to see what that looks like from an AI's perspective. Tornado burger. Oh, wait. Make a tornado burger photo. Yeah, it failed miserably. Looks dang good, though. Oh, my goodness. AI is getting pretty darn good. But I don't see nothing to do with tornadoes on that thing. My gosh, Lynx has got a copy and paste reminder. We're screwed. The burger after the tornado hit does kind of look like a mothership. All right, I tried to clarify what I wanted. We'll give it one more chance. Not bad. Not as bad. Tornado burger. There you go. The tornado looks like it's wrapped with hair. Not very appetizing looking, although that could be cotton candy. Gray cotton candy. Do you want it in the burger? All right. Let's go back to answering questions. Atchison, Kansas. Atchison, Kansas. I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, A-T. There it is. Atchison. Okay, yeah. So you're like up here in this area where the HRRR is firing supercells over there. So I would be weather aware, sometime by around 6 to 10 p.m. 6 to 10 p.m. there. Let's go check back in on our storms. See how they're doing. Are they maturing? No, they are still struggling. Okay, so the HRRR so far has been right with these storms struggling initially. Hopefully, they continue to struggle. Yeah, clarifying tornado in the burger did not help. How is tomorrow looking? Tomorrow is looking mainly like, oh, they did just add a 5% over here. Near Big Spring, Sterling City, Colorado, Sweetwater, Snyder, Seymour, Wichita Falls, Burke Bennett, Electra, and Vernon for tomorrow. And they also put an enhanced risk down here. What is that for? Is that for wind? No, it's for hail. And we have a very large hail threat over here near Big Spring, Snyder, Seymour, Wichita Falls, and Vernon. So 2 days of some potential dangerous severe weather down over there. But tomorrow's risk, we do have an enhanced risk also over here near Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York as well. Oh, severe thunderstorm warning. What? What is this for? 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Valley Springs, Beaver Creek, and Hills. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Interesting. This storm seems to be a little bit more exciting than we originally thought. What are the cloud tops on this sucker? Can we even tell? Might be too close to the radar. Let's get a radar farther away. Oh, yeah. And cloud tops are pretty decent on that storm, on these ones near Sioux Falls. Let me see if I can get... First off, let me check, see if we have any chasers. I think Carmen is going to be live pretty early. Yeah, Carmen's already live, so let's get him up. I think he's actually near a storm. Over to here. Carmen is live. Why is that not going full screen? Let me try refreshing. Yeah, that didn't work. We're going to have to do this. We'll see, delete there. Try again. I don't know what causes that glitch on OBS, but I wish they would fix it. Carmen is live and driving. I don't know where he is, though. Let's listen in and see if he's talking about his location at all.
Yeah, it's definitely a storm chaser behind me because he's got GoPros and stuff all over his car.
Carmen, where are you? Maybe he's listening to the stream? Question mark.
Am I on somebody else's? Yeah, it should be near the South Dakota Minnesota border right now.
is. I was hoping he'd say something. He's saying stuff. I ain't got an idea where he is. But it looks like he's somewhere near storms. Kind of look like a storm near him, so we'll keep him down there. I know he's in Iowa, so those might just be some clouds. But yeah, first little severe thunderstorm warning out there. That's going to be for Valley Springs, South Dakota, Beaver Creek, and Hills here in Minnesota. Have they tried with AI to try to predict tornadoes? Yeah, they do it. There's like multiple people that are trying to do that. There is StormNet. I think that is what it's called. Storm something net. And then there's also NATOcast as well. They're little AI programs. Have friends in the Rochester, Minnesota area. Any predictions for them? Yeah. Your little. I mean, there is a tornado threat for Rochester. You guys are in a 15% tornado threat for those strong tornadoes, and that's going to be nearby you guys by around 7 p.m. You know, I'll be weather aware through 6 p.m. through 10 p.m. there in that area. Yeah, we don't use Brandon Copic. So thanks for letting me know, though. I missed 3 super chats. All right, let me thank them. Let's see here. Thank you, Banana Boy, for the 2, $4, and $6. Thank you so much. Asking about Worthington. Yeah, let's go check out Worthington, Minnesota. Yeah, you guys are in a tornado watch, and your threat is going to be coming with these storms if they can mature in time. Now, the HRRR says no maturation until they get about to here. But as you can already see, we are starting to see storms at least challenge the capping inversion for today. So we'll see. We shall see. But just generally, so you guys can see the motion of the storm, we'll put it in motion. You can see that they're kind of moving east, northeast right now. So thank you, Audrey, and also thank you, Dan, for the $16 in total of Venmo donations. And Dan says, you're getting that tattoo, period. No. You guys will fail. That's 140 so far on Venmo and Cash App. How's Minneapolis? You're good for now, but eventually the storms will be approaching you. You guys are in a moderate risk. So strong tornadoes will be possible. Very large hail will be possible there in the Minnesota area. And we'll check out our latest. We do have the 16Z model run up. Let's go use that. Yeah, very interesting. The 16Z model run, convex storms only up here and also back down here and then also back down here. So still convecting kind of in the same areas. But look at this, not as far south into Iowa, our latest 16Z model run. So again, looks like our biggest area of at least our conditional strong tornado risk is going to be here. That's where our biggest question mark is, with more confidence up here, further up to the north and also further to the south. And it looks like for the Minnesota or the Minneapolis region, it looks like it's going to be around 4 to 5 p.m. up there. And the 16Z is still saying these storms should struggle, but there are a couple of them in there that kind of try to mature now. So we'll see. If they mature, I mean, the environment is there. Hey, thank you, Percheon, for the $2. I do appreciate that. How's Joplin looking? Joplin, Missouri is a big question mark, in my opinion. You guys are in a slight risk to a marginal risk. And, you're either going to see something, tonight going into the morning or nothing. So it's going to be very hit or miss for you. Regardless, it's probably going to be late night into the early morning. Do want to see if this storm over here is exhibiting any rotation yet. Not really. None of these storms have rotation, so none of these storms are mature enough yet to tap into that shear environment. Are we expecting anything for day 3 in Dallas? Day 3. Let me check the latest. Yeah, day 3. I got a slight risk over here near McKinney, Dallas, Fort Worth, Cleburne, Corsiana, Waco, Gatesville, Sulphur Springs, and Paris and Graham. Not going to go through that or too much into that. There is no significant risk yet, but these little mesoscale days have been pretty interesting. And if I understand correctly, there should be a boundary out over there. So it might be a little bit of a supercellular boundary interaction type event down there. These storms are moving. Yeah, they are. Carmen said he's near Spencer, Iowa. Spencer, Iowa. I would assume. Oh, he's in the tornado watch. Okay, he's not super far away from these storms. And thank you, Sleepy, for the 20. Thank you so much. Let me see if our Iowa cameras or Minnesota traffic cameras go all the way up there into that corner of Iowa. Okay. There is a camera near, but that will be covered by Carmen in a little bit there. What about in Minnesota? Does Minnesota have any live cams? They have picture cams in this area. See if we can get a little picture of the storm. Doesn't seem like it. And then also, technically, I guess we could look at South Dakota's cameras as well. There. Road conditions. Where's the cameras? Oh, they're already out there. There's one north of Vermilion, which is kind of not that close. And Elk Point, Vermilion should be like way down here. Yeah, there actually is one kind of near off of 29, but these ones are unfortunately they're not video cameras, so they're not going to be very helpful, unfortunately, in South Dakota. Is OKC capped today? There is definitely a little bit of a capping inversion down here, but eventually storms should fire. According to a lot of our models, there's a decent amount of model agreement that storms should fire back over here. For the Oklahoma City area, it's still a little bit conditional. The thunderstorms will either go to your south and west, or if this line is the line of storms extends a little bit further up to the north, then you guys might actually see something today. So kind of still up in the air. Des Moines, Iowa is going to be pretty darn conditional today. Again, will storms fire? If they do, it's possible, but there are a couple of models that say just absolutely nothing happens, including our latest HRRR runs. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. No conditional is the risk for Madison, Wisconsin today. I don't think. Let me just check our latest. I don't really thought about Madison, Wisconsin too much. It's pretty darn conditional, actually. Might have some storms try to initiate around you guys by around 10 p.m. But again, there is a chance that storms are struggling as we go into 3 a.m. I guess the 14Z HRRR will give you a little bit of a better understanding of what's possible if these storms do fire over here near Ames and Des Moines and Waterloo. Those could eventually make it up to you. But even the model runs that support that kind of kill the storms off before they even get to you. So it is quite a conditional risk there for Madison, Wisconsin. Sioux Fall Duns for storms today. You guys are. You guys are in that dry line. Shouldn't be anything firing after these guys. The air should start to feel pretty dry there in a little bit. Can't figure out how to join. Yeah, it's complicated. You should just be able to go to the live stream or the channel page and then click on it. Laverne, Minnesota cams. There are Laverne cameras, but they just take photos. They don't actually, and they're not actually looking at the sky. There's some near Beaver Creek, and there's another one near Magnolia. But none of them are actually looking at the storm right now. Maybe the one near Magnolia might see something, which is right there. What website am I using? Is that WeatherWise? Yeah, this is WeatherWise for the actual radar itself. Yeah, for the webcams, if you ever want to figure out, if your state has live webcams, traffic cams in the area, the best way to do that is to just type in 511 and your state initial in Google, and the website will pop up. I mean, you just got to make sure cameras are enabled in the layer section of most of those apps. Gotcha. Will there be any watches issued in Wisconsin? Potentially, yeah. I mean, it just really depends. I mean, if we really don't get any storms fire at all in our more southern mode, then maybe not. Maybe not. It'll really just depend on how these storms get started. Our most guaranteed tornado watches are probably going to be from, in this area all the way down into here. Also, I think higher probability for tornado watches down in this region, and also, extending this potentially off to the east to about here is our most guaranteed. And then eventually, if that tornado threat is still existing into Wisconsin as it should, if everything goes as the models are saying, this entire area here could get a tornado watch to it. Storm Runner Media is live already. Sweet. Thanks for letting me know. I was not aware of that. Let's go ahead and get them up. See where they are. Get them set up. There we go. They are in Merrill, Iowa. There's that. Let me see. It's crazy that all that Storm Runner Media was in Kansas yesterday. Merrill, Iowa. Wow, there's a lot of Merrills out there. Oh, they are in the tornado watch, so they're going to be getting an eye on this storm eventually. That's looking out over towards the boundary, and as you can see, we got blue skies. That instability is really starting to build in, and we should be able to get a view from them probably within, I would say, 30 minutes. Does that eliminate the threat? Probably not. The clouds will probably clear as the day moves on. On like 3 hours of sleep. Yeah, they definitely are. That is definitely the case. Could we get a PDS watch? I wouldn't rule it out. It just really depends on what these storms do and when they really get started. I thank you, Denny, for the 20. What you would expect in Stevens Point, Wisconsin? Just a good storm, or should we get the cow kites ready? Oh my goodness. A cow kite? What is that? That's what I imagine when you say that. Like literally a cow. Attached to a string. And then a tornado over here. That's just mean. That's just mean. Then you down here, I would assume if you have cow kites, you're going to be happy. You probably have a stupid little smile on your face. Yay, my cow kite. is flying like expected. For Stevens Point. All right, so there you guys go. If you're looking for where the Cow Kite Festival is going to be, it's going to be over here near Stevens Point. But yeah, you got some storms already firing near you. These might become severe throughout the day. We'll see. But your main little threat is going to be associated with this line of storms that's going to come through. It's either going to be just hanging on as it comes through, or kind of in the process of dying. It really just depends on how long these storms can hold on. You can see that we do still have some mature supercells potentially in the region over there near you. So we'll be keeping an eye on it, but they do look a little bit clustered there. Maybe a QLCS tornado threat might be your main deal there. Let me get a Stormwater Media underneath me here. There we go. Make sure they're current. They're almost in Alton, Iowa. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. And thank you, Cheryl, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome to the Fry family. What is the app called for the models? I'm using Radar Omega for the models, but eventually, weather-wise, we'll have a full suite of models on them. It's going to be kind of like Pivotal Weather, but on a radar app. Thank you, Jesse, for the $1 on Cash App, and also thank you, Wendy, for the $20. So that's $21 more to the Cash App Venmo total. So we are currently sitting at 161 from Cash App and Venmo. And where are we at on YouTube? 161 there, plus 354. Oh my gosh, we're already over 500. Oh no. Yeah, we're over halfway already. This is crazy. Hopefully Ryan Hall and Max Velocity come live soon so you guys all abandon my channel and we have less people to donate. Somebody call Max Velocity and Ryan Hall quick. What's the number though? I can add it up. Hold on. 161 plus 354. It's 515. No, abandon me. It's part of the plan. Thank you, Frog, for the $31. The Wolfus model, please. Oh, the Rufus model. Yeah, we can go check out. Let me see if we have the latest Rufus model run out. Oh, not that one. This one. HRRR. We'll go over to the Rufus. What's our latest run? We got 15Z out. See what it's saying. Yeah, definitely a QLCS threat further north. And yeah, it doesn't really fire much in central Iowa still. And then also a strong tornado threat there. So, I mean, honestly, definitely QLCS tornado potential up here, but not a whole lot of discrete cells unless you go into like southern Iowa there. It says these storms that are firing right now. Let's see what they say about that. Yeah, we'll probably have a tornado threat eventually, according to the Rufus, here within the next hour or so. Pretty interesting. Let's see what it says down here. Yeah, into Texas and Oklahoma. A couple of cells down there that will have tornado potential there. And a very large hail threat. And then eventually that turns into more of a damaging wind threat as that spreads into eastern Oklahoma. It seems like the Rufus is also on par here with like a little bit of a northern split out of these storms. That'll go west of Oklahoma City and not quite making it up to the Oklahoma City area. Back over to here. Bold of me to assume. Hey, I'm not assuming anything. I'm just hoping. I'm just hoping that once they go live, we have less donators. That's all I'm hoping. That's the goal. Because we're getting too dang close to that goal. The Wolfus model. They're a special set that only run on moderate and high risk days. I'm not sure if I have access to those. Um, I don't think I have access to those models. I don't know. Don't know much about those. Gonna charge 500? No, it's not gonna be a giant tattoo. Just search them on Google. All right, let me see. Wolfus model. Better. Gotta make sure you specify one on forecast model. Live real time data. Yeah, I'm just not familiar. I'm not familiar with it. I mean, we can look at the latest the latest mesoscale analysis though. Our latest here on our surface low. Surface low is located over here. Thermodynamics are still building 4,000 joules per kilogram all the way across this area here from western Iowa into southern Minnesota there. Yeah, a lot of instability. Is ready to go. 7 lapse rates now developing near where these storms are right now. Look at the mixed layer. Yeah. Let me see if we have any NWS soundings. Any new soundings to look at, because this will give us like an actual like understanding of what the little environment is looking like if that'll load. I thank you, Wendy, for the 50. I appreciate that. That's a lot of money. You just added to the total there. Thanks. I don't know to be happy or sad. Weird feeling. Let's see. Did they load? They did. Yeah, our latest soundings have come out, but that's at 12Z. We don't have any new soundings since then, so not really going to be helpful there. Let's see where our lower level winds are at, which will be one of the main things we monitor for how much spin that we have. So yeah, these storms are still at about 35 knots of shear. They're about to enter into 40 knots of shear here in the next little bit. I really want to see what our capping inversion is doing it out there, and also how our dry air is doing as well. Little update here on our severe thunderstorm warning, though. Wow, they've upgraded this to 2-inch hail, and that's going to be over I-90. Eventually going to be pushing into Laverne, Minnesota. So if you live near Laverne, watch out. This storm has got 2-inch hail on it. It seems like this one's making a go at it, at maturity. And we have storms firing as far south as Canton at this moment. Canton there, and I think that's officially in South Dakota. Also, lots of thunderstorms spreading off to the north near Benson, Montevideo, and Granite Falls. Not seeing any rotation on those, mainly just some lightning and heavy rain, maybe some small hail up there. Predator's in the area. No way. Predator never chases. Outside of I guess he does chase these bigger events in other areas. So I guess that makes sense actually. Brett Adair is out there. Where's he at? We can use Brett. Put him here. Oh, maybe he's not out there. He was out there. Oh, there he is. It's just not showing up. He just has some iffy service, but there's Brett Adair. He's out there. Where is Brett Adair though? Where did Brett Adair at? He is Yeah, he's in like central Iowa. Let's check on Storm Owner Media, see where they are currently. Make sure they're current. Yeah, they're over there near Orange City. Our Storm Chase, our Storm Owner Media is getting close. Thank you for all this in St. Joseph, Minnesota, here by St. Cloud, and we are watching the skies. Good. We're watching them too. We are keeping an eye on it. We already got some storms trying to, do the severe weather dance. Not really sure if they're going to start trying to do the tornado dance, though. And is our question: are these storms going to be mature enough to tap into that shear environment? And it seems like they might eventually get there. We will see. Do I think Omaha / Blair, Nebraska are in the clear this time? It's going to be hit or miss. And that's pretty much all I'll say. Latest model runs are indicating, I think, more of a miss. Yeah, they're indicating more of a miss right now, but as soon as that dry line moves off to your east, you're going to be pretty much done for the day. And I think it's pretty close to doing that. And I think the dry line extends kind of like down like this right now. So you still got a couple of hours where we can still got to watch like over here near Columbus or York for initiation. But most of the models don't have this convecting that far into Nebraska, if at all. PA Storm Trackers is also live. Oh, that's great. I like it when all the Storm Chasers go live early. Let's get them set up. I have a full roster today of Storm Chasers. Maybe too many. We'll put them here as usual. I think the only person that hasn't gone live is Pagey Tornado. Oh yeah, and these are just the Storm Chasers that we work with. We also are going to have a whole nother 6 ready to go just in case we need storm chasing views away from this. Wait, are they really in Vernon, Texas? I think they're. Oh, that's good. That's actually really good. They sent me a message. Yeah, they'll be tracking these storms in Texas today, so that's great. I'm glad they're in another spot other than our other storm chasers. Or rubber ducks, yeah, that's their little rubber duckies they keep with them. They've seen some things. All right, latest scan on our severe thunderstorm warned storm here in Laverne, Minnesota. Looks like these storms are still struggling to rotate. Check this one up a little bit further up to the north. Maybe some broad rotation over here near Woodstock. But they are still not that mature yet. If they're extending this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east, that is going to be for golf ball sized hail and wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. That's going to be heading towards Leota, Lismore, and Wilmot here into parts of Minnesota. Show the temp overlay. You guys want to see the temperatures? All right. Here's the temps. You can see it's 66 degrees for most of Minnesota, 72 down there in the south. Over here in Iowa, we're talking about 70s to 80s with dew points in the 65s to 60s. So the dew points are there and ready to go for today's severe weather event. Also getting up into the 60s and 70s. Far north is Wisconsin. 70s and 80s in Illinois. You guys are baking out there. No, I'm in Central. I'm in Central time. Into meteorology, but do you think Danvers might get a severe storm. I don't know what state that's in. If you could clarify. Does it hit Austin, New Mexico? Let me check. Austin, Minnesota. I don't know. As you can tell, I do suffer from a little bit of what's it called? Dyslexia. Yeah, over here near Austin, Minnesota. Yeah, looks like you guys are in that dangerous risk for severe weather. And then, yeah, tornadoes, potentially strong tornadoes will be possible by around 5 through 9 p.m. So I'd be super weather aware. Pretty decent chance if these storms do fire and mature like this going into Austin, Minnesota. It's going to be a dangerous day for you guys out there. Hey, thank you, Wendy, for another $10. She says, oops, sorry, accidentally donated. Yeah, today's the only day you're going to have to apologize when you donate to my stream. Am I covering upstate severe weather event? Yeah. Yeah, we'll be covering today and tomorrow. The latest information is that an enhanced severe weather risk up here in the New York area is going to be for Buffalo, Jamestown, Olean, Elmira, Ithaca, Cortland, Auburn, Syracuse, and Oswego. So it's going to have to be weather aware tomorrow as well. We'll be covering it. Evan, why? Why what? You questioning my judgment on my super chat goals? Because that's fair. I'm questioning it too. Tomorrow shall be interesting. It should be, yeah. Kind of a severe weather risk. I mean, both of these severe weather risks are kind of in areas that you really wouldn't expect it for April. So it is pretty interesting. Yeah, we don't work with Reed. So that's not very helpful. Wonder if is Paigey live yet? She's the only one that hasn't gone live. Unless she is live. Yeah, she's not going live until about 3 p.m., which is not a bad time. Central Minnesota here. Well, welcome. We've got you covered today. Just keep us up on a TV and we'll be here all day. For everybody. Okay, yeah, that is not helpful, dude. He still didn't answer you. What did you ask? There's a lot of people chatting. Oh, why do you have to apologize for donating? Because we have a super chat goal that if we hit $1,000 by the end of this stream, I will be getting a tornado tramp stamp. It's what we have to do to keep up with these other guys. Being able to afford storm chasers for today. We're probably going to need as many views of the storms as we can get to, because, scientifically speaking, it is very helpful for people to actually see the storm and the tornado itself and what is happening inside of the storm to get a better understanding of whether or not sometimes there's even a tornado on the ground or not. Sometimes the chasers will catch it before the tornado comes down. So, but yeah, if we reach that goal, I'm going to have to get a tornado tramp stamp. So that's why you have to apologize. Because literally yesterday I thought, okay, yeah, that's stupid. We're not going to get $1,000 in donations, but we're already halfway there. So I'm a little bit scared. Not going to lie. We're more than halfway there. We're like almost 60% there. Here's the latest view from Storm Hunter Media. And as you can see on the left side of the screen, we are actually seeing the cloud tops. Let me turn on my video capture device. Over here in this region, that's those cloud tops from that severe storm over there. Thank you, Path, man, for the 20. You're sorry. Yeah, okay. I take your apology and raise you up. Never mind. Thank you for apologizing. Respect the polygon. Jeez Louise. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't become a trend that you guys continue to ask for. Whoa. All right, this storm is looking a little bit interesting here, folks. Starting to get a little bit of an RFD push, it seems here, south of Laverne. Looks like this storm is trying to mature a little bit early. That might be our first mesocyclone of the day, with our first chance for a tornado. And thank you, Earl Lewis, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Welcome. You're in Forest City, Iowa, and live in a trailer. Should you be worried? Yeah. I mean, if you live anywhere in Iowa in a trailer, should be worried whenever. Let me see where Forest City is. Let me see where you are, though. Yeah, you're up here in the north. Yeah, I'd be pretty weather aware. You are in that moderate risk. I would find another place to be, or at least find a tornado shelter nearby. Let me get a map of tornado shelters for Iowa. Thank you, Don, for the. Oh gosh, you scared me. Thankfully, that is another currency. I thought you just donated $100. That's around $10, it seems. So thank you for that donation, but you scared me. Oh my goodness. All right, here's a tornado shelter. There's actually a tornado shelter kind of close to you there in Forest City. Here's the map if you want to look it up. There. Yeah, there's one. There's one over there near Buffalo Center. It's the Winnebago County, Iowa tornado shelter near Buffalo Center. So, I would have plans in place. It looks like it'll probably take you about 20 minutes to get there. So, if you start seeing like storms back over here that are like starting to become tornado warned, I would just go ahead and go there and wait there. There's also actually there's one a little bit closer to you in Clear Lake as well. The map is in the chat. I put those addresses in your map or in your notes just so you have them ready to go. But if you live in a trailer in Forest City, I would definitely not try to take these storms on in your trailer, because it's actually more dangerous to be in a trailer than it is if you're just standing out in the middle of a field. Okay, guys, please stop spamming in chat on other streamers going live. I would appreciate that. And thank you, Maria, for the 65 and SEK money. I don't know what currency that is, but I appreciate it. And thanks, Loves, for the 10 as well. SEK, what is that? What kind of currency is that? Let me see. SEK currency. That is Swedish. Swedish money. Nice. Thank you, BCE, for the tramp stamp. Thank you. Well, live stream, that'll be a members only live stream for the tattoo actually getting done. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like that little area, that little RFD push kind of fell apart there, thankfully. But we are still talking about golf ball sized hail with this storm right now near Leota and Lismore here in Minnesota. And if we kind of zoom out, you can also see that we're also having some thunderstorm activity up here near Benson, Glenwood, Bruton, Belgrade, New London, Kirkhoven. Well, the good news is if you do want to become a member, it's only $1. Struggling to keep up with the converting currency, adding it up. You don't have to do that. YouTube does it automatically. On YouTube, it is we are sitting at $457. And let me check just to make sure we haven't gotten any more Venmos. And no more Venmos or Cash Apps. So we are sitting at, we're getting pretty darn close. My goodness. 457. Yeah, we're at 618. Oh my gosh. We're 61% of the way there. My goodness. Y'all are going crazy. Thank you, Jen, for the 2. Any update on the Twin Cities metro area for tonight? That's like over here, right near Minneapolis. Let me see where Twin Cities is. Is that like an actual city? Twin Cities? No. I don't know. I'm not familiar where the Twin Cities are. No, as soon as we get to $999, I'm ending the stream. I'm just kidding. Imagine. Y'all be so mad. What is that? Just had to double check. A little suspicious. 60% there already. Yeah. This is the Twin Cities area. That's what I thought, but I was just making sure. Yeah, I mean, once these storms start to mature, Twin Cities will definitely be in a tornado threat today. So if you live in Minneapolis, Brooklyn Park, Coon Rapids, and Andover, definitely need to be weather aware as the storms come through. Strong tornadoes, potentially long track tornadoes are going to be possible. Large to very large hail in the Minneapolis area as well. Thank you, Counts, for the 10. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Take a look at now. No, I mean, I think we're really starting to get into coverage here. So, guys, it does seem like this storm is now getting an RFD push as well, and we might be pretty close here to our first tornado warning of the day. As this storm is maturing and it's tapping into that shear environment, it really shouldn't be long until it tries to do something. Looks like storm under media froze here. Let me make sure we've got them up and current. They are now in Sheldon, Iowa. Let me see if I don't think many of these chasers are in the right area for these initial storms. I just want to check some of our other ones. And there is one person nearby the storm, and that is Chelsea Dahlman. So if it does do something, we'll use Chelsea's stream. Freddie, I think, is still traveling to the location, and Tim is near St. Paul, I think. Minneapolis. I don't know why I say Minneapolis, but that's just what I say. I'm gonna make sure all my all the people streaming are current here because we got to do that a couple times at the beginning. Pagey's still not live. Then we got Carmen, who is current, heading towards somewhere. He's pretty close to this storm. It wouldn't surprise me if he actually got up to it in time. We'll see. I think we can switch over to here now, though. We'll wait. Thank you, Carl, for the 5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. We're now at 165. Venmo and Cash App. What does the SRH look like? Let's check it out. Could be pretty elevated already. Let me check. There. I mean, we're sitting around 100 to 200 right now. So these storms really haven't moved into the most dangerous environment for today yet, but tornado cannot be ruled out here initially, as we do have some areas of rotation developing on that storm as it moves into Kenneth. And again, there's golf ball sized hail in this storm about to move into the Kenneth, Minnesota area. Did I read your note on that last tenant on that last one? No, I did not. Let me read it. The explanation needs to be recorded so we can see the reaction for what you're asking for. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. I still don't think we're gonna get there. I'm gonna be honest. 'Cause our viewership's about to drop to like probably like 600, probably within the next 30 minutes. Magnolia might get extended in the warning. Let me see. Where's Magnolia? Seeing Magnolia must be a smaller city. Not for this warning, but would not rule out some warnings. Like for this storm here, this one could get a severe thunderstorm warning. That could also be a storm that we need to monitor later on. I do not stream on Twitch, just on YouTube. Thank you, Wendy, for the 50. And Wendy is like the most motivated out of all of y'all. Thank you so much, I guess. Wendy. Oh, look at this. We got a view of the cloud tops there of that one storm. Look at that. Let's listen in, see if they're saying anything.
Today, if we can have storms remain discreet, I see no reason to hold back strong tornadoes.
Clouds are moving. Yeah, that's that lower level jet. They'll be moving faster later on today.
Yeah, that thing with the ducks you made yesterday.
Exeter, we can maybe do that as a goal or one of the streams. Has there been a tornado yet? Nope. We're just at the very beginning of our tornado threat. We've been monitoring. Looks like we're getting a nice little clean here. We've been monitoring this storm. Let me mute these guys real quick. We've been monitoring this storm here for the past about 30 minutes to see if it's going to do anything. Looks like that little RFD surge kind of fell apart. So these storms are still technically struggling to tap into that shear environment still. Before driving through a storm. Yeah. Yeah, there's stuff like the little bug guts, they get like baked onto the windshield and, you know, just windshield wipers and stuff like that. That doesn't get rid of everything on a windshield. How dangerous in the area of Winona? I haven't really talked about Winona in a while. Yeah, it's going to be hit or miss. These storms are either going to be dying as they get to you, or there will be a QLCS strong tornado threat, or maybe some more discrete cells could be possible. So definitely would be weather aware, but it's not going to be a while. It'll be late night. It'll be later tonight for sure. But thank you, Mallory, for that $20 donation, I guess. Getting too dang close. And thank you, Earl, for gifting 5 memberships. Yeah, these storms are kind of struggling a little bit. I mean, they still got some pretty large hail on it. Do you see they're struggling to get tall enough to really tap into the shear environment? I am curious. Can we see the echo tops? I mean, this thing is got 50,000 foot cloud tops. It should be tapping into that storm or that environment. No issue. But it's not a very strong environment yet. I mean, we're still only talking about 35 knots of shear around this storm. So the wind shear is not as strong as it's going to be later. So that might be one of the things that's holding this storm back in terms of tornado potential. What time do I think these storms could hit Black Earth? Don't know where that is. Got to give me a state. Are there any discrete cells yet? Yeah, this one over here is like it's kind of discrete at the moment. It hasn't really matured yet. This one is semi-discrete. It does have some storms to its south, and it is kind of part of a line, but it is semi-discrete. Yeah, Minneapolis is gonna have to be weather aware tonight for the Minneapolis area. Could have some storms come through by around like 4 to 5 p.m. Gonna be hit or miss. They'll either come into your south or they'll go just right over you. So definitely need to be aware for that strong tornado threat. It's definitely possible, and some large to very large hail is certainly going to be possible up there as well. How do y'all say Minneapolis? The way that I like to say it is Minneapolis, because then it sounds like you guys got no apples. Okay, so that's how you guys already say it. Perfect. Minneapolis. Yeah, before it was called Mini. Before the Apple famine hit this area, and then they ended up changing they ended up changing their name to Minneapolis after they ran out of apples. Legend has it there hasn't been apples in Minneapolis for a very long time. And we also got our Minnesota cursor ready for today. As you can see, we zoom in on this storm. You can see that that hail is over here, or the ice that would technically fall into our Minnesota here is moving into Leota and Lismore. I remember watching down here for a mesocyclone to develop. And yeah, the reason why they call Minnesota, not sure if you guys know this or not, but it's because their entire economy only sells mini sodas. Like if you go to the store, like say you're in Iowa and you go to the store and you see those really small Coke cans, that comes out of Minnesota. They don't sell anything. They don't sell cars, clothes, fruits, vegetables. They only sell those mini sodas. That's why they call it mini soda. That's the two things everybody knows about Minnesota. Over here in Minneapolis, they have no apples and they only sell mini sodas. That's their entire economy. Now you know. All right, latest scan out here. Still seeing a decent little RFD push here, but it hasn't really amounted too much yet. Yeah, this is a great reminder, folks, to put me on your TV. This stream is optimized for your television. If you want the full storm coverage experience, it's best to put the stream onto your TV and just leave it up all day. That's the best way. Just have me in the background. You can mute me. You can unmute me. You can throw a mini soda at me if you are frustrated with anything that I say. And yeah, TVs are the way to go for severe thunderstorm coverage because you just have it on in the background all day long. And if you see any alerts or hear any alerts, you can turn up the volume or whatever. Kansas is pretty conditional today. You guys are either going to see nothing or maybe some initiation, but no models are really pointing out much happening in Kansas. Might get some initiation though, like in northeastern Kansas. That's kind of where I'm hyper focused on for the highest storm threat for Kansas. Pretty conditional day for the rest of Kansas though. I appreciate that, Hannah. north central Missouri QLCS threat. Yeah. Like up here into like parts of Trenton. Yeah. Some of our models are indicating some potential there for northern Missouri. Probably by around, or north central Missouri, probably around like 8 to 9 p.m. Up there. And those storms will have that strong tornado potential with them. So I would definitely be weather aware up there. But that, again, is dependent on these storms firing over here, which, a lot of our models are saying is pretty possible. I will be. I will continue to be me. I'll never change, I promise. Although I might get a tramp stamp soon. That part of me will change forever. If you guys hit the goal. Minnesota means sky-colored water in the Dakota native language. I did not know that. That's probably what they use to make the mini sodas, is the sky-colored water. It's all making sense now. It'll never be the same. Yeah, I'll instantly turn into a bad um uh, what I can't say it, but you guys know what I'm saying. As soon as I get the tattoo, I'll come back and be like, "What's going on, guys? It's me, Evan Freiberger, with a really deep voice. I get a tattoo now, so I'm a big boy. Got my big boy pants on. Also, just bought a Harley Davidson motorcycle, so we're not going to be streaming anymore. We're going to be storm chasing and on a motorcycle." That is exactly what's going to happen. Any soda tramp stamp? uh yeah, you guys are, this is a bad idea. If we enable the tornado tramp stamp, are you guys just going to start using my body as a canvas and beg me every stream for a new thing? Maybe this isn't a great idea. All right, latest scans for our severe thunderstorm warning. We still have golf ball sized hail potential in this thing. Over here near Lismore, you can see we do have an area right here where there is some hail falling out of the sky near Leota and Lismore. That'll be coming over 91 here shortly and getting pretty close to St. Killen over here into southwestern Minnesota. So know your name tattoo? No. We'll do this. Anybody that donates 100,000 to the stream can get their name tattooed on me. Never mind. No, I take that back. There's probably some folks in here that are rich, and I do not want some random person's name. I have to explain that to every girl I date. Why are there 15 girls' names on the back of your back? It's just my super chatters, I swear. It's not what it looks like. Being a dangerous game, I know. All right, let's go. We just got a new update on our singular severe thunderstorm warning here. Looks like it is now still at 1.75 inches. So that's still golf ball size hail. Nothing's really changed too much yet. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I need to set something up really quick. That. Actually, move this over here. I want to make sure I have my warnings close to my radar. I can see them. Graphics, there it is. Website. Go. Test to make sure it's lined up. Right, there we go. Okay. South of Twin Cities checking in. Welcome, welcome. Our severe threat is just getting started. It's not going to be until a little bit later. If you live south of the Twin Cities, I would certainly be ready, weather aware and ready to go, because the storms are firing up here, and really just depends on how these storms kind of battle. We got two things to watch out for these storms: dry air entrainment from our dry line on the backside, and then also our capping inversion that should be out in this area. So still monitoring those things progressively here as we move on. Let me see if we've gotten any more soundings out of the area, see if we got any more info to report on our environment. Should be getting one eventually. Wouldn't be surprised if we got some special sounding out of the area. I really want to turn off that alert sound. Actually, we'll keep it on, as long as it's not too loud. What did y'all think about that alert? What do y'all think about this alert sound? Is that annoying? Windy! It's not fair. Thank you, Wendy, for the $50 donation. You do one more, I'm gonna start making. I don't know. You are like, you are definitely you're definitely carrying the entire chat. Maybe you should let somebody else donate. Oh my goodness. And thank you, Janie, or Janie, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you, thank you. All right. Is anybody near this storm yet? Is anybody actually trying to intercept this storm in Minnesota, or are they all just staying? In Iowa. Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the southern moat. Okay, looks like Storm Intermedia's screen is frozen yet again. Still don't know what causes that. It is still a mystery. They are near Sheldon, Iowa right now, and it seems like they're going east. Why does it have to be a tramp stamp? Because it not only hides it from me, but also from everybody else. Is anything overperforming? Not really. No. We're still kind of on track on our latest model runs. I'm trying to see if we can get a view of this storm. You can see the cloud tops from afar, but I don't think any of our chasers are actually going to go for this storm earlier on. See where Carmen is. He is also in what appears to be out in front of the storm land. Yeah, the only thing that I want to make sure is that the tornado design. Oh my gosh, Lynx. Lynx is getting credit card debt as we speak. That's on you. I didn't ask for this. But thank you for the $40 donation. Jeez Louise. We're getting too dang close. The stream's barely begun. Maybe tornado warnings would distract you guys from this. That's only for part one, Blondie. The goal is $1,000, which we were getting pretty dang close to. But the super chat goal is just like a reminder. It's a little bit of help. I've given you guys a little bit of help. Now, latest scan on this storm, some broad circulation still exists with it north of Wilmot. Buffalo, Minnesota. Well, if I talk about your area, will you donate? Because that's going to motivate me not to. I'm going to be honest. All right, latest scan. Looks like that RFD is getting a little bit stronger still. Got to watch this northern side for some stronger rotation to develop. It does seem like this storm might be attempting the beginning of tornado genesis again, but last time it tried, it didn't really do much. So we'll see. Need a nap? Go take one. Probably take an hour nap and get away with it. I'm gonna be that dad with the corniest of dad jokes. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's definitely my. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean you're speaking facts there. I think RFD might be just too strong at the moment. Depends. Depends on if it's slinging out some cooler air or not out front of that inflow. These storms are kind of clustered here, so we'll see. There's the two things or three things. One that we're watching is storm mode. That's number one. Two is dry air entrainment. So dry air from the backside kind of drying up our storms. And three is our capping inversion. Oh, we did get a special sounding. Well, that's not helpful. Wait, never mind. So it appears like, at least in Omaha, we still have a capping inversion in place. Actually, not much of a capping inversion. Definitely an EML and some dryness aloft, though. 6.75 lapse rates, not bad. Wind shear a little bit on the weak side down there, around 35 knots. In the lower levels, SRH kind of low. So at least near the Omaha area, it is not looking primed for tornadic activity or storm initiation yet. Capping inversion is essentially, so this green line is our moisture and the red line is our temperatures, right? So, 78 degrees at the surface, you go up, it cools, but then as you get up to about, 825 millibars in the atmosphere, we start to see that. So as you go higher up in the atmosphere, we start to see that warm up suddenly and also dry out suddenly. And that keeps storms from being able to initiate or mature. Akron, Ohio is going to be tomorrow. You see if you guys are. Yeah, you guys are in the enhanced risk. Your main risk is going to be damaging winds and large hail in a smaller tornado threat. Pretty conditional tornado threat over there. Yeah, no storm for you is pretty much what the cat means. Yeah. Yeah, latest scan here, still seeing some rotation here. Still not strong enough, in my opinion, to prompt a tornado warning. But sometimes in these kind of environments, they do issue the tornado warnings a little bit earlier than they would. Do I think Neola, Iowa is going to get anything? Let me see where Neola is. I think Neola might be in one of those those weird spots. Yeah. Yeah, Neola is going to be pretty hit or miss. You're around near the Omaha area. There should technically be storms that fire eventually back down. And here, those are going to come close to you. And then you're going to have storms initiate on this dry line. And those might come close to you. But most models are saying a big old goose egg out there. But I would be prepared because if storms do fire, they will be in a dangerous environment. Thank you for being live today. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh, you missed it due to your internet cutting out? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hey, thank you, Hannah, for being a member for over a year. Thank you so much. How's Wolf City looking today? Let me check. I think you guys are like, yeah, you're literally on the edge of the severe and the general thunderstorm risk. So I wouldn't really be too concerned about today. And day 2, you were outside of the risk as well. So it looks like you're dodging bullets there in Wolf City. Pulling Keanu Reeves down there. What time for Akron? Let me see. You got a golf outing. I understand. I get it. I just know the forecast can change as we get closer, but let's see. It's like rain should hold off until about 2 p.m. for Akron. Could have some brief little showers though, so you're going to be dodging rain. But you should be pretty good to go till about 1 to 2 p.m. So hopefully you got an early tea time. I posted it on my X account if you missed it. Ian. Is the tornado going to go into Austin? I have no idea. It's possible. There will be a tornadic environment near you. All right, latest scan here with our storm. Our hail has now moved off to the east a little bit more and is coming pretty close to Iona and Wilmot here in Minnesota. Again, we're still talking about that potential for some golf ball sized hail. And our latest velocity scans still showing some very weak rotation on this storm, mainly just a damaging wind threat here on the southern side of it. Check back in with our chasers. Storm chaser Brett Adair, where's he at? Where's the old Brett Skis at? Yeah, he's still out over here. He's waiting for the storms. Because, I mean, the best thing to do if you're a storm chaser is just get ready for the strongest shear environment with the storms itself. Because I think storm chasers try to be on the biggest storm of the day. That's kind of their goal most of the time. Storm Runner Media is out there watching the windmills turn. Seems windy. Are they driving?
You're surprised what? That we came up here?
Looks like they might be allowing this severe thunderstorm warning to expire. Is that true? Storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an imminent threat to life or property. So yeah, they've allowed this our only severe thunderstorm warning to expire, which is an indication that our storms are still struggling. Let me see if Paige Easy is live yet. Actually, never mind. We'll wait. I think she goes live at 3 p.m. And Carmen is still out there in the clear air. Will this storm get worse? Depends. Again, we have a lot of models that say these storms never really become too tornadic. And some models that say they're all going to become tornadic. So questions still exist for today. And the main thing that we're monitoring here is just how fast these storms can mature. To be fair, the HRRR did say these storms wouldn't do much until it gets over here near like the Mankato, east of Wilmer area. So still kind of not really sure. But, I just saw someone in chat say it's a good thing that the storms are struggling. And I agree, obviously, but also that's what the HRRR said would happen here initially. And it seems like that storm briefly tried to challenge the capping inversion and has failed. I wonder, though, if they might issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on it, maybe. Goes live at 1 p.m. It's already 12:15. Last time I checked, it said 3 p.m. Yeah, it's still at 3 p.m. Not allowed to hit Fairbolt. Okay. I'll make sure I try to text Mother Nature and let her know. If I don't want to get this, see the Furball Farm Cat Sanctuary get affected. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Terry Graves is here. Uh-oh, we might be cooked. She hasn't been here this entire time. I didn't even realize that. Oh no. Oh, it's we might be cooked. No, we're almost at $800. We are almost at 800. So we got 160. Just threw my phone around a bunch of times. Yeah, we got 165 on Venmo and Cash App and 622 super chats. Just two more. No, that it's the goal is $1,000 for the tattoo, of course. But this is just like a partial goal, just as a reminder. The goal's kind of irrelevant. Like the amount of super chats. It's mainly just the amount that will cross the threshold for the tornado tramp stamp. So we technically have, let me just do the math. Yeah, we're at $787. So about $213 left to go. Wondering about Emmitsburg. Let me see. Emmitsburg. Yeah, it's going to be hit or miss. These storms will either mature before they get to you and be a tornado threat, or they'll just hit you as a little line of weak rain. Hey, Lisa, you're in. Oh, geez. No. You should be out. It's okay. It's okay if you go away. Also, a little area of rotation is developing in this storm near Amoret, Minnesota. How's Topeka, Kansas looking? Topeka, Kansas. Thank you for the $1.99, by the way. Let me look up Topeka for you. Topeka, Kansas. Oh boy, there she goes. Yeah, Topeka, Kansas is a pretty conditional threat. Could have storms fire up over here probably within the next. Let me check our latest models on Topeka. Go to the 17Z models. Let's see what they say. Okay, for some reason that's not working anymore. Oh wow, the 18Z is actually loading in. What does it say? Yeah, Topeka, Kansas is going to be real close. If this storm really does fire and go into the Topeka area, that will be a strong tornado risk there. Probably around like 2 to 8. Not 2, sorry. 7 to about 9 p.m. You need to be watching out for some storms. It looks like the 18Z HRRR dropped these storms here in central Iowa. But still has these storms up here near Rochester and Eau Claire. These ones eventually do mature. And it looks like these storms are going to be our strongest storms of the day, unless these storms down in Iowa can get their act together. But also back over here near Topeka and St. Joseph, these ones could be pretty tornadic as well. And then back over here near Altus and Vernon, those also could be pretty tornadic too, as SRH will be pretty elevated out here as well. So definitely cannot fully rule out a strong tornado risk here near the Texas-Oklahoma border going into about 9 p.m. Thank you, Logan, for the 5. I appreciate that. How's Duluth looking north of Minneapolis? Looks like your main threat, according to the HRRR here, is going to be some cells there near St. Cloud. But they should die off by the time they get north of Minneapolis. So it's going to be hit or miss, depending on if this model is right or not. But a strong tornado threat will exist with these storms if they can stay mature as they move through. But it might be more of a more briefer tornadoes. Wow, we really don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I doubt that'll last very long. I honestly don't think. Let me see how much the winds here. I mean, we might have some severe winds on the south side of this, not heading to Fulda. And then this little storm over here is developing now what appears to be some tighter circulation. They're near Lucan. Let me check what that looks like from another radar. Yeah, not as dangerous from that radar. Unfortunately, that storm is in quite the radar hole right now, but decent little area of some circulation here south of Milroy. And that storm's more discreet over there south and east of Marshall, so definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado threat with that. Thank you, Nate, for the 5. How will Stevens Point and Plover, Wisconsin look like? Let me see. Plover, Wisconsin. Oh, yeah, you guys actually got some storms nearby you right now. This will be the first round of it. This won't be your main severe weather risk for today. Your main risk will come from that line of storms that comes out of the Minnesota area later on tonight. There's mainly going to be an overnight threat there. So, and strong tornadoes will be possible. If this line can get started, I think our highest threat for tornadoes is going to be associated with that line of storms. Moving into Minnesota, and it looks like Iowa is pretty darn conditional. Also, maybe a little bit of a prefrontal storm trying to get started over here near Lamar's, Remison, and Marcus. Heavy snow in Montana? Really? Oh, yeah, there is a little winter storm alert out over in here. Snow is still happening in the United States, apparently. Enjoy it. I'm done with the snow. I don't even want to hear the word. So what's left? Oh my goodness. Yeah, about $161 it appears. Let me just make sure we haven't gotten any Venmos or Cash Apps. Yeah. $161 to go. So we hit our goal. Yay. You got to see. Well, we'll show it off once it's there, but if you're a member, we'll be doing that through a members only stream whenever we get free time again. Yeah, latest scan on this storm that is not severe warned anymore. Looks like that rotation is still staying relatively broad as this moves up to the north and east. And let's go check back over through this radar. Yeah, still a little splotch there of some rotation. No, Terry. That's why she asked with the. We haven't even gotten halfway through the stream yet. I don't even want to announce it. As soon as that happened, the chat glitched out. Hold on, let me fix the chat and we'll announce it. Not crying. You're crying. Man, I vastly underestimated the power of chat. Let me add everything up. Oh my goodness. Y'all suck. That's the total. Terry just came in with a $161 donation on Venmo. That's why I was so sad that Terry showed up. I was hoping she wouldn't get a notification. I really oh my gosh, I vastly underestimated you guys. I really thought that it wasn't like that. Y'all wouldn't even get close. By the end of the stream, we are literally only 2 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. Jeez Louise. Well, I guess we'll I guess that's it. It's happening. Yay. That's how I feel right now on the inside. You played yourself. I guess I did. Ping pong ball sized hail is possible over here near Fulda and Dundee. Watch out. Ping pong ball sized hail is coming. Mesoscale discussion is nuts. All right, let me read that. It appears we have a new mesoscale discussion. Underestimate. Yeah, I guess I'm not gonna freaking underestimate you guys ever again. Our next, if we ever do anything this crazy again, actually, you guys might have messed yourself up. Might have just spent your life savings just for a tattoo. Maybe there's gonna be a cooler challenge later on, and you're gonna have no money left. Maybe you messed up. You guys messed up, not me. High risk of a tramp stamp. Yeah, it seems so. But here we go. So severe thunderstorm potential will increase this afternoon through late afternoon. Very large hail, tornadoes, and damaging wind gusts are expected. And yeah, those peak tornado intensities are pretty high here. 140 to 170 mile per hour winds, 2 to 3.5 inch hail, and 65 to 80 mile per hour winds are going to be possible. Greatest strong tornado potential is going to be up there into northern Iowa and southern Minnesota. Let's see if they have a little discussion on this. They say severe thunderstorm potential will increase line of convection along the surface front across Southwest Minnesota into northwest Iowa will continue to shift east/northeast this afternoon. Ahead of this convection, the downstream air mass across central and southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, western Wisconsin continues to moisten and destabilize. Our surface dew points have increased, moistened, and destabilized. Surface dew points have increased into the low mid 60s as far north as Minneapolis metro area, with the upper 50s to near 60s. North and east continued northward moisture transport on a 50-knot low-level jet should continue to aid further destabilization over the next few hours as large-scale ascent overspreads the region. VWP is already showing impressive vertical shear favorable for supercells in large curved low-level photographs amid the strengthening low-level jet is aiding in the CI or in the SRH as weak MLCIN continues to erode. Convection moving into this environment is likely to become better organized. Tornado watch will likely be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours for this area, and it very well could be a PDS tornado watch. Wow, and right as they issue that mesoscale discussion, our rotation on our northern storm is really starting to get started. Still a little bit on the weaker side, but we're definitely getting a strong RFD push on this storm as that pushes off towards the east, south of Westbrook near Storden. What is Storm Hunter Media looking at? Storm Hunter Media has got a storm. Our first look at a storm of today is what appears to be prefrontal storms near Remsen and Marcus. That's right. Where are they? Primgar. Where's Primgar? Oh yeah. So yeah, they're looking at they're looking at prefrontal cells right now. Nope. We hit the goal. All thanks mainly to Wendy and Terry. But everybody else donated and contributed to my pain. If we reach 2,000, will we get 2 tramp stamps? No. No. I've learned my lesson. Next big goal like that is going to be like 2,000 to 5,000. We are never doing another $1,000 goal again. But thank you, Wendy, for the $10 donation. Wish you could have Freiburger merch. Well, you'll have to settle for a tornado tramp stamp. All right, latest scan on our storm here, south and west of Westbrook. Still some decent little circulation here. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning soon on this storm, to be honest. Donations go towards the tattoo. No, the donations are going to pay storm chasers for today, and because we'll probably be using a couple of storm chasers outside of our main network, and it'll also be used to pay the storm chasers that we are currently using. Yeah, the tattoo removal fund. Yeah, that'll be the next goal. 2,000, add a cow flying by in the tornado. No. We've already gone too far. We've already gone too far with it, guys. Although that is a great idea. 1 tattoo per tornado outbreak. Bro, I will have so many I'll have so many tattoos. No. This tattoo thing is not about to become a thing. This is a one-time deal. I think the next big there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here near Westbrook, Stoughton, and Jeffers. You guys need to be going into your safe spots here. We've got a tornado warning for your area because we do have a decent area of rotation. It's not super tight rotation, but it is trying to tighten up here, right there in that area. South and west of Westbrook does not appear to be on the ground at this moment. Let me just double check to make sure we haven't gotten any on the ground reports yet. Yeah, not yet. Also, some penny-sized hail cannot be ruled out on this storm either. Well, the storms have broken the cap. I would say so, especially up here. Also, a little bit concerning as well, as we're starting to see some storms fire out over here, out in front of our line, which these ones might have a little bit of a higher chance of being discrete. And that is the storms that we are watching here on Storm Runner Media's feed. It's these kind of prefrontal storms. Road cams, yeah, we don't have any road cams near this tornado warning at the moment, I don't think. Check to see if we have that. Yeah, I mean, we have some picture cameras. I think we have some picture cameras like out over here. Where's Worthington? Oh, there's Worthington. So north of Worthington. Yeah, I mean, the closest picture camera is like out over here near Birmingham or Bingham Lake. No, near Jeffers. And you can kind of see something back in there. We might be able to get a picture of the storm, but I don't think we have any storm chasers this far north, unless that's where Pagey Tornado is going, which it could be. Also, we have Carmen kind of in route here. Got a new update. Wow. Got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me go over it. It looks like they have upgraded this now to Hennig sized hail. That's going to be for Dundee, Wyndham as well. Here in Minnesota. Like the new observed soundings. Do we got new ones? No, the only one that we have is out of Omaha. But we've already checked that one. Let me see if Pagey has gone live yet. They go live in 20 minutes. I'm gonna get a moment. Any chance you could give a possible time frame for the Twin Cities area? I think the Twin Cities is going to be around 4 to 5 p.m. As these storms are moving pretty quickly. So I would say like anywhere between like 4 and 8. Let's see how fast these are moving right now. They are moving to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. So they definitely got some pretty quick speed to them. All right, latest scan for this storm. Still some broad area of circulation. It hasn't really tightened up just yet. Still not seeing a debris ball, but still a pretty strong RFD surge here. So we do have to watch that northern portion of that surge as it heads into Stoughton and Jeffers. And then again, on our severe thunderstorm warning here to the south, we're talking about hen egg-sized hail being possible. Yeah, the tattoo has been achieved, unfortunately. We were $161 away, and then Terry came in here and ruined it by giving us his $161 Venmo. So we hit it really fast. But I will say, I think the next goal is going to involve hair for like the next tornado outbreak. We'll do like a $2,000 goal, and we'll go all the way to bald. It'll be so sad. No bald. Oh my gosh. Y'all are taking big issue with that. All right, maybe not bald. We'll think of something. All right, latest scan here has come in. Still some broad circulation heading towards the Storden area. Not a whole lot has changed there. Not seeing much of an escalation there. Still just some pretty darn strong winds on the southern side of this. And potentially, some tornado potential is still possible with this storm. Grow a beard. Unfortunately, there's no amount of donations that can make that happen. It is apparently physically impossible for me to grow a beard. Your bald head? No, we're not doing all that. All right. Latest scan here. It looks like we're getting in like a weird radar zone, unfortunately. It's like cutting off part of our data, but we can still see that we do. Nothing's really changed. Still broad circulation on that guy. All right, let me just go through all my chasers here just to see where everybody's at. All right, so Brett Adair is still off to the east here, and I don't think that's going to change much. Storm Intermedia is still on these storms near Primger. Again, these are more prefrontal storms. Got to keep an eye on these. They're actually in a little bit of a better shear environment than our dry line will be in. We still have PA storm trackers in Texas waiting for that storm threat to get going. And then Pagey Tornado will go live in a little bit. And then Carmen is close to something here. I don't know where he is. What in the heck has just happened? There we go. Does anybody know where Carmen is? When is it supposed to hit northern Missouri? It really just depends on when these storms fire. So, periodically throughout the day, we're going to be coming back down to here and checking on Topeka in the Carbondale area. And this is going to be northern Missouri's threat. These storms will probably track into this region here. You have to pay to, yeah, I have to pay to these storm chasers to have them on the channel. That's the reason why we've started doing these challenges, just so we can afford them, and also, maybe we'll do like some sort of like charity challenge in the future. That'll be fun. But it's just kind of a way that we can kind of have a little bit of fun with the challenges, and also to help us afford storm chasers because they are getting more expensive. Snapshot cams are slow to update. Yeah, unfortunately, they're not really the most reliable. I'm not going to lie. That's why we don't really like those picture cams. The live cams usually do the best. There is a storm chaser, Chelsea, I think pretty close to where this tornado warning is in Minnesota. There's also another storm chaser, Tim Purrington, that is coming into the area as well. All right, latest update here. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for some ping pong ball sized hail. That's going to be for Worthington, Lakefield, and Heron Lake here in parts of Iowa and Minnesota. Yeah, that's one thing I've always thought would be, something that the federal government might eventually do, which is to, pay storm chasers like a wage to be out there and chasing to give reports. But instead of doing that, they're doing the complete opposite. They are defunding. Need to do something here. Let me just do this, this, that. For the government pay chasers, because their reports are super important, especially like when a storm enters into an area where there's not like say like over here near New Ulm, we're really not going to have very good radar coverage. And in fact, our tornado warned storm is about to exit out of some good radar coverage here. So it's going to be hard to tell what this thing's doing at the surface. Storm chasers play a very important role to getting that warning out sometimes before the radar even catches it. Like they can see a funnel, which means that the storm is almost tornadically imminent. And that can get out there, and then that information can reach the public. So storm chasers with radar is super important to have. Yeah, latest scan, that rotation appears to be pretty much overstored in Minnesota now. Jeffers is going to be next in line. Still, as far as I can tell, does not appear that this thing is on the ground at the moment. Let me go ahead and get this up over here as well. Move our show over to here. Figure out which storm chaser to put up in that area. Put Brett up here for now. Let me get this there. That, and then get this to there. All right. All right. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in with this storm. Oh, just got a new update. It looks like they've taken the hail off of this storm, but they are still keeping that tornado warning ongoing with this. Won't be in chat for a bit. All right. Well, thank you for chatting with us, and we look forward to seeing you back. Yeah, this tornado warning right now is in southwestern Minnesota, north of Heron Lake, south of Lamberton, moving towards Jeffers, Minnesota. Our latest velocity scan just came in, and we are still seeing a pretty decent area of circulation there. Again, not very tight circulation along this area right now, but definitely can't rule out that tornadic potential as that approaches Jeffers. So I would still be in your safe spots there. Almost good. Getting windy in Austin. Yeah, that's that lower level jet just barely making it down to the surface. So it's going to be a little bit windy out in front of this line. But that is not in relation to any storms at the moment. A little update on our little prefrontal storms back over here. This is what they look like right now on Storm Winter Media's feed. You can see there's a decent amount of rain in there, potentially maybe even some hail. Some small hail inside of the storm right now.
Hammered.
You're in like 20 dBz.
No, I mean by the wind.
Over Ashton is interesting as well.
Where's Ashton? That's how it looks like right now. We'll be continuing to come back here and check in on the storm. And if I remember correctly, Carmen is approaching a storm right now. Make sure we're current. Oh, never mind. He was approaching a storm. Thank you, Kelly, for the 5. Thank you so much. So the storms are starting to pop. Or storms are starting to go. Ingram's pop in the west. Doesn't that mean that the cap broke? We still could have some capping in place. But given our storm heights, it does seem like the cap has broken further up north here, maybe even into Iowa as well. Yeah, we actually just got our first severe thunderstorm warning on the storm for Primger, Sanborn, Hartley, Everly. That is going to be for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then another thing I need to do is this. Last little thing I have to do here real quick. Just kind of, I want to put the warning sounds back on. There we go. Looks so good. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. It's that Viper radar color table. It's very nice. Oh, wow. Look at Brett Adair's view here of the storm. I think he is further away, but he's kind of close. Or he's looking at that severe warned storm that was just warned there in Iowa. Gonna drive home from work. Did you miss anything? We do have a tornado warning ongoing right now. As you can see over here near Jeffers, looks like unfortunately the storm is in a weird spot with that radar. Let's check this radar, and yeah, you can still see pretty clearly that we do still have a decent little area of rotation about to head into Jeffers. So Jeffers still needs to be in their safe spots here in Minnesota, and they'll probably extend this into Springfield if rotation continues to stay up on the storm. Makes you miss the winter time. I do not miss winter at all, but I understand what you're trying to say. I get it. Would probably rather have snow than tornadoes. Winter should be illegal. It's not that bad. Like, I like having snow every now and then, but after a while, the cold gets really old. I just got another new scan. There's that rotation north and west of Jeffers. Still no debris signature on our tornado warned storm here, but still worth being in your safe spots. Not really the strongest, tightest rotation we've ever seen, but it does kind of seem like this is going to be the threat with this northern line. Is these little embedded supercells. So we're probably going to be talking about a QLCS tornado threat throughout the day with this southern portion of the line. Let's go check up a little bit further north. Yeah, these little storms further up to the north aren't really rotating too much at the moment. What towns with a storm impact? I mean, pretty much anybody that's like in the path of these storms, like Cherokee, Spencer, Etherville, Emmitsburg, Jackson, Fairmont, St. James, Springfield, New Ulm are in the path of these guys. And then if we get any more organized stuff happening up further up to the north, Hutchinson, Litchfield here in the short term. But I mean, if you draw the path of these storms out, those are the folks that are going to be in it. 2-inch hail. Warning on one of our storms here. Yeah, it looks like they just updated this warning a little bit here, and they're still keeping that 2-inch hail, headache-sized hail possibility here north of Heron Lake, heading off to the east towards 71. He'll be indoors and well away from those windows. Should we be anticipating anything near Kansas City, Missouri? It's technically possible that you guys could see something, but question marks. Question marks. Going to be a close call. Storm should initiate here eventually. Let me check back down over here near Wichita Falls, see if we have any initiation yet. Yeah, no initiation down there. But according to our latest model run, some storms should fire over here north of Topeka and go into northern Missouri. Will that actually go through Kansas City? Not quite sure. But I would be weather aware. I use the Viper radar color table. And I have it on 15 scans. Anything near Chicago? I think Chicago's threat for the day, yeah, it's a marginal threat, so nothing really too crazy. Maybe a little bit of damaging winds and some hail possible way later on today. Should you host a baseball game 6 through 8 in Newton, Iowa? Let me see. You might be able to get away with it. Maybe. Again, it's going to be hit or miss in central Iowa. There's definitely a possibility that nothing fires out here, but if something does eventually fire, you're going to be risking it for the baseball game there. But check back in at, I don't know. I'm going to be honest, I would probably just not do it. Wow. That view from Bret Adair is pretty interesting. Look at that. You can really see those cloud tops off in the distance and the kind of contrast here from the storm and those blue skies, man. You hope for no tornadoes. Hey, we agree with you. We really hope Minnesota can dodge the tornado threat today for sure. That is what we are. I think everybody's hoping that we get no tornadoes today, which is technically a possibility. I wouldn't completely rule out that happening. It is technically possible. Why did the SPC move Chicago and Northern Illinois out of the slight risk? Because these models were showing worse, especially if the Rufus model velocity shear is there. It's because the line of storms by the time it gets to Chicago is going to be a lot weaker. And, it's been downtrending a little bit. All right, let's go check in on our latest velocity scan. Looks like a little bit weaker here from this radar. Let's check out from our Minneapolis radar. Yeah, both are saying the same thing. Rotation seems to be weakening on our northern storm. I got some pretty good ratings on a few. Well, thank you, Jared. If you want, you can send some recommendations in chat if you find anything with good ratings. Oh, looks like we lost Bret Adair. Yeah, Bret Adair's feed's been struggling here for a little bit. Are we at 3 p.m. yet? Yeah, we got about a minute until Pagey goes live. Let's see. Where's Carmen? Jeez Louise. Up here as well. I don't know why his is paused, so let me fix that. Oh. All right. I just want to make sure everybody else is current. There we go. Current. Okay. Little update also with these other storms. This one down here near Worthington is still warned for 1.5-inch hail. Going to be heading towards Round Lake Ross and Heron Lake next. And then back over here north of Winden, we're still Expecting this storm to have up to hen egg-sized hail, which can definitely cause some issues in terms of cracked windows and damaged windows. So if you live north of Wyndham, I would be indoors and away from windows. And there goes our tornado warning. Look at that. The tornado warning has officially expired, folks. We could play it like that. Put your hands up. Party in the USA. Like whenever like a tornado warning expires. Some sort of song that would probably get copyrighted. Would be nice. Late to the party. Well, it's technically kind of still a party, but the party's about to be over once that tornado threat really starts to ramp up. But it does seem like storms are struggling a little bit. Like that one got kind of close, but so far we haven't really seen any really strong areas of rotation yet. So, but to be fair, I'm not really expecting that to pick up until later. I do want to check out our latest mesoscale analysis, see what we got going on out there. Yeah, I mean, we still have some decent shear out here. Looks like the storms are going to be moving into, they're still in about 35 knots of shear. A little bit displaced from our main area of shear. Everything else is still in place here. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Best case scenario, we see 0 tornadoes. I think that is one of the best case scenarios for today. I thank you, Dave Wilson, for the 10. Any word on Allison, Iowa? I don't know. Have you heard anything from them? You guys are in a special weather statement right now, and that is going to be, I think, for some wind. The winds are increasing, 30 to 35 mile per hour winds for now. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're questioning whether or not the storms will make it to you there in Allison. But that's the main question, right? How far south do these storms fire? Then we're going to start to see the threat increase for parts of Iowa, like near Carroll or Des Moines, or maybe even over there near Omaha. If storms can fire early enough, you can see that dry line though here on our radar pretty well. So once that moves past the Omaha area, it's done. You're done. Because again, storms are going to be firing off of that boundary, and nothing's really going to be firing in the dry air. So I think it will hit Lindale, Minneapolis. I mean, it could. It definitely could. But, it's going to be hit or miss. I mean, I can't tell you 100%, but, we are expecting storms near the Minneapolis area. These guys out here are kind of angled towards you. You can see this one here, if you draw out its polygon forever, some of these storms would include close to the Minneapolis area. So it seems like a severe threat will make it up to you. And it looks like it's mainly going to be a QLCS type tornado threat, which means the chances for long track, strong tornadoes is a little bit lower, is a lot lower actually for these lines of storms, but you can still get a strong tornado out of it. It'll probably be a little bit more on the briefer side of things though. Minneapolis. I like the way that you described that. Typed that out pretty cool. I like that. You're in Altus, Oklahoma, and they said where in the 4 out of 5 risk? Did we get a new update? No, you guys are in the 3 out of 5 risk right now. But yeah, Altus does have to watch out for some dangerous severe weather, for sure. A new update on one of our severe thunderstorms out over here. We got ping pong ball sized hail on it. You see which one that's for. Not that one, so it must be for this one. Yeah, ping pong ball sized hail. Looks like across the board here near Lakefield, Jackson, Mountain Lake, and Wyndham all need to be indoors and well away from those windows. And preferably get your cars indoors because that, ping pong ball sized hail is probably enough to do some, some car dents at the very least. Probably not cracked window, but definitely some dents. Moderate maintained on the 20Z outlook. Okay. Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, I think that the environment is there. So it's really just to see, do we get these more discrete cells develop or not? And it seems like at the very least, here further up to the north, we are not getting that discrete mode and really not getting much of a semi-discrete mode either. So we'll probably see this be more of a QLCS damaging wind and QLCS tornado threat here on the northern portion. And if these storms can fire and become mature, then these ones might have to be the ones that we keep an eye out on. But kind of looks like they are not fully mature yet, but they are trying. This is Storm Hunter Media out there right now on that storm in Iowa, one of our prefrontal, a little bit more discrete storms. And you can see it is forming a storm base. You got some precipitation coming out of it as well. But it's going to have to do a little bit more than that to become tornadic.
I'm just going to swing 7 miles to gas station or the Spencer and top off.
Where's the tornado? There are no tornadoes yet. Thank you, Great Band Beeman. I appreciate that.
I'm liking what I'm seeing off to the west. We're going to top off at Spencer, though.
5-0.
It's so buggy. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be trying to play any of those tornado games online, you should definitely check to see if your computer is strong enough for that. Because it could be the game itself, or it could just be, it's probably just your computer, though. Thank you for covering this. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Thank you guys for trusting me with your severe weather coverage. I really do appreciate it. Not very happy, though, on your little super chat goal speed. You guys need to really slow that down. I'm not going to say I want chat to be broke, but at the same time, like, what the heck? In 2 hours and 30 minutes... new severe thunderstorm warning over in Wisconsin. It's going to be over here near Nilsville, Lind, Loyal, and Abbotsford. That's going to be for One Inch Hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like Nilsville is about to get something. Greenwood and Loyal. Might go north of Lind, though. Let me put this in motion to see where these storms are going. Yeah, it should go north of Lind, hopefully. And it's our first severe thunderstorm warning for Wisconsin. All right, Pagey Tornado should be live now. Yes, she is finally live. Bryce and the Page Meister have started their stream. So let me get that set up here. What storm are they on? They're near Spencer, Iowa. Okay, so they're on that developing one, that developing prefrontal storm as well. We've got so many views of this developing storm. We've got Storm Hunter Media, which is on it. We had Brett Adair on, like, far away from it. Is he back live? Yeah. Here's another really nice view, clear view of the storm from Brett Adair. All right. Latest update here. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for some $half sized hail. And 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading towards Springfield, Sleepy Eye, and New Ulm. You guys need to be going into your houses at the very least, staying away from those windows as the storm comes through, because 60-mile-per-hour winds can sometimes cause debris to fly. You definitely don't want to be looking out the window if one smacks into the window. Looks like we're actually starting to get a little broad circulation on this storm near Hartley. let me move Pagey tornado down to here. I always struggle to line this stuff up. That should be about right. Nope. Still needs to be a little bit up. No. That right? There we go. There's that. And then we'll put old Brett at the top. Go. Oh, wow. Is that a little wall cloud forming? Oh, he turned away from it. But it looked like there might have been a little wall cloud in there. Is Pagey looking at that? Looked like a little tiny wall cloud, but that might be shrouded behind that rain on Pagey's stream. Definitely seems to be a maturing storm. We gotta keep a close eye on these prefrontals. Yeah, we have two prefrontal storms down here, and potentially another one trying to develop all the way down here near Sioux City. No question marks on whether or not these guys will be able to mature, but seems like the dry line is zipping pretty efficiently here, at least for the initial portion of this severe weather threat. Ping pong, ball-sized hail. A little update on one of these storms. It's all warned for ping pongs, except for this one. This one's $half-sized hail further up to the north, but for like Jackson, Lakefield, and Wyndham, we're talking about ping pong ball-sized hail still. Abseen's gone. I think it's still there, honestly. Yeah, it looks like Paige's stream is behind. Hold on. Let me get it, because she's got a view of that wall cloud. Potential wall cloud, we'll say. A little loud.
You send that to camera.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that right there on the left side of that rain shaft, a little bit of a lowering. And it does have broad circulation, so that could be like a weak wall cloud. Yeah, this is that storm, that prefrontal storm in Iowa. You can see that rain shaft to the right of the road.
All right, Angela, I know, because I already know you're going to ask me the question. Do we have snacks? Yes, we have chips, and we got a Diet Coke and a Red Bull.
We got Panera Bread.
They have snacks.
Yeah, don't worry.
Snacks confirmed. We have confirmed snacks. Can they still produce tornadoes? Absolutely. Yeah, these prefrontal storms are going to be in some decent cheer. They could, as soon as they mature, they can start dropping tornadoes. So we got to keep a close eye on these storms. But yeah, you can really see that little wall cloud or potential wall cloud on this storm.
Yep.
Could just be some scud in there, but it also does have some broad circulation. Armin has a scud cloud. Let me check. Is he on the same storm? Be here. Make sure we're current on his stream. Yeah, I think he's on the same storm, is he not? He's still in Iowa, right? What have you missed? Well, we just had a tornado warning out here. And it has been allowed to expire when we're watching a couple of these storms right now. No real strong areas of rotation along our line, although this one actually might be trying to rotate again a little bit. Let me check on our Minnesota radar. Yeah, I mean, they both show some rotation there. And then the storm that we're watching here in our chasers feeds is these guys over here. Some prefrontal storms that are challenging the capping inversion right now. And you can see that it is making some progress. the storm intermediate's view. Just make sure we're current. We are. This is Carmen's view. You can see they're all seeing that same little feature from all different angles here. And then we got Pagey's view here of the same thing, a little bit closer. You can see it just off the right side of that road. Kind of looks scuddy, kind of looks wall cloudy. So,
Well, it did look good.
definitely a storm to keep an eye on. If it can mature, this one could produce. So, that's kind of the current thoughts on this guy right now.
Must have patience.
Chad has eaten 18 gigabytes of your RAM. Really? My goodness. Is it in Pulaski right now? No, it's not. This storm is. We do have some storms in Wisconsin, but these shouldn't be tornadic. Our main tornadic storms are going to be back over in here, according to our latest environment and model runs. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. A little tight but weak area of circulation in there. It's not severe warned, but definitely a storm to keep an eye on. Looks like we lost Brett. So we'll bring back up Carmen. Ping pong, ball-sized hail for Jackson County, Minnesota. Nobles, that's down here. Still ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is the latest update on this warning. They have not downgraded that at all yet. Also, this storm over here just to the east of Sioux City is also trying to mature a little bit. We definitely got a blip warning on this storm. Yeah, both Carmen and Storm Runner Media have a pretty good view. I think Storm Runner Media froze again. I don't know. It's always Storm Runner Media's stream that freezes, and I don't know why. It's never the other chasers. It's always Storm Runner Media's. There must be something wrong with this scene. Yeah, it looks like that little potential wall cloud feature has gone away. Like Carmen's relocating here, and it looks like Paige is also in the process of staying ahead of the storm. So we'll definitely check back in with everybody once they get another view of that. But you can see from Storm Runner Media's feed on the bottom right. An interesting looking storm. Still in its baby stages, though. It's going to need a little bit more time. Oh, wow. We actually are developing a little bit of a hook on the storm. No rotation to back it up, though, yet. So not overly concerned with it just yet, but a little interesting thing. Is it in Lindale, Indianapolis? Let me see. Lindale, Indianapolis. Yeah, not yet, but eventually storms will make it up there. We also have some thunderstorms out over here near St. Cloud that we're keeping an eye on. I would not rule out a severe capabilities with these and also the potential for a tornado out of these guys either. The instability should make it up there eventually. It's not quite. Well, yeah, it is up there. So, definitely an area also to be aware for that tornado threat. The storms are struggling right now, but they might not do that for much longer. And we definitely got a little bit more of a discrete mode here a little bit further north. Am I using Radar Omega? No, we are using WeatherWise as our radar. Always get super panic. Literally any warning. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the warning. You know, like these severe thunderstorm warnings, you'll most likely survive. Your car, maybe not. Definitely don't want to be outside during these severe thunderstorm warnings. Want to be indoors, away from those windows. But ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, is not going to put your life in danger as long as you are inside of your house. Now, if you live in a trailer, it might be a little bit more dangerous. Hasn't been updated in like a year, I think. Yes, I remembered that, Moss. I made a mental note of that this morning. And yeah. Well, we will be doing that. We will be implementing that plan today. And thank you, James, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Tents are out of the question. I'd say so. Yeah, no tents, please. If you live inside of a tent, that is almost the same as being in a house. Oh my goodness. Although they do make some beefy tents. Oh wow. Look at Brett's view. This would eventually become a mesocyclone. Trying to see if I notice any rotation here. Moving to the right in front. I'm going to see if I see any left to or right to left motion. Really? There's actually a little bit of rotation here. Like right back in here. I think this is moving in this direction, and then these clouds are moving in this direction. So there might be a little bit of rotation developing right back in this region. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wisconsin. Looks like they might be allowing it to expire. Yeah, the storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits here in Wisconsin. So they're going to allow that to expire. But I wouldn't rule out another one eventually if those storms still try to keep their strength up. And we also just got a new update on this storm, tornado possible tag with still $half sized hail. So they did upgrade this severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado possible tag, which just means the ingredients are there around this storm for a tornado to exist. And we do have a little area of some circulation in there, south and west of Leavenworth. So wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with this storm near Sleepy Eye and New Ulm. Evan Cursor, yes, sir. Crazy wind in Polk County, Wisconsin. All right, thank you for letting me know. You see a rotating Evan? Fair enough. Uh-oh. No, y'all don't start talking about food. Although I am planning to order a pizza today. Although something weird happened like right before stream. Has anybody else had this? And can anybody tell me what it means? So like right before stream, I got like this sudden rush of nausea. Right? And I felt like I was going to throw up. So I went to the bathroom and I never threw up. And then the nausea went away completely. It's like it never happened. What the heck is that? Gallbladder vertigo? Could have been vertigo. What is I think I've heard of that before. Vertigo. I didn't really feel like I was spinning. I didn't really feel off balance either. Did I stand up too fast? No, I was just sitting. It was the weirdest thing. I hope it doesn't come back. But it'd been good. Like the weird thing, like, because like when you feel nauseous, you usually throw up to like, for it to go away, right? But I didn't even have to do that, so I don't know. It was a mystery, and it still remains so. Iron deficiency. Well, I'm taking my vitamins every day. Empty belly. It was literally right after I ate sausage biscuit. And so I thought it was like it was like 5 minutes after I ate something. I feel weak now. I feel weak. Also, a severe thunderstorm warning down here now for some ping pong ball sized hail. That's going to be for Lake Park, Spirit Lake, Orleans, Arnold's Park, and Milford here in Iowa. Also, this little storm down here near Kingsley is still trying. These ones over here, though, are about to merge with our main line. Is I getting nervous now? No. Oh, yeah, we just got an extension here of our tornado watch. Let's go over that. Tornado watch. Few tornadoes likely. Widespread hail of up to apple-sized. Likely scattered gusts of up to 75 miles per hour. Honestly, that's weaker wording than I was expecting. Maybe something? I don't know. Okay, that's going to last till 11 p.m. Monday. So watch out. If you live in St. Cloud, Forest Lake, Eau Claire, Rochester, Austin, Mankato, and Minneapolis. They're in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Madison City and Fort Dodge. You guys are now in a tornado watch. So be watching out for tornadoes. Ingredients are there to support a tornado threat. Yeah, no strong tornado wording. So maybe they are lacking confidence. I will say these prefrontal storms are kind of struggling. From Storm Runner Media's view as well, the shape of the storm hasn't really come together yet.
Here we go, gotta pull over again.
Hard time telling since it's right behind me, but
We're gonna be going east for like 10 miles, so should be able to keep the camera the same for a while.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Producing tornadoes, I'm not gonna be able to keep the camera on all the time.
Or is reflex? Could have been reflex, I guess.
yeah, I mean it's not, there's by no means like
Dehydration? No, dehydration doesn't really
just the overall
explain it.
face of the storm is
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Looks like that and the bottom storm are connecting.
Yeah, that's the tornado watch we just went over. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, the environment's still there to support strong tornado risk, in my opinion. It just really depends on whether or not we can get more discrete storms. Again, that's where our, most dangerous tornado threat would come from. But, if we're just dealing with a linear line, there's still going to be a tornado threat. So it'll most likely be briefer and weaker tornadoes, but we'll see. It is interesting to me, though, that their wording is that, because usually, like over here on the top left, if it's like a strong tornado threat, they'll usually say a few strong tornadoes likely. So the wording is a little bit on the low end of stuff, meaning probably a lot of uncertainty still. So I don't really think that means that they're thinking that this is not going to have a strong tornado threat. I think that what that means is that they are still uncertain about the tornado threat, which, again, models haven't really come in recently that have quelled any of those concerns in terms of the inconsistency in the disagreement that has been happening with our models. Really sounds like a blood sugar issue. I mean, would that be a problem if like I just ate though? Because it happened right after I
A
ate.
new tornado watch has been issued.
I do have a sensitive stomach. My stomach is trash. No, it's not food poisoning.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I never threw up. It was just like, it was like literally like about a minute and a half of nausea. I'm not seeing any storms that look like they're about to produce. This one does have, yeah, okay, so that's the Grove City storm you're looking at. Yeah, this one does have a little bit of a surge of the RFD, though, near Grove City. I mean, those ones are more discreet. If these ones, I mean, and they have all the ingredients, definitely could get maybe a strong tornado out of those guys. We'll see. We'll see. I do want to see if our cameras up there are live. I think we have some near Grove City. Grove City, Soda. No, picture cams near Grove City. That's it. Hey, thank you, Anthony, for the $1. I appreciate that. Decent storm. Oh, we actually have storms trying in Texas. Oh, down here in Midland. Yeah. Storms are trying there in Midland. That is about it. Well, and some over here near Eastland starting to try to initiate there. Our main threat, though, is going to be more in this northern sector, though. Let's go check back in with our chaser views. This is Brett Adair. Yeah, still pretty smooth base to this storm. This is the view from Carmen. Like pretty much right under that little area. Not really seeing much rotation in our Iowa storm yet. Check Pagey's view. It looks like they're getting well out in front of the storm, which is probably a good idea. Because these storms, once they get moving, they're going to be moving pretty quick. And here's Brett Adair's view again. This is Storm Hunter Media's view from afar. Yeah. It kind of seems like it's struggling a little bit here. That cap is still trying to keep these storms at bay. Why the difference in wording between the actual watch? Maybe they became a little bit less confident. You know? Because, I mean, they just issued the main tornado watch for today. So it's not like this isn't the area. I mean, this is where that tornado watch was just issued. That's our moderate risk. You know, where we have that 15% hash risk. And they did not say strong tornadoes. Likely. So I think their confidence has lowered quite a bit. Something is not right in their minds, it appears. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's a conditional day, right? So we shall see. Again, there are fail modes on these storms. There is conditionality. There are models that are still. Oh, we just got a new mesoscale discussion. Severe potential will increase to the early evening. Very large hail, a few tornadoes and damaging winds expected. I mean, that's wording that you put on like a 5% tornado risk. I just scan over here near Forest City. It looks like our rotation is broadening out a bit. Quarter-sized hail near Cottonwood, Minnesota. Cottonwood County. That's going to be this storm. So they've downgraded this storm to 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Their mesoscale discussion came out. Let me check. How long ago was that? Also, half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over there near Brown and Watonwan, Minnesota counties. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I see it now. We also got another mesoscale discussion out here. It looks like the 80% chance of a tornado watch. Locally greater tornado threat here near Wichita Falls in Oklahoma. Mid-level ascent continues to overspread the southern plains. Storm initiation possible within the next 2 to 3 hours. So that tornado watch will probably come at around that time as well. The cap breaks, it could be bad. Yeah, it seems like the cap is holding on a little bit. You still have a time to run in and get a cheeseburger in Mankato? Let me check, man. I got you. We need to make sure our chat can eat. Mankato. How far away is it? How far away is the burger? You got time. You've got time. Are you going to be good in Minneapolis? I hope so. As I'll put it like this. If you go now, the storm is moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. Yeah, I mean, you've got a good hour before the storm gets there. So as long as the cheeseburger is not an hour away, you'll be all right. Just don't procrastinate and get it done now. You think the Grove City storm is going to get tornado warned soon? Let me check. Check the upper levels. Probably not. I mean, I guess it wouldn't overly surprise me if they tornado warned it. But the rotation is technically a 2-week, at least for me to say those words. The latest scans on these storms here, still kind of struggling. They're near Milford, thankfully. I mean, those were more discreet. Let's see. I guess our next question is going to be whether or not these guys can get a little bit, more organized. Looks like that boundary, though, is near Fremont and Lincoln and Wahoo. Again, once this boundary passes you're done for the day. So Omaha, still no storms have convected yet. And that boundary is pretty close. All right, let's go over to Storm Runner Media and listen to their radio, because they have a lot of chasers on their radio, and they're always saying some pretty interesting stuff.
Probably dry air and entrainment.
They're saying dry air and entrainment.
I was about to say the dust.
Let's see if I can find that on satellite. Did it go away or not?
Hey, it's because we're getting further east, but I will say it's looking less impressive right now.
As soon as I say that, now a little scud starts to develop underneath the base.
Okay, never mind. It's because we're getting further
Pretty
away.
close to the base over here. There's a lot of healthy inflow into it.
This thing's got development behind it, though. I don't know if these are mergers it's trying to take in, or if it's just trying to become linear.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So it is not going to become linear. It might get messy.
gotta see that Scuddy lower right.
Look like it moved further right. So it's only moving at 25. It says it's moving east at 25 on the warning. Oh wow, okay, I'm gonna set up my tripod.
Is that like a little scraggly little wall cloud trying to form back there?
Sneaky way around Ethersville, County Road 31 to the south of it. We'll see if that helps me or hurts me.
I'm just kidding. Nah, it's probably Scud.
There's several of those.
Probably just Scud. Yeah, dry air entrainment essentially means that the atmosphere near the storm is dry, and that can sometimes ruin a storm's chances to mature. But there's still time, plenty of time for these storms to try to do something. So do not let your guard down. Eat your food. What, did I not put it out there? Am I stupid? Jeez. Cassie came over here like I didn't give him food, but it's sitting right there. What is he doing? What is he doing? I mean, but yeah, that's the current look at our storms. And we've got a tornado warning. Where? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I missed that alert. But yeah, we got a tornado warning here on this storm near Forest City. And yeah, well, there is not a whole lot of rotation on it, but eventually it could develop. So if you live there in Forest City, Watkins, Kimball, just be in your safe spots. Is my thing muted? Oh yeah, it was muted for a second. That's why I missed it. Sometimes when I press, I have my hotkeys like right next to my mute button, so I gotta be careful. I was like, tornado warning. I didn't hear nothing. What does the rotation look like? It's pretty weak. Pretty darn weak. Very broad circulation on it. You can see that our reds right now are around 20 and our greens are around 20. So gate to gate of about 20 miles per hour, which really is not that strong at all. And we got some grays in between, meaning that this is broad circulation. But, I mean, this storm is in a pretty volatile environment. So that's probably why they've warned this storm. It's a discrete cell in an environment where the wind shear is increasing. This thing could start to rotate here shortly. So this is probably more precautionary than anything. But I would definitely just be ready to go. So I would just be in your safe spots. There in Watkins and Kimball and Clearwater here in Minnesota. That is what you should be doing. Because this storm could become tornadic shortly. Those are my thoughts. Those are their thoughts. That's why we have a tornado warning. That's why I said earlier, I was like, I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for it because sometimes they warn these storms, especially in environments like this, early. Let me see if we have any cameras near Kimball, Minnesota. Cameras near Kimball. Do we have any chasers near there? We've got one to the south of there. Yeah, most of our chasers are around these storms near Iowa. Yeah, a lot of the chasers are down here, not necessarily up here. Fortunately, it's going to be pretty hard for us to get a view on this. Well, latest scan here, we do have a little bit of tight circulation developing. It's very weak. About a 15 mile per hour VROT on that rotation. So probably not going to produce a tornado right now, but it is trying to organize some circulation there. The supercell's a decent look. I mean, yeah, but looks can be deceiving. Yeah, you need the rotation to back it up. And right now, we really don't. But the shape of the supercell, what that does indicate is kind of the wind profile that is in the area. And the wind profile up here is turning with height, as you can see. You got a little bit of a hodograph showing up there. Now, latest scan here has just come in. And it seems like our main area where our mesocyclone would be is like right back in here. And I'm not seeing much rotation there yet. I think what we're dealing with here is actually potentially some side lobe contamination or kind of a mesocyclone that might not have a whole lot of precipitation around it right now. We'll have to see if that precipitation shows up. But that's the latest scan. Still want Watkins and Kimball to continue to be in their safe spots. Will attempt. It might, yeah. I mean, it's in a decent environment. The environment is there for the storm. I think the only thing that kind of puts a stop to this storm might be some mergers to the south, if they can merge with the storm. Let's go check back down to the south again. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Crystal Lake. Going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading towards St. James, Medalia, Cortland, Nicolette, Lake Crystal, Garden City. Good thunder. Well, you're about to see some good thunder there with this storm. And Amboy, all need to be indoors and away from windows. Seeing much rotation there from that radar. Let's check this one. Yeah, broad areas of circulation. Like we got a broad area of circulation south of New Ulm. Not very concerning yet. This one back over here near Arnold's Park is actually developing some circulation there. And then these storms are actually firing pretty close to Omaha now. There appears to be a storm trying to develop here near Tikama. Not quite down there near Omaha. You guys are almost out of the woods. Initiating boundary is right here. Let's see if you guys can escape. See if you can dodge a bullet. Watch this turn into a night event. Probably. Not surprise me. I mean, that's kind of how these, bigger events go. Storms struggle until that wind shear really picks up. Yeah, latest scan for this storm. Really still not seeing a whole lot of organized rotation on this storm. This area of rotation is just in the wrong spot. That might be legitimate. There does appear to be a little bit of precipitation there, which is making me think we might have two supercells here. Maybe one here and one there. Would be the only way to make sense of that velocity signature. So I'd still be in your safe spots there in Watkins and Kimball. And this storm right now is kind of on like a 2 out of 10 in terms of tornadic, or in terms of being on that, being able to produce a tornado. Yeah, most likely it could be contamination as well. This little signal here. It appears like our main mesocyclone is back over in this region, and there's just not a whole lot of anything happening there. But there is a little bit of precipitation here, but that could also be side lobe contamination. As you keep saying, geez, Louise, this is from Louise. Thank you, Louise, for the €5. Hopefully your power is on. I heard about Louise. You got any power updates there from Spain and Portugal and France that might make us say, geez, Louise? Is the power coming back on yet? That's a weird thing, because if that was like an atmospheric phenomenon, I've never heard of that before. Really like to know what causes that. You're just going to freeze on us, huh? Always Storm Runner Media. I don't know why it's always them. I do want to check back in and see what this storm is looking like, though. It doesn't seem like any of our chasers are close to that storm. They might be rerouting. All right, latest scan is in on our velocities. There's still something right there, but that still appears to be in the inflow. It's a weird looking storm. I'll say that. This is our closest radar. The radar's not very far away from this. This must be like a mesocyclone in there. Yeah. It might be. Still could be some side lobe contamination, though, so I'm not quite sure about this guy in terms of how strong that rotation truly is. But just in case that is a legitimate area, if you live in Watkins, in Kimball, I would still be in your safe spots. Hopefully, we'll find out here shortly. As with this amount of rotation, that precipitation should wrap in pretty quickly, but that does still appear to be the inflow as far as I can tell. When is this storm going to be worse? It has remained cloudy all day. The storm will be worse. Where are you at, Egan? Let me see where Egan is. Egan. Yeah, probably give it, a good, probably 2 hours. It just depends on whether or not. It looks like this might go to the south of you now. Never really fully developed on the northern edge. We do have some more storms firing back over here. And again, these guys are a little bit more discreet. These can mature. These will certainly be a dangerous tornado threat. All right, I'm going to order some pizza. I'm going to order some pizza. Keep the tradition alive. Ace cheese. And bacon. Can't forget the tomatoes. Tomatoes are so important. And there we go. That. View cart. Make sure it's going to the right address. No thanks. Yep, all good to go. Placing order. Nice. Seriously? Pizza? What? that's what that sounded like. Are you serious? You're ordering pizza? You're gross. My latest scan here. Still a little bit something there, but man, it's still in that inflow, so I'm still thinking that is side lobe contamination. Our main mesocyclone should be back in here, and there's not really a whole lot going on there, but I'm still keeping an eye on that little area to see if any precipitation wraps into there, and that would be heading towards Kimball. Severe thunderstorm warning for Martin County. It's going to be over here near Truman. Fairmont, Trimont, Sherburne, and all need to be indoors and away from windows. Tornado possible tag, 1-inch hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Oh, yeah. A little scraggly guy there near north of Tecumseh, there in Iowa, is trying to get started. These storms are trying out here. They are trying to mature. We'll see if they last. Also over here, a little update. Front line of this storm is heading into Cortland, Medelia next, and then Nicolette, Lake Crystal, Garden City, Good Thunder, and Amboy are all going to be after that. So it's a coming. This is your threat. Once that's passed, you're good to go. Hopefully we don't get no NATO warnings down there. Yeah. And we're still waiting on our latest scan for this storm. Pineapples on pizza. Are we really going to have this discussion again? Really? You guys really want me to make fun of you again? Because I'd love to do it. I would certainly enjoy it quite a bit. Not gonna lie. Tattoos on pizza? What? No. Yeah, latest scan has come in, and that little side lobey looking signal has dissipated here. So seems like that might have been side lobe contamination. And latest scan, there's still not a whole lot of rotation on this storm right now. Let me check. Let's check the higher elevations of this and see if. Yeah, I could see we are getting some pretty strong rotation aloft. Yeah, pretty strong rotation aloft. So that could eventually try to make it down to the surface. Do need to be watching out for that potential. Although the rotation isn't very strong right now. Could eventually get there. So still want Kimball to be in their safe spots. You guys are now, if you live in Kimball, you're now in the inflow, the bear's cage of the storm. Continue to be in your safe spots. Again, that safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. There's walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Marion County in Florida. Going on over here. Oh, yeah, we got some little pop-up thunderstorms out over here in the Osceola National Forest. Any sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over to Minnesota. I want to check back in with these little storms to the south. Yeah, looks like they are upscaling really quickly. Remember when we kept on talking about those winds aloft not really being very perpendicular, but instead being a little bit parallel? That seems to be making a difference here as well. We are getting a linear line of storms here pretty quickly. These guys, they're starting off discreet, but they are not staying discreet very long.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been applied to an area on the map. And that area is Oklahoma City, Chickasha.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Altus, Lawton, Ada, Ardmore, Wichita Falls, Abilene, Snyder, Big Spring, and San Angelo. That is going to be a couple of tornadoes possible. Scattered hail of up to apple-sized likely, and scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely as well. So if you guys live out in this area, make sure you're watching out for tornadoes. The ingredients are present for that to happen. Let's go check back over there. See what's happening. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here south of Midland near Midkiff. That's going to be for half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Do we have any storm initiation happening anywhere else, though, is the question. Because we could get a strong tornado if one fires over here near Altus, Vernon, and Seymour, but still not a whole lot of activity there just yet. Let's come check back over in our tornado warning. Still don't have that latest velocity scan in yet. Still waiting on that. Yeah, apple-sized hail. Could get a little bit nasty over there. Wouldn't rule out some of that very large hail. I don't know. I'm curious. Curious to see how this day plays out.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
It's 85 in Emmitsburg. Emmitsburg. Is that a bad thing? Could be. Temperature is really not going to dictate much. The wind shear over your head is decently strong. You have plenty of instability, but the storms are struggling with what appears to be a capping inversion near you.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We got a new sounding to look at. Look at this. So a little bit of a capping inversion is still in play. Negative 134 CINH here in Minnesota, or Minneapolis. This is where the sounding came from. Poor lapse rates out there at the surface. Above the surface, not bad. SRH is already in the 400s. That's not good. Wind profile veers with height near the surface, becomes a little bit parallel above that, but that really shouldn't be an issue. A capping inversion, though, is still holding strong in Minneapolis. Minneapolis. What the heck is on Storm Runner Media's view here? Please tell me they're not behind. We are behind a little bit, but a little interesting storm, or a little interesting storm feature there. Time to go through all the streamers and making sure that they are live. And while we do so, say hello to them. This is Carmen, getting him up to date, and Paigey Tornado. She's up to date, as usual. It seems like Paigey Tornado's stream stays up to date, and then it's always Storm Runner Media's stream that gives me a problem. Feels so weird in Austin, my friend. That is what we call humidity. Really not used to it. Oh, you already said that. Okay, you already know. But yeah, that is humidity that you're feeling, which it is weird. You guys don't get that kind of humidity very often. Okay, we're starting to see our first area of circulation start to develop on this storm here near the Kimball area. And we also just got a new update on our tornado warning. Still radar indicated. Max hail size, a ping pong ball sized hail inside of the storm. That hail is going to be located here in the pink of the storm. And down over here, you have a little bit of area of rotation associated with our mesocyclone. So this storm is trying as it pushes off to the north and east. Looks like you dodged a bullet there in Kimball, but Clearwater need to be in your safe spots. Also Fairhaven as well here in Minnesota. Surely we have cameras south of St. Paul. Maybe. We do have some on 94. And they are live cameras. We do have cameras in this area in Minnesota. It's a sauna here. Yeah. Sweat it out. Get it all out. That's how you go about it. And our latest velocity scan has come in. And that little area of rotation has dissipated almost immediately. All this back over here, I'm still pretty convinced that is side lobe contamination. And yeah, no more rotation on this thing, but still keeping an eye on it. One of the things we have to keep an eye on is the storm to the south. If it lines up just correctly, it might nudge this storm into becoming more tornadic, but still not counting that storm out. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. Let's come check back down here a little bit further to the south again, here into southern Minnesota. I'm still not seeing a whole lot of activity here on these storms. We checking out on our severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail on that and another 1-inch hail. So we're still 1-inch hail across the board with the 60-mile-per-hour winds now about to head into Lake City and then Garden City, then Good Thunder after that, and Amboy, and then eventually Mankato will be in a severe thunderstorm warning probably shortly. And that's the latest across the board. with all of our severe thunderstorm warnings, at least in this area. Song name that played at the end of the movie Twister. No, don't remember. Am I good? I don't know. Are you? I don't know where you live. Mankato. Gotcha. It rhymes with tornado. Okay, that'll make it easier to remember. Is it going to hit Rochester, Minnesota? Let me see where Rochester is. Oh, it's up here. Is it not? No, it's back down here. Yeah, Rochester's still got a little bit of time. And you guys are in a tornado watch, though, so be watching out for those tornadoes. Still time to be weather aware. Is it going to be in the Twin Cities? It seems like the Twin Cities is going to get hit by something here. Will it be a mature storm or just something lackluster? I'm not sure. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let me play that again. Near Glasscock County, Texas. Is that real? Glasscock County. Wow. It's a real county in Texas. So watch out there in Glasscock County. We've got $half size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, mainly heading into Midkiff. I swear, most counties and cities, they're responsible, but every now and then you get a city like Babyhead, Glasscock. There's a city in Oklahoma called Hooker. Like, come on now. There's kids watching. Almost all of the NWS Lacrosse's coverage area is within the moderate risk. Gotcha. So they're going to be primarily the ones issuing the warnings today. All right, latest scan out here. A broad area of circulation that is associated with some precip there, but still not very strong rotation whatsoever on this storm. Heading towards Clearwater. Still continue to be in your safe spots. I have a question. Do you guys think if I added calm tornado threat coverage, do you think that would add anything? Yeah, Intercourse, Pennsylvania. Yeah. You think that would calm, CALM. Wisconsin should get the worst. Again, we kind of don't know who's going to get it the worst. If these storms can mature near Etherville, it could be, southern Minnesota and northern Iowa. If they never mature and, we're mainly just dealing with a line of storms, it could be like a QLCS tornado threat here in southern Wisconsin. Or if these are the only storms that ever mature and tap into the sheer environment and maybe produce a tornado, then these are up here near Buffalo and Brooklyn Park will be the worst hit. We really just don't know. There's still a lot of uncertainty, even as the day progresses here. As it does seem like the cap is holding strong here. Our latest sounding out of Minneapolis has come in still with a capping inversion there, which we have to assume that there is still some capping out over this broad area in this region here. I guess got a new severe thunderstorm warning here near Rice and Piers. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards you guys. About to head into Royalton now. Then Rice is going to be after that in Morrill. Underperforming. Yeah, we are deep in the moderate risk, aren't we? I guess, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the HRRR said that this would happen. And it should be like right around now where things really get started down here. But it also had a little bit more of a discrete mode. Seems like our storms are upscaling pretty quickly. Oh, wow. Look at this view from Storm Runner Media. That's looking interesting. Kaylee, you might be right on that one. You might be right.
Yeah, definitely starting to look a little bit better.
Getting a little bit more of an organized base on this storm.
Warren, I don't know if you're still behind me a little ways. I went north on 4 through Wallingford. Now I'm going east through town to get across this little river thing or little creek.
We actually we started to head south.
Very least a shelf cloud is developing here. I'm not sure if that's a wall cloud or not, though.
If you think go south, go south. I do not blame you at all. The basic
Thing gonna touch down. I mean, if it can mature, there's definitely we'll try.
But I'm gonna take 8 west or 8 east. Excuse me.
I'm just about to hop on a.
Might extend that tornado warning. Okay, thanks for letting me know.
That is.
All right, let's come back over to here. Check our rotation. Little area of rotation there. Yeah, I still don't know though. Like, it also still seems kind of side lobe contaminated to me, but I mean, there is a little area precip. Yeah, I mean that is our main area here. New severe thunderstorm warning for Madison, Florida, Madison County. That's 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then our latest scan, it kind of goes away, and that's in the inflow. Still looking a kind of side lobe contaminated, not going to lie. Like if a debris ball showed up here, I don't think we could trust that as a tornado or not. DBZs might just be high enough, though. That could be just a little area here on the edge of an outflow boundary that does have a little local area of circulation there. That's heading over 94 into Clearwater now. Let me see if there is a camera near Clearwater. Yeah, we got a camera here. Let's look at it. So this is what it looks like, literally just out in front of Clearwater. This is looking to the south and east. Let me see if we can get one maybe south of Clearwater looking north. It's looking east here. Wrong direction. We want one north and west. Yeah, here we are. Perfect. And this is what our tornado warned storm looks like right now. Does this still work? What is this? No, not that one. This one? Yeah. This is our storm, our tornado warned storm here in Minnesota. The area of rotation is just coming into view here. And not really seeing anything particularly interesting yet. But we'll keep it on this view until it passes the camera. This is our first view of a tornado warned storm today. So we'll see what we see. Yeah, they did just extend this warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They did just extend this warning here for Clear Lake and Santiago here in Minnesota. So if you live in Clear Lake, Clearwater, Santiago, here in Minnesota, you guys should still be in your safe spots. Or if you're living Clear Lake and Santiago, you should be getting there immediately. We'll see if this storm does anything. I mean, we're right there with it. Latest scan out of this storm. There's your area of circulation just north and west of Clearwater. That is associated with some precipitation there, so that's definitely a legitimate area. Yeah, and then our latest scan just came in, and it's a little bit broad there near Clearwater. Let's go up a little bit further north and see what the actual storm is like. Could be some hail in there. Not too windy yet. Check over here near Clearwater. Interesting. Oh, wow. There's something over here. Might just be Scud, though. Huge thunder in Kimball. Yeah, it is past Kimball, but you do have another storm hitting you right now. Could be some small hail in there. As far as clear away from the cities, what do you mean? From which cities? Yeah, we got a lot of Scud on the right side here. Does look kind of suspicious. Let me see where Silver Creek is. Silver Creek. Oh, that's not right. Silver Creek, Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, you guys could definitely get some severe weather up there. Yeah. Do I think it's going to be bad? Probably not as bad as it's going to be further down to your south, if we actually get anything to happen today. Still kind of a conditional threat. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, very broad circulation now into the Clearwater area. Next in line is going to be Clear Lake. Definitely some suspicious looking clouds on this thing, but as far as I can tell, let's go move this camera like directly into Clearwater now. Power's still on. Got some hail. Oh my God, is it a dog? Oh no! What are you doing? Someone get that dog. Screw you. You should have picked that dog up. Oh. Poor doggo. He's in a hailstorm all by himself. This is on I-94 near Clearwater. He's crossing over the bridge. If you guys live in Clearwater, come get this dog. The rotation's past Clearwater. Get that dog before it gets run over by one of these stupid cars. That's the saddest thing I think I've ever seen. I'm so sad. Oh, I'm just like imagining if that was Chaz. All right, latest scan up here. Area of rotation still exists, still relatively broad, but still want Clear Lake and Santiago to be in their safe spots. Man, look at that view from Storm Winter Media. They have got the view of the day. Look at that. Starting to get quite the shelf cloud on this storm.
Not that anybody listens to me, but I'm going to be the lion here, and I think that everybody should probably be on the cell in about an hour because I think it's going to be go time.
And Connor thinks.
I agree with you, Connor, just because of the positioning of where this thing is at on the line. And you know what I mean? Like, it's just in that area of the line segment where
Connor thinks an hour from now.
See, I was wondering when this thing was going to work itself up towards the line, if that was going to...
Someone go get that dog. I don't even care if you live in Clear Lake or not. Someone in Minnesota, go get that dog.
And you start to get those, like, storm scale interactions that could be
At least bring him to like an animal shelter. You don't have to keep him, but go get him, bring him to an animal shelter. Give him some treats at least. He just got pelted by hail.
The only reason I'm keeping on
Good
this
news
one,
is,
I'm
oh
not
my
taking
gosh,
it
I'm so
visually
glad that
on
tornado
online.
was not on the
So
ground
the
because we
only
would have been
reason I
looking
still
at that
kept up
camera
with this one
like
was
right when that
because
dog
the
passed when
inflow
it
into it
came
was
through.
absolutely
Oh my
insane.
goodness.
Like, I literally
We almost
drove
got
through on second
traumatized.
gust storm. Just this thing is sucking so
Why is
much
that dog
into
out
it
there?
that,
Who let that dog
I
go?
feel like it's going to give it that oomph that
Why
it
are people
needs.
so mean?
Yeah, and FYI, latest scan, the velocities have picked up a little bit.
Man. What the heck, man? Oh, wow, Paige's stream is way behind. No? Where is she? In her Cylinder, Iowa. I guess she went south. Yeah, that's the latest out here. Not a whole lot of stuff happening down here except for some severe weather. But again, these storms, they should do something later on. I mean, that wind shear will be picking up and these guys will be getting hit by it. So still keeping a close eye on these storms. From this radar, actually, might be some circulation in that storm near Fairmont. That's the one that Storm Owner Media is looking at. A little bit further up near Mankato, not as much happening up there except for some severe weather of up to 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's come back up here and check in on our tornado warning. The latest scan here, still some very broad circulation with this storm. Still not eminently tornadic yet, but it's about to move over Clear Lake and Santiago. Man, that dog's going to get hit by another storm again. That dog's got the rough life. He's down bad. He's hitting a new low today. Maple Lake, sure, we'll check on it. Yeah, Maple Lake is good. You guys are south of this tornado warning, but you do have a storm that's going to be coming pretty close. You're either going to get hit by this one to your south, or you might thread the needle. You might just thread the needle. And if this storm tries to develop a hook on it, eventually, that'll be going off to your north and east. North and west, actually, so that one won't hit you. There's actually a little area of circulation developing on this, but that is, again, kind of in the inflow of that storm. But they might throw a warning on this. That should go north of Maple Lake. But yeah, you might thread the needle. Dog was 22 at the time. What the heck? That is crazy. That is like a really old dog. Let's go check back in with Florida. And a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out over here. We got one near Mayo with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm just developed and it's kind of moving to the south there. And this one over here near Madison is kind of moving to the south as well. It's going to be for probably the same thing. Yeah, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And let's actually come back over here into Texas where we still have our tornado watch.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's this one. Yeah, they did just throw a tornado warning on this storm, where our storm chasers are. Oh my gosh, this is a tornado on the ground? What? We have a tornado on the ground here near Fairmont. Hold on. Did we miss something?
Yeah, I can't quite see right now, but that kind of surprised me.
Oh, well, actually right here.
Where is it?
Clear spotters confirmed tornado.
I mean, this is...
I'm looking right at it.
I was like, we're right under this thing,
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's lightning.
Really confused by this observe tag, chat. But it's observed. We got a tornado warning up here.
Apparently somebody saw something. I'll know what. Because they're literally running underneath where this tornado would be.
Trying to see me there is a little arrow chase right there.
Yeah. Awesome. One mile and we're east. Didn't have to punch too far into it.
Wow, that doesn't sound really good.
I'm not seeing on any other chasers' views. I don't know. It might have been like I don't know. Somebody saw something, so we'll trust their report. I mean, but Storm Runner Media was right there, and there didn't appear to be anything. Not really a whole lot of rotation in this storm either. I'm wondering if somebody reported like, I don't know, like a gust-nado or something. I mean, let's keep watching here. I mean, it could be embedded in the rain, so they're like right under where it would be.
What?
Oh, wow. Really strong winds.
That was
Maybe there is something going on.
That was. That's in front of us, whatever it is.
Wow.
And it's all going that way. There's no, they haven't seen a wind shift. Yeah.
Yeah, watch for a wind shift. Wow, that's pretty strong winds, though. Let's investigate here. It might be embedded.
Definitely some intense wind in here.
Wow.
I don't like that look in front of us.
I may be able south, actually.
Maybe there's some truth to it.
Car right next to me. Car right next to you. There's a car right there.
Yeah, he's flipping around too.
Yeah, that might have been something in front of them. I mean, those winds were pretty darn strong. If it's not a tornado, then there's definitely some stronger winds on this storm. So if you live in Fairmont, Grenada, Northrop, Winnebago, Truman, and Amboy here in Minnesota, I would be in your safe spots. Definitely some pretty strong winds inside this storm, regardless of tornadic activity there. Let's check out the storm from this radar. Yeah, there's some circulation there. Yeah, I wonder if we're just getting a very strong downburst with this storm. I mean, there's no debris signature. I don't know. But a weather spotter thinks probably, if I had to guess, what DL was just very close to there, what Storm Runner Media was very close to there, they probably saw that and reported it as a tornado. So whether or not that's straight line damaging winds or a tornado is hard to tell. But whatever it is wrapped in rain here. So if you live in Welcome, Fairmont, Grenada, Northrop, Truman, Winnebago, and Amboy, I'd be in your safe spots. Can't see anything. Yeah, I don't know how you confirm that unless you're inside of it. So hopefully no one drove into that. Nervous Whoa, what is that on their stream? Low-hanging cloud there.
I hope they're not following us.
I've launched a drone on it now.
I'll say that's that same guy.
Well, he turned around when I turned around, so.
Yep, he got nervous.
Hold on, guys.
He's angry though.
Do you want to listen to their scanner here for a little bit? Then we'll go check on that northern one. As someone's driving into that circulation again right now. And so is Storm Runner Media. Yeah, just keep an eye on them. We'll come back when they're back in that circulation. But that's pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. I mean, that was some pretty strong winds. Latest scan on this tornado warning. We're still talking about a broad area of circulation here. Main core of that circulation is still right in this area, still kind of broad. It's past Clear Lake, so Clear Lake can come out of their safe spots, at least for this storm. That'll be heading towards Santiago next. This one back over here, still an area of some rotation. They're pretty broad. They're just to the north and east of South Haven, though. Keeping an eye on that. Back over to the south, we have some storms developing near Stockholm. Not really too much of a threat right now, but going to keep an eye on those. They didn't. I think they had let some of these severe thunderstorm warnings expire near Lake Crystal and St. James. Last thing you heard was a funnel cloud, but they couldn't see exactly where it was. They were looking for it. Okay, and that's on the scanner. So yeah, but it was weather spotters who confirmed it. Latest scan, I mean, there's something here near Welcome. We're looking at this storm very high into the atmosphere, but there's definitely something over there near the Welcome area. Not very strong rotation, but rotation nonetheless. Moving up towards the Fairmont area. I don't know. It's a little bit of a mystery. Come go back here and watch Storm Runner Media and see if we can see anything in this rain, because our radar's not picking it up. So these storm chases are going to be our first line of defense.
Yeah, the winds have calmed down the inside, but man, we DL had a point to the wind on that one. That's what we were in.
Probably should have come the way they went. I thought I could beat it.
There was no damage. How crazy was that, chat? How do you guys like that? There's mixed feelings, but...
Probably should have just held my position instead of bailing south.
I mean, it's definitely windy. And they're right back in that circulation again. It'd be right where it is. About to come into Fremont. So keep your eyes peeled. We're pretty darn close to it, according to their radar and their location data. Hope that doggo is okay. Me too.
I mean, we're really not that far from it. I mean, it's on this thing with...
What's the warning speed for?
50.
Storm's starting to fire near Salina, Kansas. Okay, yeah, we'll go check in that in just a moment. I want to try to figure out what's happening. I mean, they're very close to this circulation again.
Starting to get light over here, so the quicker I can get out of the rain, the better we will be. Better off we'll be.
Just looking for wind shifts.
Driving with the wind in the
Sometimes
rain.
these tornadoes stay embedded in the rain, then all of a sudden the rain clears out and you see it. So keep your eye on the right side of the screen. That's where it would pop out at. I mean, they're right next to this rotation right now. Now, this is in southern Minnesota. Okay, yeah, starting to clear out on the right there a little bit.
Ping pong ball size hail.
Ping pong hail size ball.
What? What did he just say? Ping pong hail size. What?
What?
Interesting wind change.
Oh, wind change.
Going that way?
I went like.
If it goes that way, then that's the circulation.
That's what I was saying. It looks like it's going to go down a little bit. So I don't necessarily love because we have to turn north in 2 miles.
Oh, okay, so they're going to the east, so the circulation would be on the left. Sorry about that. Very, very interesting. Yeah, this is the storm here that we're checking out, and our area of rotation is up here now near 90. Very strong, but our latest reports from some storm spotters in the area is that we have a tornado on the ground here. So we're still trying to get some more information on this on radar. We just can't see it. We can't see it. We're too far away from both of our radars. Check back over here. Yeah, this has some circulation. No definite debris ball on it, though. And the only information that we have that we can give you guys on this storm is that Storm Owner Media was driving in this storm, and they came across some pretty strong winds just a little moment ago. Yeah, be back over and onto their left, actually. That's what they were looking with that camera. And they had an interesting wind shift, they said, here recently. So that's all the information that we've been able to get on this storm. But it seems like they're about to be in some clearer air. So hopefully we can get a new view on that storm. Let's come back up here to the north. Check back in with our northern tornado warning. Yeah, it looks like our rotation here is now close to Santiago. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like we're dealing with some pretty broad circulation right in this area. See, we got some pretty strong winds on the eastern side of this storm right now. About 60 mile per hour winds. And then on the backside, we have about 14 mile per hour winds. And then in between, we don't really have much happening. See, in these grays here, the winds are around, 4 to 5 miles per hour. So our rotation is broad, which means circulation, is weak down there. But a little bit further up to the north, here near Santiago, we do have about 20 V-rot there, indicating a weak area of circulation near Santiago. All right, let's go check in on Kansas because we might be seeing some storm initiation. Oh, yeah, look over here near Salina. Salina, Kansas. Storms are starting to fire. So, got to watch out. These ones will upscale pretty quickly or will mature potentially pretty fast. We also just got another severe thunderstorm warning update on this storm. We're now talking about golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds with this storm near Midkiff, heading towards St. Lawrence. And that is the latest on our severe weather threat so far. All right, Storm Owner Media is now popping out of the rain, so let's go check back in with him and see what we can see. Oh, yeah. Has it come yet? And thank you, Joseph, for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
I'm playing this cell to its south of severe warning in Terrell.
Yeah, pizza's not here yet. Estimated arrival time in about 30 minutes. They're about to take a left turn, so they should be pointed towards where this tornado would be after this left turn.
Clear air space between the little tiny cells out there.
Just gotta get 2 miles.
I didn't see anything. Did not see anything there. Severe thunderstorm warning near Morrison County. Let me see where that is. Morrison County. It's up here. So we just got a new update on this guy. Looks like they're going to allow this storm or allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire there near Piers. And that is the latest. Let's go check back in on this guy up here. Man, this storm looks like it's kind of raring to go here. Yeah, we are getting maybe a little bit of a nudging situation here. We got a storm back here that is shooting out winds out in this direction. And this storm back over here, there's your mesocyclone kind of wrapping up there. It looks like it's trying to organize an inflow. And if it can start pulling in that warm and moist air, this area of circulation might try to get a little bit stronger. Still no debris signature yet. But still a decent little area of rotation. Might be getting a little bit stronger. Still right about a V-rot of 20, which is still relatively low. So I would not be surprised, however, to see them extend this tornado warning into like the Princeton area. Princeton over here near Pease as well. But Glen Dorado needs to still be in their safe spots for now, and then Santiago can come out of theirs. But we're still monitoring the storm back over here near Clearwater, which appears to be developing a little bit more circulation there as that tries to organize. All right, looks like they have upgraded or downgraded this tornado warning to radar indicated. Latest scan on this guy, area of rotation in between Fairmont and Northrop, and that is continuing off towards the east. Going to come pretty close there to Grenada and Winnebago here in Minnesota. Hello from Wichita. Hello, hello. Hopefully, I don't think Wichita's going to be dealing with much today, hopefully. Speaking of Kansas, let's come check back in with these guys over here south of Salina. Yeah, a decent amount of lightning happening over here, but nothing's really sticking out to me yet about those storms, but they are definitely trying to get organized. Back over here where we're expecting storms to fire. Maybe some beginnings here of initiation near Jayton, Texas. Already got a little bit of thunder on there. Our lightning, let's go check our storm heights. It's making an attempt there. That could be the very beginning of our tornado threat up there into parts of Texas and Oklahoma. And then back over here south of Midland, let's go check back in with this guy. And the DBZs on this storm are quite impressive. And we're dealing with 71 DBZs in some spots of this. I saw it briefly. Let me see if I can get it again. Yeah, 72.5. So that storm over there now to the west of Midkiff here in Texas is looking a little bit more dangerous in terms of its hail threat. Might even see this get upgraded into a 2-inch hailstorm. There was some hen egg-sized hail inside of it. Thank you, Rachel, for the $10. I do appreciate you keeping you safe. Absolutely. Absolutely. All the times, anytime, you can always rely on us. We'll be live. We'll be live tomorrow, too, just in case you guys are, out over here in the tomorrow's risk where we have an enhanced risk for Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. And then back again, kind of in the same areas, again tomorrow over there near Midland and Wichita Falls, with a slight risk extending all the way from Texas up into New York. Quite a large area where severe weather will be possible. Hello from Mankato. Hello, hello. Yeah, it looks like you guys are getting your storms right now. It looks like the worst is almost past for Mankato. You still got one portion of the line here, though, to go, where there still might be some damaging winds and maybe still a little bit of a tornado threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like they have decided to extend this tornado warning. Looks like we're still radar indicated. It's heading towards Princeton and Pease. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. Let me see if we have any cameras back over in this region near Princeton. We do have some near Princeton. Do we have any north of Princeton? Princeton's there. Woodward. Where's Pease? Pease. Oh, yeah. We got a camera that is directly in the path of this. Is it a live camera? Oh, no, it's not a live camera. Darn. Oh, wow. Here's a photo potentially of that tornado warning storm. What appears to be an inflow tail coming into it is out of the Princeton area. Might get a photo of this thing. We do have cameras in the region, but they are not live cameras, unfortunately. Latest scans, though, does look like that still some pretty darn strong winds on the northern edge of this. About to head into the Princeton area. We're talking anywhere from 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just above the surface. Not sure, though. Not sure if that is actually legitimate given how far away we are from our radar. But some circulation is still there. Really not that tight or strong right now, but our inflow is pretty strong on this storm at the moment. So definitely got to continue to keep their eye on this storm. If it tries to develop a tornado, it might do so quite quickly. So just be in your safe spots, ready to go They're in Princeton. Glen Dorado, I think you guys are good to go. No, wait 5 more minutes in Glen Dorado. Alrighty, let's go check back in on this storm near Fairmont. Yeah, latest scan still indicating some rotation here. Still, as far as I can tell, there's a little bit of a signal here. Could also be hail. I can't confirm that as anything definite there. Let me see what Storm Runner Media is up to. Yeah, it looks like they are traveling, what I would assume, to the east. Missed the super chat. Oh no. Let me check it out. Spicy Mike and Ray, thank you guys so much. We were going to Chase, but you have transmission issues, so you're going to ride it out in Tainter Lake. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry, you didn't get to go out and chase, but I know that's sometimes kind of sad. I do appreciate the $5. You can chase through our chasers. And these storms further down to the south are struggling here. Our southern initiation is, at least. These storms back over here are firing in the kind of drier portions of this storm, so these ones aren't going to be much of a severe threat there. And looks like we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Kansas. Had that 1.5-inch hail. So that is some ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Those are heading into the Abilene, Chapman area and Wakefield. Eventually, some of these storms are going to try to make a close approach to Topeka and Manhattan here in the Kansas region. So if you guys live out here, just be continued to be weather aware. A tornado threat will start to increase with those storms with time. Like over here near Midland, did we get an increase on this? Not yet. Still 70-mile-per-hour winds in there. Still a pretty dangerous storm over the Midland area. And how's this storm doing? Yeah, we still got a blip alert over here west of Knox City. Again, our tornado threat should start somewhere in this region. For Wichita Falls, Seymour. Oh my goodness. Vernon. I saw Vernon and Seymour and like mixed them together. That was an oof. Sorry about that. All right, back up into Minnesota near Princeton. But we still got some broad circulation on this guy. Still kind of struggling at the moment. It's a pretty interesting storm. I mean, I really don't see much that could stop it, but there seems to be a lot of mergers in the area. All right, guys, come on now. Oh, Pagey Tornado just drove through some dust, I think. Just barely saw it on our stream. Let's go back in time. Oh, yeah, look at that. A little bit of dust. I have no idea where they are. They're near Bancroft, according to their stream. Bancroft, Iowa. I think their radar's broken, and I'll let her know in a second. Bancroft, Iowa. Okay, so they're like out in front of these storms near Emmitsburg. Let me message her about her radar real quick. I think that's right. Hold on, let me just make sure, because it just doesn't look like it's changed in a long time. Yeah, they're not near Spencer, I don't think. Says they've been right next to a storm for a while, but you can see the storms are pretty far away from them. Also, flash flood warning for Crane County, Reagan, and Upton, Texas. Watch out. All right, latest scan on this storm still showing a decent little area here of rotation. Very broad at the moment still, though, so it's not tight rotation at this moment. We're going to cover the storms as they go into Wisconsin. Yeah. I mean, they're coming. So we'll be here all day, as long as we're needed. Yeah, storms up here look to be coming a little bit outflow dominant. Rotations are not as dangerous as they were. Still some pretty strong winds with some of these guys, though. Still keeping an eye on them. That's kind of the latest with our tornado threat storms. We'll do a little bit of a zoomed out view for a second. You were surprised by, you were distracted by surprise McDonald's. Lucky duck. We just got hit. Are you okay? How was the storm that hit you? Strong? Was it weak? Like Storm Owner Media is finally making outside of that storm. Ever covers storms not in the United States? Every now and then we do. Every now and then we do. The last one I covered was in Jamaica. Beryl. Hurricane Beryl. Cat 5 hurricane. I think it was a Cat 3 as it went into Jamaica. Just depends. It has to be like a really unique type of situation for me to come outside of the United States with it. Storms carry around to East Minneapolis. Yeah, they should. They definitely should. I will say, a little bit surprised here. I mean, as far as we can tell, this one produced a tornado maybe earlier. But so far, it really hasn't been that tornadic of a day. Now, will that change as we go further? It's very possible. That wind shear should pick up eventually. But even these storms further up to the north that are a little bit more discreet, kind of struggling right now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens from here on out. Let's go check in on our environment. Interesting. A little bit of a surface inversion picking up here. Storms were probably still dealing with that capping inversion. Check out the wind shear. Because once that wind shear picks up, it really shouldn't matter. These storms are dealing with 40 to 45 knots of wind shear. Same with the ones up there in northern Minnesota. So, we're still in a pretty tornadic environment. But, we do have a couple of issues with the storms. One could be that they're still dealing with some capping. And two is the fact that, some of these storms are really close to each other. We don't have really many discrete supercells. Wow, look at Storm Owner Media's view. They're just coming out of the rain here. This is the southern tornado warning here in Minnesota.
Yep, our area of interest is up north. I believe we are out of the tornado warning box now.
Don't really have time to be looking at the future. If you're in Wisconsin, it's going to be overnight, though. Earliest in Wisconsin's probably going to be near like Lake City, Menomonee, Eau Claire, and River Falls, Oak Grove. There was a gustnado earlier. Interesting.
I thought 49 back there was a paper with a gravel threw me off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sky. We got there way too fast. Like, what the heck? That still blows my mind.
I'm gonna head up towards Mapleton.
Yesterday, I was convinced. I was like, we're not getting there. But once we hit that $800 mark and then Terry came in, I knew we were screwed. It was OV. Thank you, Caitlin, for the 3. Thank you so much. Is White Bear looking okay? Let me check. White Bear. White Bear Lake? There's a lot of different white bears. Buffalo? Buffalo? Minnesota? Oh, yeah. Y'all got a little storm nearby you. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the storms that we're keeping an eye on. It's a little bit discreet in a decent environment. Could definitely try to tornado eventually, but it's going to need some time. So you might just dodge a bullet there in Buffalo, but I would be pretty aware. This might get severe warned here in a little bit. Oh, I'll be on tomorrow. Don't you worry. Minneapolis, well, you guys got missed by these storms to the south. And you're getting missed by the storms to the north. Unless one forms here, you ain't getting nothing. Still got some time, though, for a storm to form there. So don't let your guard down yet. A boundary extends here. Storm will probably form near Hutchinson or Glencoe if one did. The threat's not over yet. Let's come back over here to Kansas. Check back in with this storm. Here, Abilene. Yeah, ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm about to head into the Abilene, Kansas area. No rotation on these storms yet, but they're just getting started. Also, a couple of areas of initiation trying to happen over here near Blue Rapids, there in Kansas. Oh, my goodness. Gustnado. Look at that. That is not a tornado. That is a gustnado. And another gustnado over there. Look at that.
Well, it looks on the screen. It's very deceiving.
It's very deceiving right there, guys. Look at that on the screen, chat.
That looks like a tornado on the left. I don't know if it is.
Wait. He was supposed to say it's not, but he said he doesn't know if it is.
We are cooking.
Hey, now.
We are cooking.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Tornado watch has been established somewhere in the country. Let's go find out where. New tornado watch is back over here. This is going to be for those storms that are initiating over there in Kansas. So this tornado watch will be for Junction City, Topeka, St. Joseph, Mary, Shenandoah, Creston, Indianola, Des Moines, Ames, and Carroll. Only to be watching out for tornadoes. Few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail of up to apple-sized likely. Scattered gust of up to 75 miles per hour likely. So if you live in these areas, be watching out for those tornadoes. That is the latest, and that's going to be these storms that are firing right here. That's why that tornado watch was issued. Tornadic potential is possible, and maybe can't even rule out a strong tornado if storms can hold together. Let's come back up here and check in on this storm. Yeah, still some broad circulations here. Very broad circulations with these storms. These storms are struggling at the moment.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Storms are struggling all the way across the board. I think that cap is in maybe some dry air entrainment is playing a role here, especially with these storms further to the south. As far as I can tell, though, there is an area of rotation here near Amboy, but we shall see. It has been, I mean, this is the time when the storms were supposed to start spitting out tornadoes.
A new
White
tornado
Bear
warning
Lake
has been issued.
White Bear Lake. Yeah, so your forecast is very similar to what I just said for Minneapolis. You guys are currently looking like you're gonna dodge a bullet.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
But we'll see. If storms fire back over here and go through Minneapolis, they're gonna go into White Bear Lake eventually.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Come back over here and check in Texas. And these storms are still trying over here near Garden City. It looks like they did downgrade this warning into ping pong ball sized hail. And this storm that's initiating over here is still trying to get its act together. Same with this one over here near Colorado City. So not a whole lot has changed just yet. But they are trying. If those can mature, we do have to keep an eye on them. Observed funnel cloud. This storm, why is it observed if it's a funnel cloud? I don't get that. Maybe that's a Minnesota thing. And there's been dust nados out in front of this thing. Let's go listen in to the reaction from the chasers. Maybe somebody else is seeing something.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much dust. It's probably just a bunch of idiots reporting dust. I can see like 5 dust rolls off to my left.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, if there was a tornado on the ground, I'd see it right now. And no, it's just dust. There's just a bunch of morons out here.
Yeah, the warm, it's weather spots report a funnel cloud, so they might have.
So the storm chaser reaction is there's just a bunch of morons out here. Sounds like they're thinking somebody reported a dust-nado as a tornado, which that was not a tornado. So yeah, maybe there's some truth to that statement. Bunch of chasers that just don't know what they're doing might be out here today. Maybe. All right, let's come back up here to our northern tornado warning. Yeah, still the same thing. Rotations are, I mean, they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. That's what's going to happen. Let me see if they have allowed it to expire yet. Not yet. It does expire in 12 minutes, though. So, and that rotation, these rotations with the storm are just not looking dangerous right now. Be very spaghettified, no greens next to the reds. Just not really a healthy look, thankfully, on these storms right now in terms of rotation. Is it too early to tell? Still too early to tell, I would say. Still too early to tell. But at least for what it's been so far, I would say it's been a lot less tornadic than I expected. But, you know, sometimes it is the case with these types of storms as we go into the later portions of the day and, you know, we start to hit those higher shear values again. That wind shear should, I mean, even if we do have a little bit of a capping inversion in place, the amount of forcing and the wind shear could definitely push these storms to be way more tornadic if they do so before they start falling apart. Also over in like the Kansas area, that could still confirm. Back over in the Texas, Oklahoma area, this area could still confirm. Still a lot of question marks, but I will say, in accordance to the models, that 1HRRR one we were looking at before was not right. When we first logged on and were looking at it, and it was showing that we were going to have these big old supercells in the central Iowa area, that has not happened. So the cap has held there. That was one of our more concerning areas that we were looking at, and then also with this line of storms down here as well. But you know, I would say the RFS was a little bit more right with these guys, a lot more clustered than what the HRRR was saying. So environment's still there though. So do not let your guard down. Just because we haven't had a bunch of tornado reports yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But definitely not as crazy as I thought it was going to be by this point. Where can you find cams at? Traffic cams. So just type in the state abbreviation and then 511. Is Brett back yet? I'm wondering. Because Brett always goes somewhere interesting. Always want to see what Brett's up to. He is not back up yet. All right. That's the latest. Mason Harris gave me permission to use his streams when he has something awesome. Gus NATO good enough to get gifty? What does that mean? What does gifty mean? Yeah, the only NATOs we've seen today with our eyeballs are little Gus NATOs, which those are harmless. Those don't do anything. They don't hurt. You can stand out in the Gus NATO and do the ring around the rosy, no issues. I do want to see if Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is on anything. Yes, yeah, no, he's in Prowl, Texas. Man, I mean, if those storms really get going in Texas, PA Storm Trackers might steal the show. Just might steal the show. Carmen, and then Pagey Tornado. Still out here. Okay, their radar's working again. It's like they are traveling back up into Minnesota. Like standing in a sandblaster. I mean, it's just exfoliation. You won't have acne for a week. I mean, that's about all it's going to happen. It's really just going to help you more than hurt you. Yeah, not until the event is over, which we will be able to determine pretty shortly what this is going to be like. I mean, we are entering in that period where we should start to see maybe some tornadoes start to spin up. That, I mean, this was when the models were saying that it should get dicey. This is around where like our peak should be starting. Where's my pizza? It is 1 minute away, according to Uber Eats. He is delivering it right now. Chaz, go back to the front door, Chaz. There's someone coming. Who's that, Chaz? Who is it? There you go. Go get him. Get him, Chaz. Go get him. No, go run over there. Don't bark in my ear. There you go. Go get him. Go get that pizza. Bill from Weatherbrain said he reached out to me last week, so you better email him. He emailed me? Did he email me on the right email? Are you from Weatherbrains? How do you know that? How do you know this information? I mean, I definitely want to be on it, but I haven't seen an email from them. Let me search Bill in my mail. Bill. And the only bills in my freaking email is for money that I owe. I don't know. 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds on this storm here in Iowa now. Heading towards Grettinger and Armstrong. Latest update on our tornado warning here. Looks like our area of rotation is gone. Here's what the storm looks like, though, from Storm Runner Media. Definitely still looks interesting. Is it going to produce a NATO? Not sure. So I think that, is that person a troll that keeps saying that in my chat? Maybe they emailed the wrong email. Let me check my other email. I have a secret email. Nothing in my super secret confidential email. He has not emailed me. I can tell you that right now. He has not emailed me. I'm going through them right now. Maybe tell him to try to reach out to me on Twitter. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's in the spam photo, maybe. I don't know, man. I'd really want to be on it. Man, look at that thing. Y'all are distracting me from commenting on this
Right
storm.
outside of Easton right now.
Look at that dust.
Copy.
And you?
Is that tornado? No.
I'm just waiting for it to come across the scanner. There's some black explorers keep driving through Gusnados. Coming into Wells. So you're just behind me.
Copy.
I'm not gonna make it to Wells, so I'm starting to
I don't know you.
south here.
I'm sorry. I didn't call you a troll. I asked if you were one. There's a difference. But the reasoning behind it is that's like the third time you said that, and I keep checking my email, and I keep not seeing anything. And I keep getting all excited. So that seems like something a troll would do, but I do not see it. He has not sent me an email, as far as I can tell. I'm looking in my spam folder. I've looked everywhere. Let me try weather brains. Not seeing anything with the weather brains tag. I don't know. Maybe he lied. Maybe he lied to you. I don't know. Clay, Kansas. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they have upgraded this storm now to golf ball sized hail, and that is going to be for north of Abilene, heading north of Chapman. Maybe, I don't know. It's a mystery. And these storms up here are still struggling. Still expecting that tornado warning to be allowed to expire. South of Webster, Waterville, and Warsaw are still got a storm coming with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. No rotation there. And then back over here, these storms are still trying to mature. So we should probably be keeping an eye on those. And latest update on our tornado warning over here. There is no noticeable rotation, but man, does Storm Runner Media have a good view on this thing. I mean, look at that. Big old updraft coming into that thing.
Admit that.
Oh, it expired? Okay. There's a little bit of rotation on that storm near Kansas, but it's not strong enough yet to concern me yet.
Much more of like a defined, thicker area of like walkout.
I can't believe you just tried that. I'm glad help got that before I started to read that. I expected better from you, Greg Gambino. That's messed up. Yeah, there's like a little broad and weak areas of circulation here in Kansas. Nothing strong or concerning right now, but these storms could eventually start to rotate. So don't want folks letting their guard down there near Junction City, St. Mary's, Westmoreland, Manhattan, Holton, and Topeka. Yeah, that is definitely a storm that we are looking at there on Storm Runner Media's feed there. All right, let me grab. Okay, so yeah, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Let me go grab my pizza. I need my pizza. So if I eat this and I immediately feel nauseous, I will stop eating. Are you sniffing the pizza, Jen? I'm debating on whether or not to show you guys the pizza. I don't know if I want to do that to you. Actually, yes, I do. Actually, guys, now you're all hungry. Now you're all hungry. Ha ha. Ha ha. You just got cursed with the hunger. Chair? Nope. Y'all are making me get a tramp stamp tattoo. You're getting punished. Mmm. Wow. Mmm. That's so good. Wow. Mmm. And that buttery crust, little hint of garlic with a fresh tomato and pepperoni and bacon. Mmm. Just tons and tons of bacon. It smells like what? Oh, it smells good. It's about to smell like that after I eat it, though. Bacon. Yep. Bacon pepperoni pizza with some fresh tomatoes on it. Yes, sir. Chazzy eating pizza while in a tornado. If you make that, I will give you my address and I will have you ship it to me. Oh, wait. I need a napkin. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I do need a napkin. I would wear that like every stream, I think, if you did make that. Mm. Oh my goodness. There is nothing better than a slice of pizza. Wow, look at all these Storm Chaser views, man.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh. Yep. Where? Okay, there it is. It looks like they just issued a tornado warning on this storm now. Right there. Not a whole lot of strong rotation in it yet, but it could start doing so. So if you live in Waterville, Warsaw, and Faribault, get into your safe spots. New tornado warning for you guys. Yeah, a lot of cool views coming out of the storm chasers right now, for sure. My goodness. I mean, look at Paige's view. Got that wavy updraft look to it. Very cool. We got Carmen on one storm. I think he's still in Iowa. Pretty sure. Is Brett back up or did he quit? I think Brett quit. Man, dude, we really need to get access to these chasers. If we got one of them, it would be $300 for 4 hours. I mean, that's the tornado sniffer. That would be access to the tornado sniffer himself. We have enough money this stream, but I don't think I want to do that. If we have to, we will do it. But so far, we haven't really needed to use anybody else but our own chasers. Today's been a little bit slow. Burnsville. I'm guessing that's in Minnesota. Yeah, Burnsville's good, man. I mean, I think Minneapolis is about to get skipped. You guys just got duck, skipped. You guys just got ducked. Wow, a little severe thunderstorm warning over here in southern South Dakota, here near Pickstown and Wagner. $50 sized hail. Let's check back over here. Yeah, still some storms trying to develop over here with that 1.5 inch hail heading into Abilene. And that, my friends, is the latest information on the storms. Not a whole lot to talk about, I'll be honest. I am surprised. Nah, actually, I'm not surprised. It was conditional, I guess, so I can't be surprised. Honestly don't know. If it's just gonna be these storms here in southern Minnesota, technically it will still exist. It's just gonna be harder for the storms to do so, given the fact that these are kind of embedded in a line. But I mean, there still is tornado potential. And we do have a little area of rotation here south of Waterville. If you live in Warsaw, Medford, and Faribault, I'd be in your safe spot. But this area down here, probably going to let that tornado warning expire. Let me see if they've done that already. Not yet. Tell you if anything happens, screenshots? You want me to send you screenshots of what? My stream? How's that going to work? Ping pong ball sized hail on one of these storms down here in northern Iowa. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading up towards Grettinger. Ooh, I gotta be Grettinger. Yeah, I mean Grettinger. I hate saying that because I know it's scary to say. And Ringstead and Armstrong. It's scary to say. It is so scary. A scanner reports pepperoni pizza. Gotcha. That's how you say it. It's Grettinger. Do not want to say that fast. Tell you that right now. Let's come back over here to Paigey, Tornado. She's looking around the car at something. I don't know what, but this is what the inside of their car looks like. Look at that. Wow, look at that view. That is a beautiful view. I'm going to make a bold statement about Minneapolis. I think you guys are going to be good, and I'm giving you guys like a 90% chance of seeing pretty much nothing. But I would still stay tuned just in case something crazy happens. But we come over here to our radar. We're watching back here for storms, and there is nothing firing. Oh, I take that back. There is something trying. They're near Brooklyn Park. That might be your threat for today, if it can actually mature. We'll see. Today, man, is maybe a little bit more rotation. Still not dangerous, but definitely keeping an eye on this area. Might be trying to do something. You live near Waterville, Warsaw, Faribault, and Medford, make sure you're in your safe spots. Oh, looks like Pagey has got some dust. Y'all see that dust? Well, let's go back. Dust alert. Out in front of the storm, it is dusty. Not sure if you guys know this, but Minnesota has dust, apparently. Like every state has dust. What's up with that? I'm able to talk about Kansas and what's coming. Yes. For most of Kansas, probably nothing. But up here in this northern portion of Kansas is where we are the most concerned about for one, tornadoes being possible, and also some large to very large hail. We got actually this just got upgraded here to some 2-inch hail here near Abilene and Chapman. It's like Pagey tornado. Just got some more views of some more dust. Let's go check out these dusty views. Well, not a tornado, but interesting nonetheless. So yeah, it's going to be like Junction City, Alma, St. Mary's, Holton, Westmoreland. If these storms can fire like down near McPherson, then Topeka is going to have a close call. Check back over here where we're still trying to have initiation out here, but not a whole lot has happened yet. Any of these storms here into Wichita Falls. Really just this guy down here still with some 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. So a pretty strong storm over here, south and east of Garden City. That will eventually try to make it into Sterling City, Texas in a little bit. Wow, look at Storm Hunter Media's view here. Look at that storm. So impressive. Sirens? Let's listen. Oh, yeah.
Listening to the south, we got the one right in front of us. There's a gust wedge.
Gust wedge.
Huge.
Cold
Got
out,
reports of
bro.
a
Very cold
gust
out, bro.
wedge.
Very cold.
The interesting thing is that this area is not even in a tornado warning.
The thing is so big that I'm like, is there any rotation above it? But I don't see any.
I think Pagey would be able to see that dust wedge. She's been getting some dust things happening. Yeah, that's what today has devolved into, calling dust NATO's wedges, guys. That's a good sign, hopefully. So hope it stays this uninteresting. Latest scan out here, though, into southern Minnesota. We're still talking about that potential here for 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading into Blue Earth here shortly. Wells, New Richland, Clarks Grove, Alberta, Glenville, Atona. And then further up to the north here, still keeping our eye on this circulation that is trying to organize. Heading up towards Morristown, Warsaw, Deerfield, Medford, and Faribault. Going to have Storm Hunter Media there shortly, but if not, I'm sure we've got some other storm chasers we can choose from that will be in the path of that if it tries to produce. And look at all these storms up here. They are not it. They are not him. And look out, Brooklyn Park, you have showers heading your way. Hopefully, I'm hoping those stay showers. You know, nothing more than a little bit of a rain shower, maybe a little bit of heavier rain. Yeah, the southern tornado warning surely is going to be allowed to expire here very shortly. A severe thunderstorm warning here in northern Wisconsin. 1.25-inch hail heading up towards Alvin and Tipler. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. Pizza looks insane. It's really good. Some of the best pizza I've ever had. I want everybody to just imagine eating the best pizza you've ever eaten. And then, yeah. There you go. That's what I'm experiencing right now. Latest scan here, our latest update on this storm, we have now been upgraded to golf ball sized hail north of Bala, heading up towards Randolph. And is the latest information on that. Also, maybe something trying to get started here with this storm. A little bit of a gust front pushing up here towards 70 here in North Enterprise, Kansas. Might have to keep an eye on that area. These storms might be the storms of the day. Let's see. So we got a special weather statement on the storm near Crowell. Wait, wouldn't that be Pennsylvania Storm Trackers storm? It is. Look at them. They got a storm now. Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is on one. Nice. And I can tell you from experience, that is definitely a storm-shaped cloud there, for sure. Yes, the Duckies. They are experiencing a storm for the first time today. And the storm looks pretty interesting here. It's still trying. It's not trying anymore. I mean, it's still attempting to do something. First, I mean, it doesn't look weak from Pennsylvania Storm Tracker's perspective. A couple of areas of rotation are developing here further south. Not sure how legitimate they are, though. Yeah, not very legitimate. There's rotation aloft, though, up in the upper levels of those storms. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, that area of rotation is really starting to get disorganized south and east of Waterville. Oh, wow. Upgraded to hen egg-sized hail there in Clay County in Kansas. Is that this one? No, that's this one down here. Yeah, 2-inch hail still on this storm, so it wasn't upgraded. Still just kind of the same thing. And that could cause some damage. It's already kind of cold, but all right, great. You're gonna have to stop with those kind of posts. We consider that misinformation, even though you're joking. You're gonna have to stop saying random stuff about the storms in chat. A new update on our storm up here. It's struggling. It's outflow dominant now. The storms just cannot do it. Got another update down here. Is that for this one? Yeah, this one has also been upgraded here to some 2-inch sized hail. It's moving up towards Randolph and Tuttle Recreational Creek near Winkler, there in Kansas. Hey, man, I mean, the potential was there. So, I mean, but I will say, if somebody said that this was definitely going to be, a tornado outbreak, then yeah, they were lying to you. Oh, we got another gust wedge on Paige's stream. Oh my goodness. Ah! Watch out, your hair is about to start blowing in weird directions out here. Their stream froze. Hold on. Multi-dust. Multi-dust. That's still ongoing there. You can still see it. It's just that outflow of the storm that's pushing out in front of it. Is blowing some dust. Is it a plane? Oh my goodness, that scared me for a second. I was like, is that like an actual plane flying? What the heck? Yeah, it's still early, but and these storms can eventually end up doing something, but at least for the Minnesota area, or the Minneapolis area, I'm pretty confident in you guys being done with today. Still northern Minnesota and northern Iowa. You'll need to be keeping your eye on it. 1.5-inch hail now being reported in Iron County, Michigan. Oh, that's in the UP of Michigan. Okay. I was about to say. Yeah, so that's going to be for Crystal Falls, Alpha, Caspian. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Ping pong ball sized hail is now possible for you guys over there. I'm getting pretty confident about Minneapolis, guys. This storm over here near Brooklyn Park pretty much fizzled. I think you guys are done. All right, new little update on this guy over here near Warsaw. A little area of rotation there, still struggling. Maybe something developing over here near Meriden. A little area of circulation. They might put a tornado warning on that for Owatonna. But as of right now, that rotation is relatively weak. Yes. That is a bunch of side lobe there. That is not legitimate. Hey, thank you, Maria, for the 50. Thank you so much. As a mother with a son your age, you are against tattoos. So please don't add this to the tat fund. It's okay. Sorry to report, Maria. But it's already happened. They've already got it. They already got to it, the goal. But just to check, is your son 31 years old? Maybe you'll feel better knowing that I'm 31 years old. Imagine we go today without a tornado. Hey, it's always been a possibility. I don't know who you guys have been watching, but we've been reporting on this storm for a while, and it's always been kind of maybe. Kind of a maybe for a while. Yeah, both of these storms out here are warned for, or the one to the back is 2-inch hail. This one over here near Junction City, Manhattan, Ogden, here in Kansas, is warned for golf ball sized hail. There's actually some rotation trying to develop on it. So I'm just keeping an eye on it. That's still pretty weak. They probably won't warn that until it gets a little bit stronger. Oh, look at this. We got a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. Here in Texas, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go see what it looks like now. Oh, yeah. That thing is looking pretty decent there off the right of the screen. You can see that amble popping up there. Storm's trying. We are now in a blip warning. It's more than a blip. It's got hail and damaging winds. I hear 25. Oh, your son has a tattoo too? Uh-oh. So he said, Mom, I understand your concerns, but you can put that in the concern box while I get this tattoo.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yes, they have thrown a warning on that southern circulation. Definitely, now that they've warned it, unfortunately, it has become pretty obvious that that is side lobe contamination. Or it looks like side lobe. There might be some legitimate rotation, maybe there near Colonial Manor Mobile Home Park. So if you live in Owatonna, Clinton Falls, Medford, and Havana, you guys need to be going into your safe spots. All right, looks like they're letting this tornado warning here officially expire near the Minnesota Lake area in Waldorf. Mm-mm. My dog can speak.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Ooh, is that going to be in Kansas? Oh, what? And that's back all the way here in Iowa, near Great Grettinger. Yeah, little area of some broader circulation there near Grettinger. If you live near Ringstead and Armstrong, you need to be in your safe spots. Little area of circulation. It's not strong. Again, they've been warning pretty much every little iota of rotation today. But they're doing that because the environment is there. If any of these storms can take advantage of it. This one, I'll be honest, doesn't look like it's very poised to do so, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. So if you live in Grettinger, Ringstead, and Armstrong, just be in your safe spots until further notice. I'll let you know. I think we're now up to 3 tornado warnings. What in the heck is on Stormrunner Media's feed? Interesting.
It does look like it is cranking right here. I mean, it doesn't look like it's tornado imminent, but it's definitely forming a good meso.
Copy. Well, we won't be too far behind you. That's the way that we're going south.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Back over here near Faribault, Cannon City and Kenyon. Pretty weak circulation on that one. But they're just being cautious. So again, if you live in Faribault, Cannon City, and Kenyon, be in your safe spots. Radar indicated rotation on both of these, so no surprising storm chaser reports. All right, let's come back down here. Checking in on Kansas. Yeah, still got storms trying to do something out over here. Very broad circulation on them right now. Mainly still a hail threat. Hen egg sized hail here, and then over here, still golf ball sized hail. That hen egg sized hail is now over I-70, about to head into Chapman and Enterprise. And then back over here, Hail's about to enter into Ogden, Junction City. This one further up to the north, also still trying to produce pretty large hail. This one is now warned for tennis ball sized hail, heading towards Tuttle Creek Recreation Center in 77. And a new severe thunderstorm warning update on this storm over here. It is now warned for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go check. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. Now that's a storm view. PA storm trackers north of Crowell, and they're on the chase. Yeah, tornadoes are not going to be happening in Minnesota in the Twin Cities area today. I'll tell you that right now. They missed you.
Maybe we actually made the right decision by coming back behind it here.
He's got a little lowering coming out of his base in front of us, so there.
Oh, wow. Report of a lowering near Crowell, Texas. Gonna have to keep an eye on this storm. It's in its baby stages. That lowering is probably scud, but some ping pong ball sized hail is inside of that thing. Come back over here near San Angelo, Texas. Check back in with these guys. This one over here near Sterling City is warned for golf ball sized hail. A whole lot of rotation, but watch out there in Sterling City, Texas. Come back over here near Grettinger. A little area of rotation has died there. Maybe another area popping up here with this storm near Ringstead. So maybe they extend this warning for Ringstead. As I would say this storm's a little bit better positioned here to be a tornado threat. And then back up here, further up to the north near Cannon City. North of Betonia. Little interesting couplet here near Walcott. This all right here, though, that's side lobe rotation there. So not really seeing much within this storm right now that concerns me on the southern side, but we're keeping an eye on it. In the beginning of the stream, you was like 100% tornado. Would or wouldn't form. Now you're at 10 to 90. Oh, 10%? Oh. Thinking behind on Pagey's stream. All right. Thank you for letting me know. Let me fix that really quick. What? No, I mean, we're recent. I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, it was pretty obvious from your perspective. We must have been behind. You're near Wells, Minnesota. Wow. Look at that storm. And this isn't even one of the tornado warned storms, but look at that. Linear storms. In Minnesota, yeah. I'm not really seeing any semi-discrete cells in here. A lot of these storms are remaining outflow dominant, which is what we're looking at right here. We're looking at the outflow boundary with a shelf cloud on it. No delay on it. It's just, every now and then, for some reason on OBS, YouTube gets put behind. I think that's a YouTube problem. Let me put PA storm trackers near where Carmen is. I want to chase her down in Texas, giving us views at all time. PA Storm Trackers has earned a top spot feature today. They have picked a unique target. It might be paying off. We'll see. Now, latest scan over here near Walcott. Seems like that rotation's getting a little bit stronger here south of Walcott. That's trying. That's actually pretty close to producing. South of Walcott. If you live over there near Kenyon, make sure that you are in your safe spots. This storm is getting pretty close. Got a gate-to-gate shear of around 35. Still pretty weak, but that's about the limit you need there for tornadoes to happen. So, could be about to get a tornado here south of Walcott. And that is in Minnesota. Oh my goodness. 3-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And that storm near Sterling, Texas. Oh, wait. No. Sterling County, Texas. Yikes. Watch out there in Sterling City. That is a chonker of a storm with some 3-inch hail on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds. I know. I got to fix that. That's a lot of coding I got to do. And I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be using this severe system. Might be upgrading it shortly. We'll see. But yeah. Decent area of rotation here. I mean, not rotation, sorry, of hail. Jeez. Right there. Also, this one down here could be producing the same kind of sized hail, similar DBZs. So watch out there near Sterling City. These storms aren't moving too quickly, but they are heading your way. Latest scans out here. Still mainly just a hail threat with these storms near Kansas. To get an upgrade to tennis ball sized hail near Chapman. So watch out. That is definitely going to cause some damage there. That's big enough hail to do so. They also did extend this severe thunderstorm warning. They dropped that tennis ball sized hail down to golf ball sized hail, and that's going to be for Cottage Hill and Waterville. Check back in with the storm over here in Iowa. Yeah, that rotation did fall apart, kind of. Well, a little bit left there, not completely falling apart. Back up into Minnesota. Looks like our area of tighter rotation that was getting close has now gone broad again. Rotation's gone abroad. But so it's not as strong and not as concerning, but it's still keeping a close eye on it. The fact that it could tighten up once means it could possibly do it again. So if you live in Kenyon, Minnesota, still continue to be in your safe spots. But yeah, I can officially say it. Minnesota, you're good to go. Not Minnesota. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I do that. Whenever I think of Minneapolis, I still say Minnesota. Minneapolis is good to go, not Minnesota. Sorry. Jeez Louise. Sometimes my brain works, and sometimes it just is like off in la la land. You miss anything big? Nope. Looks like they have extended this southern warning as a severe thunderstorm warning. So it sounds like they're going to allow this to expire here within 5 minutes, if I had to guess. Not a whole lot of rotational evidence there to that storm. This one over here is broader circulation, but some pretty decently strength broad rotation. Definitely would not rule out this storm trying to drop a tornado at some point.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, looks like they finally issued or they've decided to issue a tornado warning for this area of circulation over here near Swee City, Bancroft, Gurlid, Ledyard, and Lakota. Guys need to be in your safe spots. This is the area of rotation. Pretty weak right now, but worth keeping an eye on and being in your safe spots for. Your storm is kind of positioned in a decent way to produce. All right, let me put my pizza in the fridge real quick. I like it when tornado warnings expire, but not my pizza.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. They are extending this tornado warning off to the east towards Kenyon, Zumbrata, Goodhue, and Vasa. Still radar indicated rotation. There's your area of circulation right there. Still waiting on the latest scan. But watch out. Are any of our storm chasers near this dang storm? I think Storm Runner Media is close to it. Maybe. Listen in.
Scud pipe. Definitely a scud pipe. I'll show you a pipe.
They're calling Scud pipes now.
Scud pipe.
This thing is, it tried to be on its own. It wanted to, but then it still got more stuff.
Yeah, the jet stream is, so the orientation of the jet stream is what's keeping this linear. So pretty much when you're looking for spin in the atmosphere, let's come over to here real quick. When you're looking for spin in the atmosphere, like say here's the ground, here's like 30,000 feet up in the air, right? You know, near the surface, you typically are looking for winds like this. Above it, you're typically looking for winds like this. And then even higher above that, you're looking for winds like this. So you can see that as it rises, it spins due to the change of the directional shear with height, right? But right now, with these storms, what's happening is we're a little bit parallel. A little bit parallel with our winds. And so that usually, causes more of a linear mode. But you can still definitely get tornadoes in a linear line of storms. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still some broad circulation inside of it, but that broader circulation is getting stronger. On the back side, we have 57. On the front side, we have about 28. Meaning that if these connect and form a tight area of circulation, we could be pretty close to a tornado on the ground. So watch out. That storm still could do something. Let's come back over here into Iowa and check in on this storm here. Maybe a little bit stronger rotation here south of Sioux City. Moving towards Gurlid, Ledyard, Lakota, and Bancroft. Come back over here in Kansas. Check out down here. Yeah, near Junction City still. Some stronger winds and some tennis ball sized hail. Still in our leading storm, heading towards Ogden and Manhattan. Please be seeking shelter from that still. Then back over to here in Texas, we have this storm. Still trying to mature here. This is the view of it.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
This is the view of it from PA Storm Trackers, who is near Quanah, Texas. And it looks like they are going to be taking a right here shortly once they get onto that highway. And we should have a real good view of this storm after that. So stay tuned. KG Tornado is deep within a thunderstorm. Listen in. It looks like they're going south, probably back to Iowa. Also a little bit of hail in this storm too. This is near Wells, Minnesota. Yeah, over there near Chillicothe and Quanah, here in Texas, this storm is warned for some golf ball sized hail. And we're still dealing with that 3-inch hail warning and 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm near Sterling City as well. So please be paying close attention to that storm and do not be outside for that. All right, latest scan out over here near Kenyon. Maybe a little bit tighter circulation over there. Quite ready to produce yet, I don't think, but I'd still be in your safe spots there in Kenyon and Absalond and Wanamingo. Man, Minneapolis dodged a bullet today. My goodness, not a single raindrop so far in the Minneapolis area. I am curious. Where are the camera? Is it sunny in Minneapolis? Yeah, I wouldn't say it's sunny, but look at them. Near Chapman? Chapman what? Again, it doesn't help for you to call out cities if you don't got anything with it. Marshall, Kansas.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Why is it doing that? Marshall County, Kansas. Just got a new 2-inch hail warning. That's going to be for this storm. So got some headache-sized hail now possible for Blue Rapids. That's going to be coming into Bestwall, Kansas here in a little bit. Chapman, Kansas. And it's not really that much rotation. But if that were to make it down to the surface, definitely would concern me. But it is not doing so right now. But that could be an indication for the future. Does seem like, though, we got an outflow boundary. And it seems like the storm is going to stay north of that outflow boundary for most of its life. So hoping that that keeps the tornado threat at bay. Yeah, still broad circulation there near Kenyon. No change on that, at least on my opinion on that storm. Sioux Falls radar still showing a decent little area of circulation here near Swee City. About to head into Swee City, Iowa, then Gurlid, Ledyard, and then it's going to eventually cross over into the Iowa or into Minnesota. Be a little bit more of a semi-discrete storm down here. I have to watch this area. South of Frost. Yeah, that's nothing. Never mind. But semi-discrete storms, we got to watch them. Unfortunately, our radars just aren't very great for these storms out here. Now, you can also see that rotation from the Minneapolis radar as well near Swee City. But unfortunately, most of our storms in this region of southern Minnesota and northern Iowa, there's just not a whole lot of radars. New MCD. Well, let's check it out. Mesoscale discussion. I'm not seeing it. Where is it? Is it new or like how new is it? Is I'm not seeing it. He's a second to fully come out. Oh, okay. How do you get him before? Ah, there we are. Yeah, new mesoscale discussion. Initial supercells will pose a risk for very large hail and severe gusts. Tornado risk will increase into the evening. So we're still watching. Wow, 120 to 150 miles per hour. There would indicate a strong tornado risk. They're west of Vernon near Altus. Definitely gotta watch out for that potential. Wow. And that's going to be on this storm here. There it is. There's the beginnings of potential strong tornado maker and maybe even a 4-inch hail maker. We shall see. New severe thunderstorm warning over here near Lamar's, Iowa. That is going to be for half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Ramson, Marcus, Paulina, Sutherland, and Primgar here in Iowa. That is just north of Sioux City, Iowa. Make sure all these chasers are current. Yeah, storm runner media is current. They're still in Minnesota. They seem to be abandoning their storm, though. What is Carmen up to? Don't know where Carmen is, but he seems to be near a storm somewhat. And Pagey Tornado is still pushing down to the south. She's actually near that a little bit more like semi-discreet storm, like right on the Minnesota and Iowa border. All right, so we just got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning back over here. Looks like they extended it. They have extended this into the Altus region, Olustee and Elmer as well. You guys need to be indoors and well away from windows. It's got that right split. Wow, the HRRR and the Rufus model actually modeled that pretty good. This right split might go just straight north. While this one goes a little bit further to the right. That right split will eventually come into Altus, and that's why they've warned it for golf ball sized hail. Whoa, what is that on a Pagey stream? That looks weird. What is that? I'm gonna be honest, I do not know what kind of cloud that is.
What in the world? This is looking south.
What is that?
Yeah, kind
What
of
is
in
that
between
called?
those storms, but a little weird appendage here.
Yeah, a little appendage.
Odd.
Oh, a space
we got
whale.
A new MD. Let's see what it says.
I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna be honest. That is I don't know. That isn't. That is a that storm is classified. Wow! Thank you, Lola, for being an EF1 member for 28 months. Can we get a round of applause for Lola? First member of our channel. Doesn't show up very often, but when she does, she has been a member of our channel for the longest time out of anybody. 2 years and 4 months, which is crazy. Ready for the storms in Wisconsin? I hope you are. I hope you are, because they're coming. They are a-coming. So far, so good, though. We shall see if that continues. Let's come back up here. Still dealing with some broad circulation over here near Aspelund. Heading into Wanamingo. Very broad circulation, though. Still not looking very tornadic yet. But still want some Brada and Goodhue and Vesa to still be respecting that storm. And then back over here near Sway City, looks like that rotation is struggling. Yeah. New MCD for the northern threat. Let's take a look at it. increasing severe risk for that area, but they lowered the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes. All right, looks like we just got a continuation of our tornado warning, which means new info. Radar indicated rotation. Still moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. Very broad circulation. Some would even say extremely broad. What is Pennsylvania Storm Trackers doing? Are they going into the hail core?
Copy that.
That's a little loud.
Yep, getting
Oh,
some pretty big hail falling right now. Traffic is starting to slow.
a little bit of hail.
I'll slow it down. You'll pass that debris in the road as soon as you go around that corner and where it starts real heavy. We're okay, Graham. We're okay, Graham. I heard him. I answered him.
I can't see.
Okay, well, don't worry about it right now.
I'm asking.
No, I don't need a defroster. They will do nothing. They will do nothing for me. No.
He's chasing with his grandma, and his grandma's getting a little anxious. Maybe grandma's not built for the Texas storms. A new update on our tornado warning here in northern Iowa. Still radar indicated tornado warning. Not a whole lot of rotation on it right now. They'll probably let that expire, if I had to guess, unless we start to see some more rotation. Grandma is always feisty. Probably. Yeah, she sounds cautious, which, you should be. The storm chasers kind of throw caution into the wind. Yeah. Still nothing new about that storm. Still kind of the same situation there in Minnesota. You live in Ringstead, Iowa. Is there any updates for you? Sure, we can give you an update. An update for your upstate risk. Severe thunderstorm warning in your area. And it looks like that storm is just about to push in here. You're kind of deep into that storm right now. But seems like you're not really warned for much. And my friend, there's what in the heck? What is that? I mean, it kind of looks like a funnel, but it's sideways. What?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay, they did downgrade that severe thunderstorm warning near Sterling, Texas to 2-inch hail now. So it's not a 3-inch hailstorm anymore.
About half of this might be a
Okay, their volume is a little bit high. Let me turn that down a little bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I do not know what that was. Is they're like up here? They would have been looking like that way. I don't know what that is. But yeah, for sorry, I got distracted. For Ringstead, yeah, your threat's almost over. Close to being done. It's got a new update on this severe thunderstorm warning, 1.25-inch hail for that storm. And this broad circulation is starting to get a little bit weaker now. Come back over here and check in Kansas. Over here near Manhattan, man, this storm's looking a little bit more of something than it was. Some strong winds, too, developing with this storm. It's warned for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but that hail might get an increase here shortly. So watch out there near Wabansie, Wamingo, Bellevue, St. Mary's, and Emmett. This one up here near Marysville is starting to lose its intensity. Still might have some 1-inch hail in there just to the west of Beatty, Kansas. Also, it's got another update on this storm near Lamar's, Iowa. Half dollar sized hail. Weather spotters reported quarter sized hail near Lamar's. And then let's come back down here where we just got a 2-inch hail warning on this storm. No, is that this one? Which one has a 2-inch hail? Never mind. No, it was this one. Yeah, but these storms over here near Altus are still warned for some golf ball sized hail. So watch out there in Altus, Oklahoma. Just make sure you're indoors and away from windows. And this storm back over here has been downgraded to 2-inch hail. What's at 3 inches? Now it's at 2 inches on both of these warnings. Heading still towards Sterling City. Still hasn't made it there yet. Wow. Storm Media has a little bit of an interesting view. Is that a hail core?
You're telling me I could have stayed at home all day and played Fortnite and then went to Southwest Oklahoma?
Yep. Yeah, I wish I'd just stayed in Nebraska and played over there.
Hey, a storm chaser would rather play Fortnite than chase these storms. That's usually a good sign.
Yeah, I wish I just.
I think that's a hail core.
Booked an appointment to get my windshield replaced instead of chasing today.
Wow. Storm chasers are talking crap about the storms.
Yeah, I wish I would have just stayed in Texas or left the Forerunner in Texas because now this is really kind of pointless.
Nice little lightning bolt.
I'm not gonna lie, if I didn't make it up there to that storm last night, I'd probably be pretty pissed off.
I am pretty pissed off right now.
Uh-oh. That was a low-key attack against DL. Because DL was not at those storms last night. They gave up in Kansas. Dang. Always a good sign when storm chasers are talking crap about Mother Nature. And they did allow that tornado warning in Iowa to expire. And this one up here is about to expire as well. So it looks like some of the weather models were right. What an interesting day so far. Wouldn't you say? Box near Sioux Falls. This one? Probably won't make it up there if I had to guess. It is behind the boundary. I feel like this is going to be one of those on and off severe storms. We'll see. I feel like it's in an area that's kind of untapped right now, but that might change as it gets closer up there. Another nice view though from Storm Runner Media.
Also, okay. Yeah,
One of the storm
I've been
chasers was
stuck
like,
behind
I'd
this
rather
truck
be
that he's
playing
probably behind
Fortnite than
for
storm
like
chasing.
5 miles, and all the chaser traffic going east, I can't pass him. He's been doing 40 this whole time.
I love listening to their radio feed. I'm going to try really hard to get this radio feed on stream, like, just straight from the source.
Driving in Texas, maybe I think I'm just used to that. So when you come to a Midwest state, and
I am a fan.
55, and everybody listens to them, then it's just like throws
Oh, wow. Golf ball sized hail falling in one of these storms in Minnesota. Well, let's go check it out. Where in Minnesota is that golf ball sized hail falling? Not that one. Is it this one? The heck? Did I read it wrong? Let me see that again. Golf ball sized hail near Goodhue. Oh, that must be north. No. What? Am I an idiot? Golf ball sized hail. Goodhue, Minnesota. Where is that? Goodhue County. That's this one. Yes. Okay, we found it. Yeah, it's this storm here, potentially with some golf ball sized hail. It's probably right there in that region, just to the south and west of West Concord. You watched it. You have family out there in Hyannis. I was wondering if it was given. I'm not sure if we've gotten any information on that. Let me check the DAW. Or no, the what is it called? The forget what it's called, but I have a bookmark for it, so I should be able to find it. What is it called? The Damage Assessment Toolkit. That's what it's called. It's called the DAT. No, nothing in the DAT on that storm yet. I wonder if it's possible for a tornado to do so little damage that it just doesn't get a rating. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still some broad area of circulation. That's the look of a storm you want to see if it's tornado warmed. Because that means it's probably not going to produce anytime soon. EFU. Not a tramp stamp. It's too late, Joe. It's too late. It's already happened. They won. Chat won the battle. Somehow. I don't understand how, but somehow they've done it. They achieved greatness today at the expense of my tramp stamp area. You already made a couple of designs for the tramp stamp. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's one heck. There is one heck of a members only live stream coming. Golf ball sized hail now being warned in Oklahoma still. So that is information hasn't really changed much on this storm near Altus. 1.75 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds heading up to the north towards Alesti and Altus. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. You posted them in the art channel? In Discord? Interesting. Look at that. Bacon NATO or a burger NATO. With the fry lightning bolt? Are you kidding me?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my goodness. And there's another one we could look at. Hold on. Let's cover this tornado warning first. New tornado warning has been issued down over here near Albert Lea. Trying to figure out why. Must have a report. No. Do not know why they warned this storm. There is not a whole lot of rotation on any of our radars. I guess that's what they're warning here. This little thing right there. I guess, yeah, a little bit of rotation there. All right. So Keister, Alden, Albert Lea, Bancroft, Clarks Grove, and Glenville need to be in their safe spots. Dang. I mean, this is pretty dang good. Baconator. I like that one. Did you draw those? I can't put the Baconator over my can't put the Baconator nader over my butt crack though. I don't want to give off any of the wrong impressions when I bend over. I don't want anybody approaching me being like, "What's in between those buns?" They'll love me at the beach. Oh my gosh. Yes, every time I go to the beach. Whoa, look at this view from PA Storm Trackers. Look at that on the left side. Look at that thing. I do like the bacon tornado idea. That's pretty good. That's definitely up there. Given the fact that given the fact that it's like one of the only submissions, it is number 1. I like that. I like it a lot. I also like the bacon burger though, or the burger NATO one. Exactly. Yeah, latest scan here. Still something. It does look side loby, like really side loby to me, but I mean that could be legitimate, technically speaking. So I still want folks to be in their safe spots. Oh my goodness, the arrow problem has happened again. I don't know what city that is. I can fix that. Hold on. What city is that? Oh, Walters. Okay. Yeah, over there near Walters, Alden, Alberta, Albert Lea, Bancroft, Clarks Grove, and Glenville here in Minnesota. Still need to be in their safe spots. It looks like they are going to extend this tornado warning as a severe thunderstorm warning here for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this one should be expiring right now. Unless they reissue it. Bingham tornado. 1.25 miles. Can someone tag me in that? Yesterday's tornado was rated an EF2. Wow. Where's the tornado? No tornado on the ground right now. Oh my goodness. Look at that thing. That's a cool view. PA Storm Trackers has got nice little interesting view. You sent it? All right. Sent it where? Oh, I see it. All right, so this is from yesterday's tornado. EF2, peak estimated winds of 132 miles per hour. And max width 2,200 200 yards. That's almost 2 miles. Oh, path width. Yeah. Wait a second. How many meters is a mile? Oh, never mind. It's 1.3 miles, but still, 1.3 mile wide tornado is huge. So looks like yesterday, we were looking at a really big tornado. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. That was definitely a large tornado. All right, latest scan on our storms over here near Altus. Looks like Altus is about to get into some hail. Golf ball sized hail, 1.75 inch. And also 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Probably going to be there very shortly in Altus. Over here near Tipton and Frederick, we are now talking about golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm now. So pretty dangerous storm actually heading towards Tipton. 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball sized hail. That's no joke. It's like standing outside on the driving range while a bunch of elementary school kids hit golf balls at you. Maybe even high school, middle school kids, maybe. Latest information on this storm near Sterling City. We're still talking about a storm with 2-inch hail on it. Back over here into Kansas. Still have a pretty decent size storm. Pushing off to the east here towards Warmingo or Warmego. Wamago, maybe? That's how you say it. Heading towards Bellevue and St. Mary's. Seems like this could be when the tornado threat starts here, actually, if I had to guess. Orientation of this storm to its outflow boundary gives me an inkling that it might try to surge out in front of that. So keeping a close eye on that. Man, look at that weird looking cloud. The heck is that? I don't even think, is that even an updraft? I don't even see any rain coming out of it. I don't think it's a mesocyclone. Reminds me of one of those clouds that like form over a mountain. What the frick is that called? I totally forgot. It looks like a lenticular cloud. Because the storm is off on the right side of his stream. And it's this storm right here. It says he's near Vernon, and he's not really that close to the storm. I don't know. Yeah, same info just came through on our Oklahoma storm, still quarter-sized hail. Got new information on this severe thunderstorm warning near Primagur. Side lobe contamination, it looks like. They're near Calumet, Sutherland. Severe thunderstorm warning for a $50 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Wouldn't rule out them throwing a warning on that storm, though, because they do be doing that sometimes out here. This rotation up here is broad still, but it might be trying to tighten up again over there south of Hay Creek. So I'm going to keep on coming up there and checking in on that. But our severe storms are starting to enter into western Wisconsin. Me no money, not under a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but it could be possible. Pepin there in Wisconsin and Durand are all in the path of the 60-mile-per-hour wind storm here with the potential for some quarter-sized hail. What's the chances of a tornado near Lawton? It's actually kind of elevated. I would say like a 5% chance, unless they upgraded it. Lawton's over there. I think, yeah, 5% chance near Lawton. So I would be watching the storm. It's possible. It's not impossible, but the storm would definitely have to move right quite a bit in order to become that tornadic, which it very much may. Where's all the chasers at now? What's Paige up to? Oh, she's like right next to that tornado warned storm over here. Let's see what they're saying.
I truly think it is too. Yeah. Oh, folks, we're in the only tornado warning right now. Only one.
AG tornado is in the only tornado warning in the entire country right now. And that is for really not a whole lot. Rotation has pretty much died on this storm. Thing really split north. Yeah, it really did. You know, that just like the model said, we got a little bit of a north split. Oh, it's gonna happen. We'll do a members. I mean, I've been looking for excuses to do members only streams. So you live 20 minutes west of Eau Claire. Should you seek shelter? Nah, not yet. Unless you live like near Red Cedar or Eau Claire, sorry, or near Eau Gal or Weston or Mino Money. I mean, Mino Money has just got a storm coming. You definitely want to be indoors. Little area of circulation actually trying to happen here near Spring Valley. Not very strong yet, but keep an eye on that area. And there still is a little bit of a tornado threat. It's just not. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be like like what was predicted, or on some of the models. Can't wait till the winter time. Yeah, we'll have a lot of free time during the winter. So there is that. That is true. I never actually think of what that is from your perspectives. Yeah, it's probably never good when I'm looking near your location and I talk about rotation. Quarter size are not quarter sized. Golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are still a threat. With this storm near Wamingo, heading towards Bellevue and Emmett. Well, interesting thing here. It appears to be side lobe. But also appears to be stronger rotation there. I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait one more scan. Let me see how that's progressed. Thank you, Valerie, for the 5. Keep the good work. I will definitely try my best. Yeah, probably side lobe if I had to guess. We'll see if we get any reports on the ground there. I'll just watch out over there near Bellevue and Emmett in case that's something. Also, a lot of storms are starting to fire here a little bit further down to the south and west towards Gibson and Abilene and Chapman and Junction City. It's eventually going to be heading towards White City, Harrington, Newbury, Dover, Topeka, Manukan. New update in Nebraska. What the heck? Oh, yeah, we got a little severe thunderstorm over here with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Crofton. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. I look tired. I'm a little bit tired. I mean, we've been live. I wouldn't say we've been live a lot, but we've been live enough to where it kind of grinds me down a little bit. You have some wind in Iowa City. You don't see anything on radar. It happens sometimes. And you don't necessarily need a storm to get windy. Yeah, it's just some wind. No storms nearby. Near Red Wing. Let's see. Wouldn't say concerning. Definitely broad circulation here. But it's worth keeping an eye on. I mean, that could eventually get concerning. But my threshold for concerning is usually imminent tornado. So if your the threshold is a little bit lower than that, then yeah, could be concerning. Latest update here on the severe thunderstorm warning. They just continued it here for 1 inch hail and 60 mile-per-hour winds. And in Cherokee County, what's going on over there? Cherokee County, Iowa. Spelled it horribly. It looks like they might be allowing this to expire. Yeah. But this severe thunderstorm warning over here in Cherokee County near Primger is going to be allowed to expire here shortly. They also just extended a severe thunderstorm warning into Iowa with some 1 inch hail, 60 mile-per-hour winds heading towards Inwood and Rock Rapids and George. And welcome, Kelly, to the Windy members. Welcome, welcome. Always look tired. That's life. I guess so. That is pretty much right. What direction is the storm moving? These storms are moving off to the east. So are these guys over here near Nebraska. These ones over in Kansas are also moving to the east with a damaging wind threat. Up to 70 mile-per-hour winds. Law enforcement recorded 68 mile-per-hour winds, and they probably pulled it over, gave it a ticket over there east of Manhattan. And then back over here, though, the storms are moving north and east. We got this one over here heading into Altus. Eventually, is going to be heading into Hobart next. There with that golf ball-sized hail. Lone Wolf and Blair is going to be next in line. And this storm over here near Tipton, seems like these storms are struggling at the moment. And that seems to be the theme for today. Struggling storms. Mother Nature is, I think, deciding to take a little bit of a day off. Okay, this radar's down, isn't it? I just realized that. Oh my goodness, it is down. I was about to say, these storms have been here for like an hour. And they still haven't moved. But no, they have been moving. It's just that radar in San Angelo has gone down. But looks like this hailstorm is past. Sterling City. And it is warned for 2 inch hail and 70 mile-per-hour wind still. Next kind of area and approach is going to be either north of Robert Lee or Robert Lee itself. And that's the latest out there, folks. And they're actually letting some of the severe thunderstorm warnings within this line expire. Yeah, latest information on this broad area of circulation near Lake City, that has weakened again. And then latest scan on this, still not seeing anything interesting on this tornado warned portion of the storm here. Unless it gains more rotation, they're probably going to allow that to expire. Storms are tired too, thankfully today. My goodness. Iowa blob can roll into Minnesota. It's certainly possible, but it doesn't seem to be like it's going to be severe warned at that time. This one back over here south at Sioux Falls, though, that one can also make it into Wisconsin eventually. You're going to go until something happens. Oh my gosh, I'm getting abandoned. Wow. It's okay. When you come back, you'll be banned. I'm just kidding. Weather app shows tons of stuff in the Dakotas. Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of stuff, but some low end severe weather, 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. About heading Crofton, Nebraska, and this one back over here heading towards Inwood, Rock Rapids, and George. Same thing, 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Easily survivable storms as long as you're, indoors from it. I think, what is Storm Runner Media even looking at? Like, I feel like all of our chasers are just looking at random clouds. Like, they've given up on even pointing it at the storms anymore. Oh, this is frozen, isn't it? No, this is live. Okay. The clouds are just moving that little. Wisconsin, we're holding your breath. We'll keep on holding it. It seems to be working. All right, little update over here. We just got a new update on this severe thunderstorm warning. They've which one is it? Is it this one? Yeah, it's on this storm north of Abilene. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be going into pretty close to Hawley, Texas. That's at Casey's? What do you mean? Is the Missouri storm going to keep going? Yeah, I do think so. Seems like it's got enough strength to continue into Missouri. Thankfully, so far, it hasn't really turned into a tornado threat, but it is still quite the hail and damaging wind threat. Golf ball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit of rotation popping up over here south of Abilene, Kansas. Not very strong, but maybe something to keep an eye on. But given this environment, I don't know. It just seems like everywhere, like it seems like everywhere, everything is just a little bit subdued. Not so much in the severe weather threat, but like in terms of the tornado threat. Yeah, I mean, they're going to allow this to expire here shortly. But I would still be indoors and away from windows there in Albert Lee for the 1.25 inch hail threat. You're in a tornado watch in a mesoscale discussion. No idea what that means, but it sounds scary. Mesoscale discussion just means that they're giving updated information on what is possible in your area, but by no means does it mean really anything. At this point, most of the mesoscale discussions have been just wrong. So it's just more like, well, we know there's storms out there, and they could eventually try to do something. That's just kind of the thought process here. All right. Looks like they have given an update on our storm over here. Still 1.75 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Holton and Denison. You guys are indoors and away from windows. They low-key overhyped today. Who? I'm not going to say anything, but I'll let you tell me. I honestly don't know how it's possible to overhype this storm if you're just looking at the models. I mean, all the models were saying maybe something for a long time. My final statement on this storm yesterday was, I don't know what's going to happen. Because we just really didn't know. People are already drawing up things. I think I'm just going to let people let their imaginations go, and we'll see what happens. See which one I like the most. I really like that idea. What was that severe thunderstorm warning for? That was in Oklahoma. So 1.75 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still warned on our northern storm here. And let me check down here near Tipton. Yeah, so the same thing on both of these guys. Oh, actually, no, that was this one near Tipton. Manitou and Hendrick. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm near Sterling City still. Moving towards 2059. Today's not over. Kind of almost is. I'm not gonna lie. We're getting pretty close to where most of the models were saying that the storm should be weakening from the peak. And we never hit the peak. Yeah, Red Wing is done for the day. But you're right, it's technically not over. But it's definitely also never. You can say this. You can say both of these things. Both of these things can be true at one time. The camera's flashing yellow. I'm not sure why. Failed to enter whiteboard mode. What does that mean? Weird. But yeah, both of them can be true at times. Yes, technically the storm is not over, but also the storm never began in the first place. So we're still kind of in that middle ground. I think when I put the peace sign up, my camera enters into whiteboard mode. It's weird. How's Twin Lakes? Y'all are good. Oh wait, Twin Lakes. Sorry. I thought you said Twin Cities. Twin Lakes. There's Twin Lakes Township. Is that what you're talking about? Because yeah, it's over there. New update over here in Iowa. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Over here near Buffalo Center, heading towards Thompson and Lake Mills. You get this weather to look for tomorrow here in Erie, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I mean, in Pennsylvania, it's going to be pretty similar to this, to be honest. You know, you might get a tornado warning every now and then. Your main threat will be severe winds at around this caliber. You live in Rochester. Can I see if there's going to be a tornado? Sure, we can look at the rotation. And there's no dangerous rotation near you right now. Storms are approaching, and it's actually not even severe warned right now. But don't let your guard down just yet. We're still monitoring the progress of the storms. I think there'll be any strong tornadoes. I don't know at this point. We haven't had one storm even try. I mean, maybe if there's strong tornadoes possible, still it would be somewhere back down away from our main risk. Like Kansas is pretty interesting. We have a couple of interesting looking storms like this one. It has a decent little area of rotation. This one back over here has a little area of rotation. Maybe another little rotation over there north of Emmett. So maybe Kansas can still have a strong tornado. Back over here in Oklahoma, not really sure. These storms really aren't forming as forecasted there. We haven't really seen much in terms of a tornado threat with these guys, mainly a hail threat. So, yeah, I mean, I think we can still maybe get a strong tornado, but probably not so much in the area that we expected them. What's it looking like for Plainview? Let me see where Plainview is. It looks like your storms are on their way. Yeah, kind of the same thing I just said for Rochester goes for you as well. Want to be live tomorrow? Yeah, we'll be live. Be live. Is it bad to not like these severe weather busts? I mean, kind of. Because if today didn't bust, we could have had people die. So, unfortunately, it's going to be really hard for you to make a legitimate reason on why it wouldn't be bad. Okay, looks like Carmen ended his stream. I got a feeling we're about to start seeing a lot of streamers or storm chasers end their streams. What's Storm Runner Media saying?
have to drive home. It's 11 hours, and then I think it's only like 2.5 to the target from my house.
We're getting some nice PDS raindrops.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no they're not.
If anything, I'll do the Ohio stuff tomorrow.
It's raining with
Wow,
the
it sounds like
sunshine.
storm chasers are making their plans to go home.
Well, and that's I just weighed the options on that too, because obviously like all the chase cationers and stuff will be in Texas tomorrow. So I think that's my safer option. Is just go do that, go get some things done at the house, spend time with family for a bit, then come back up.
Oh, wow. Storm chasers are even...
A new tornado warning has been
I
issued.
genuinely don't want to chase the next few days, but
New tornado warning has been issued. Is this one in Kansas? It is. A little storm we were just talking about just got a tornado warning over here. Area of rotation over here south of Enterprise, moving off to the east towards 43. You live in Navarre, Pearl. Make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Now, this storm could do something. Pretty decent winds on the south side there. Not so much on the northern side. Not very strong winds, but it does have a little bit of a nudger behind it. Wind shear in this area. See what it's sitting at. Let's see what our environment is over here. Storm relative velocity, really weak around these storms. Rollover lapse rates are really high with these storms. Vorticity and 3 Cape really low with these storms. So we need to rely on the 850 millibar winds. Which are at around 30. Not the most tornadic environment, but if these storms try to produce, they'll probably be on the weaker side. John McKinney, is he on this storm? I really need to get some sort of agreement with him. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look how many chasers are on Severe Studios right now. This is the most there's ever been. Like 30 chasers. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 storm chasers. All right, let's see where everybody is. Charlie is in Minnesota. Hunter. Hurley is in Kansas, but he's near Topeka. We might not be able to make it to this storm in time. Ryan Scholl is in Kansas, near Topeka as well. Let me see. We might use Ryan Scholl here. We might get the old Schollinator on the stream. That is, if he's fixed his front windshield. Yeah, he's west of Topeka. He is not going to make it to that storm in time unless it lasts for a while. All right, just got an update on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. And rotation is starting to fizzle a little bit. But I would still be in your safe spot. Might try to get back going. We'll see. Corey Hartman is in Minnesota. But that's really great to know that like during like these high-end events, we're going to have, I mean, right now with the chasers that we're using right now, plus the chasers on Severe Studios on these higher end days, all chasing at once. I mean, we have like access to like 20 chasers. None of them are in the right spots, but maybe we can find one. Oh yeah, there's one person on the storm. That is Steve Polly. Steve Polly, he is on this storm. So I'll keep an eye on his stream. Let me see if there's anybody else because his service is a little bit iffy. DJ Ziegler has given up on life. Here's Taylor Wright is out there, but not close enough. My Gribble is also out there. Wow, there's actually a lot of chasers in Kansas. Darren Brunin is in Kansas. Well, Aaron Pippin. Aaron Pippin is also in Kansas. And Chris Hall is in Oklahoma. Or he's actually in Texas. Wanamingo, sure. By the way, they've officially allowed that tornado warning to expire. By the way. Wanamingo. Man, I've seen that city a couple of times. Hold on. Wanamingo. Yeah, you guys are good to go for the rest of the day. Enjoy your day. Thanks for tuning in. Thankfully, it was not that bad for you guys. There's still plenty of time for something to happen. Kind of. A lot would need to change in our environment. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Down here, maybe, but I mean, this storm just attempted and almost immediately died off. But hey, maybe another one tries, and it's actually concerning. Minnesota is clear. Almost all of Minnesota, yeah. Rochester's about to get their storm. Not seeing any rotation there. It seems like this line is fizzling out, if you ask me. And I don't think there's much out ahead of it that's really going to change the story too much. I mean, maybe some extra wind shear could change things. Wind shear is about 45 knots. I mean, almost 50 knots with these storms over here near Wabasha. What's going on? Oh, wow. Yeah. We have a surface inversion that is completely formed in this area. Even a surface inversion starting to take hold there in Kansas. And there's still a chance for tornadoes. I wouldn't rule it out completely. The cap's still in place in Kansas? I would assume so, yeah. I mean, we got a surface inversion, so there is some capping building back into this area. I'm still keeping my eye on this little doodad here. Got a little doodad area of rotation south of Enterprise. Look at this random severe thunderstorm warning over here in northern Minnesota, heading towards Mission, Emily, Little Pine, Wakanabo, and Palisade. That is going to be for a $50 sized hail. Surface inversion pretty much means we've got an area of cool air forming around these storms right now, which is kind of like a capping inversion, but it usually forms like later on, and it's a little bit different. Essentially, the ground cools down around the storms so much that it starts impacting the storm's ability to be severe. Now, it's not that strong of a surface inversion. But our instability is also kind of falling off up here as well. We're only hanging out at around about 1,000 joules per kilogram, which is just on the edge. But with our wind shear, I mean, still technically we should have a tornado threat still. But I will say our winds are very parallel, and on the 850 millibar winds to our 500 millibar winds. So that spin up potential kind of is going to be few and far in between. But there still is technically a tornado threat up here, even with a surface inversion. But I don't think we're going to have strong tornadoes. These storms are, they are suffocating. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, but slowly. And even if they're in the process of suffocating, they can still every now and then try to spit out a little bit of rotation here and there. Today was much better. Yeah, that's why yesterday when we were live, somebody came into the stream and they were like, hey, is because we had this large tornado in Nebraska, does that mean we're going to have it over here in Minnesota? And I was like, that doesn't necessarily mean that. Both of these environments are different. So, yeah. I mean, it could have been, but the cap kind of held on. Probably had a little bit of dry air entrainment that's been helping us out here. And it's kept the storms at bay long enough for our surface inversion to come back, together, or to occur, which has really put a damper on these storms. Is a tornado going to touch down on Lake City? No, you guys are done with your tornado threat. I like your sense of humor, J.K. Ripper. Let's see here. Am I seeing any rotation north of Me No Money? There was a little bit earlier. Very weak circulation there north of Me No Money. You guys are pretty much right on that line of where tornadoes will happen. Nothing's going to happen on the backside of that unless we get some sort of, a bookend vortex, which there does appear to be something there, but that's going to go north of you. So, yeah, you're pretty much about, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes until you're just done for today. Shelton Ware. You can't just come in here and say, there's a tornado. You got to tell me. Is there going to be a tornado in Stillwater, Minnesota? Let me see. Stillwater, Minnesota. Not seeing it. Maybe I got to remove the space. Stillwater. That's Oklahoma. There it is. Nope. You guys are good for the day. Heck, you might even be able to go to Stillwater Country Club and maybe sneak in a couple of golf shots. Greetings, Evan, from Lawton, Oklahoma. What are you, some sort of alien? Greetings, human. I hail from Lawton, Oklahoma. How is it in your environment? Your storms in Lawton, Oklahoma, all jokes aside, is dying. It's out of here. Not yet, but I mean, it has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It does not appear like these storms are going to take advantage of the environment that we thought they would have. They are struggling. And that's been the case today, folks. That has been the theme of today. Storms firing, actually initiating, but still struggling with the cap and the dry air entrainment. Live long and prosper. We're getting jiggy in the DFW today. I don't think so. Nope. Not today, but like early tomorrow morning, maybe. But day 3 is your best chance for severe weather in the Dallas area. We'll see what happens. I mean, these storms could eventually still try to do something, but I will say that surface inversion that's forming over them right now is pretty stout. We're talking about negative, looks like about negative 150 CIN, which is quite a lot. Unger, let me check. Unger, Minnesota. It looks like you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. It's like you're in the thick of it right now, and now we're zoomed into your house. Wow, that really zoomed in there. What if that was their house? That would have been freaky. But $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for you, and that should pass here. Let's see how much longer you got. Yeah, you might have a good 20 more minutes of that hail coming on and off for you, and some stronger winds. Hail has started in Albert Lee. Oh yeah, yep, it is coming into your area right now. In terms of rotations, though, we're not really seeing anything sticking out on any of these storms, thankfully. It's crazy. It's what you want to see. I really hope that I hope it stays like this all day. all night. That is the hope. Oh wow, Paigey got a view of something. I think she's kind of close. She's near Emmons. But she's on the border of Minnesota and Iowa. Eau Claire. Yeah, your storm's going to be there in about 30 minutes. 20 to 30 minutes, I would say. Not severe warned, but you do have a special weather statement for max wind gusts of up to 50 to 55 miles per hour. Hope it stays this way tomorrow, too. I mean, it definitely could. I mean, we don't really have much elevated tornado threats tomorrow. I think 5% is our highest. Yeah. Yeah, a little area where 5% chance for tornadoes is possible near Big Spring, Sweetwater, Snyder, Seymour, Vernon, and Wichita Falls. I think most of the tomorrow will probably be talking about those damaging winds and maybe some tornadoes. We'll see. You had spaghetti and meatballs? Ooh, that sounds good. Actually, I need to get me some spaghetti. Need to make me some Mexican spaghetti.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
No way. Wow. Look at this. Side lobe contamination. Well, yeah. Definitely side lobe. Maybe there's a chaser up here. If you live in Missions, Wolford, Little Pine, Wakanabo, and Palisade, this thing appears to have some rotation on it. I'm still waiting for that latest velocity scan to come in. The velocities are 3 minutes behind. Now, if the velocities were right there, that would definitely not be side lobe contamination, but this velocity came in 3 minutes ago, so we've got to wait for the new one to come in. Not sure if it's actually something. We'll see on the next scan. I do want to see how that has progressed. If it's just like kind of popped up out of the blue. Yeah, the next scan, it's completely gone. Oopsie daisies. Gotta watch out for that side lobe, man. It'll get you. It'll get you. To be fair, though, Minnesota does not get that many, tornadoes. So I don't even think. Yeah, this environment is not tornado friendly up here. Pretty sure. Not weather wise. It's just side lobe contamination. So yeah. Let's see how that looked like on. Let's see here. And there was nothing. And then, yeah, we had that side lobe contamination happen, and now there's nothing again. So it happens. It's okay. Don't worry. This storm really isn't in too much of a tornadic environment up there. The heck is Paigey Tornado looking at? Cannot tell. It's not focused. Oh. A little bit of a lowering there. 2-inch hail in Atchison, Kansas, and Leavenworth, Kansas. No, I mean, technically you could make that argument, sup girl. Technically you could, but it's also just the environment is pretty volatile out there, and you're also dealing with a state that does not have like you got to understand, Minnesota gets maybe like 3 like actual tornado days a year, where like I cover about 100 to 200 tornado events per year. And so they don't really have a whole lot of experience. And so, every now and then they're going to make a little mistake and warn side lobe. That's just how it is sometimes. We'll see what happens. Maybe something does eventually form on this thing. I mean, in the upper levels, there's some stronger winds up there. Maybe that can make it down to the surface, or maybe all that is side lobe contamination all the way up the storm. Hard to tell, but just be in your safe spots. Let me check let me check some of our parameters on this storm. What's even possible? I will say there is a lot of vorticity around this storm, so maybe you can't rule out like a little land spout with this, or like a funnel. Not a whole lot of 3 capes, so that vorticity probably won't do too much to this storm. Yeah, there's no lower level shear, but the thing that this storm could technically feed off of is vorticity. What was Rochester doing? That is some fancy letters. Rochester is getting a thunderstorm right now, or about to get some thunderstorms. Not severe warned, so probably will feel kind of anticlimactic. But I would just be indoors. Definitely don't want to be outside during that storm. Also, another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued over here near Townsend, Wisconsin. That is going to be for a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Townsend and Lakewood. They also allowed that tornado warning in Kansas to expire. And we're about to get a storm eventually try to move into Missouri here in probably about an hour or so. Man, this has been the last couple of minutes here from our storm chasers have been like, oh, look at that cloud. That looks different. You're streaming on Discord? What are you streaming? I have Discord open still. Mm-hmm. You're amino money. Dude, you're fine. Just be in your safe. Be indoors and away from windows. That's all you need to do. You're fine. Look at that. The storm's already past you. You're hearing thunder and lightning. The only way you get cooked is if you go outside and the lightning strikes you. All right, latest get on this storm. Our side lobe contamination has not returned, but we're keeping an eye out for it. You never know. It could come back. That rotation, there is... Yeah. That's a little area of rotation. They might actually warn that. A little teeny tiny area of rotation developing there. It's a little bit on the broad side of things, but if that tries to tighten up, let's see how it's progressed. Yeah, that just upticked there, those winds. So that storm might be tapping into some of that lower level shear. So we'll see. They might throw a warning on that. Those scalloped clouds. What does that mean? What does scalloped clouds mean? Scalloped clouds. Is that even a thing? Oh, you mean mammatus? Mammatus clouds? No, I don't think those are mammatus clouds. You're targeted for hail. Yeah, hopefully. Also, awesome. Glad I can help you tag. I understand it. These storms, that's like the whole, I wouldn't say it's the whole thing. Eventually we want to do some science eventually on this channel, but, that is like the whole thing about this channel. I just want to help you guys, keep your anxiety as low as possible. There's no reason for me to be shouting about these storms or acting like this tornado warning is anything than what it appears on radar, right? How many on the ground? If they took that one report as serious, we should have one tornado report. But they didn't take it seriously, so we have 0 tornado reports. Oh my goodness. Aw. That's me and my mom when I was younger. Looks kind of. Hold on, let me post that in Discord. Camera's like messing up the color, making us look all weird. But it's much cuter than that. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me get back to showing the important things. Like the photo. There we go. No. That picture just screams tornado tramp stamp. You can see it in my eyes. I hate that my pupils are red. It looks like I'm a little devil child. And to be honest, I kind of was as a kid. I kind of was a little bit of a devil child. I threw a lot of temper tantrums. Like a lot of them. No. Good times. My mom was in a band then. New update on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated rotation. And is still pushing off towards Wakanebo and Palisade. I just thought of something. Hold on. It's like at first it seems cute, right? But like you can see it in my mom's eyes that she's about to give up on me. I don't think y'all understand. Like I threw temper tantrums every single day over like the stupidest stuff. Like it was really, really bad. I had my anger management issues as a kid were unrivaled. I know. It's still funny. I remember what made me stop. My dad was taking me, I think, to elementary school. I can't remember if it was elementary school or middle school. Because I threw them pretty much all the way until then. I know we were in Huntsville at the time. And I remember my very last temper tantrum happened right before my dad took a video of it. And then he showed it to me. And once I saw myself having a temper tantrum, I never had one again. If you have a kid that's suffering from that, just do that. Because it will scar them for their entire lives. You're like, oh my goodness. I'm a little devil child. What the heck? Sounds effective. It's very effective. And I was like a very bad case. So if you think your kid is just going to throw tantrums forever, just know that I was like a really bad case of that. And it worked for me. Does that video still exist? I hope not. If it does, and if I ever get it, we'll use that as a goal. What's it looking up there near Cincinnati? Not a whole lot right now. We do have some extra severe thunderstorms happening over here in Wisconsin, by the way, near Townsend, Dunbar, and Pembine. Actually, a little broad circulation over here near Townsend. I have to keep an eye on that near Townsend and Lakewood. But nothing today. But tomorrow, near Cincinnati, a slight risk for severe weather. Your main risks are not going to be tornadoes, but it seems like damaging winds and hail are your main risks right now. And that'll be once this boundary kind of sinks down to the south and eventually starts to tap into a renewed atmosphere. A little bit extra instability. A little bit of extra Evan when he was a child. Going to be out there. All right. Still not a whole lot happening with this storm right now. Still keeping a close eye on it. Check back over in, okay, it looks like this little rotation over there broadened out there. Check our southern mode. Nothing's changed there. Over here near Sioux Falls, got a storm. Mainly a hail threat still with golf ball sized hail headed towards Bigelow and Round Lake. Wow, look at this little sunset happening here on the Storm Runner media feed in Bode, Iowa. That's pretty. The thing that sucks about Storm Runner media, for them at least, is that they had a bust yesterday. They've had a bust today. And if they go back home, they got to drive all the way to Arizona. Thinking about their busts. Oh, don't ask it to do something. The LLJ is doing all it was forecasted to today. And we don't want anything more. We have dodged bullets after bullets today. We have been Keanu Reeves in the Matrix, in slow motion, bending backwards, dodging multiple bullets. Let's keep it that way. Is Chicago's suburbs in the clear today? I think so. Might get something like late night, maybe some thunderstorms down there, but again, you guys are in a marginal risk, so if it makes you feel any better, today has kind of acted like a marginal risk already for most of the day. Maybe like a slight risk. Actually, more like an enhanced risk for like wind damage. Because we've had a lot of severe storms with wind damage today. It's looking like for Missouri, we're watching out for these storms near you. This one should go to your south. Maybe could make it up there to St. Joseph, actually. Might just run into you there. As of right now, it's warned for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Effingham, Shannon, Atchison, and Nortonville. perspective, that's a pretty strong storm. So if it does make it up to St. Joseph, you're definitely going to feel it. So I would be ready to seek shelter from that storm just in case. And by seek shelter, I mean just indoors and away from windows. Our storms over here near New Cordell and Altus have evaporated into thin air, and now we got new ones trying near Crowell, Texas. Let me get an updated view here from PA Storm Trackers just to make sure they're still, I think they're heading back down to Crowell. Maybe they're going to give us another view of that. Give me a second. I'm going to feed my dog. He's getting on my case. Sirens in Eau Claire for severe storm. Yeah, it's not for a tornado. If it's for anything, just for severe weather. 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's about it. No hail being warned in that storm right now. I will keep the radar on the tornado warning for now, and I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, that scared the crap out of me. I came back and I looked at Stormrunner Media's feed and I was like, what the heck has happened? I was like, what the heck? No, I think their stream ended and the stream is looping. Yeah. They ended their stream. Dang, that is unfortunate that happened as soon as I left. Because I couldn't tell you guys, so you guys are probably freaking out like, oh my goodness. It didn't bust. It didn't bust.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, so Stormrunner Media is out of here. Still got Pagey. Traveling down to the south. Looking at a storm. And that's just their intro. That wasn't a real NATO. It happens when they end their stream. I think they rated their next stream. And so that's what happened. All right. Who all do we have left? He ended their stream. We just have Pagey and PA Storm Trackers. Let's get our latest information on this tornado warning. Yeah, still the same thing. Not a whole lot of rotation. Side lobe has not returned. We're switching back over to this screen now that we only have like a couple chasers left. We'll put Pagey down below. I mean, if we get anything else that happens somewhere where we're not expecting it, I mean, we do have other chasers. We have chasers all over the place, but I mean, let's be honest. I mean, these storms have been struggling today so far. We'll see if anything happens. I mean, but I'm kind of close to thinking about taking a break. Never mind. We got a tornado on the ground. What the heck? This is not even warned. We have a tornado on the ground here. A large tornado, it appears, on the ground here in Wisconsin, heading towards Cleghorn and Allen and Foster. I take back what I just said. That came out of nowhere. And it's not even warned. Yeah, look at that. Strong rotation. Large debris signature heading over W, FF, and F and 93 here in Wisconsin. You guys need to be in your safe spots in Cleghorn, Allen, and Foster. We have a what appears to be a large debris signature ongoing here south of the town of Brunswick. Wow, that really just popped up out of nowhere, and it's still on the ground. Still on the ground as of our latest scan. Still on the ground. What county is that? That's south of Eau Claire. Just south of Eau Claire. What in the heck? That literally just came out of nowhere. That storm must have just tapped into that wind shear for just a brief moment, and we have some cameras on 94. One near Foster. Not sure if we'll see anything from Foster, but we do have one there. So let me go ahead and get that up just in case.
Tornado
there's that tornado warning. Yeah, observed tornado on the ground here. Moving south of HH near Cleghorn, Allen, Foster, and Fall Creek. You folks need to be in your safe spots. Our last area of where this tornado was north of W. And this is just south of Eau Claire. Man, how interesting. Yeah, I mean, it just popped up pretty much out of nowhere. It was a very broad and seemingly... Okay, we lost Pagey tornado. And all we have left is PA storm trackers. Eau Claire, sorry. Cameras? Yeah, I'm working on it. Here we'll replace this one. Well, no, we'll replace Pagey with cameras. We have one near Foster. It doesn't really have a sky view. None of these really have a sky view, unfortunately. But if it actually comes into Foster, we might see it with this camera. So that's the only one. Foster's right here. You can see our debris signature is back in over here, south and west of Cleghorn. And again, if you live in Cleghorn, Allen, and Foster, you still need to be in your safe spots. We've got a tornado on the ground. After watching that storm over there near Chippewa Falls, something has changed in the last few seconds. The last couple of minutes. Yeah, latest CC drop still indicating that we still have a tornado on the ground just to the west of 93. And again, this is moving into Cleghorn, Allen, Foster, Fall Creek, and Augusta. Need to be in their safe spots. Here in Stanley, Wisconsin, pretty close to Eau Claire. Do you think that rotation will come towards us? Let me see. Stanley, Wisconsin. It's gonna make a pretty close approach. Yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna stay to your south, though. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still some pretty strong rotation. Well, I wouldn't call it strong, but I mean tight rotation. We're dealing with probably around 40 to 45 V-rot storm, so we might be right on the edge of a strong tornado and a briefer and weaker one here. But still, I mean, it really doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, not another fly, Chazzy. But yeah, I mean, certainly a tornado on the ground. So if you live in this area, make sure you are in your safe spots there. Check out what this looks like from this radar. Yeah, you can see it on this radar as well. Yeah, latest scan still has not come in yet. Still waiting on that. Might have lifted. It's possible, but I want to wait one more scan. Is this a full-on bust? Well, I guess you can't say it is a full-on bust. No, because we just had a tornado. Might have lifted. Wait for that latest scan to come in. What a random. What, this is like the most random tornado. That's crazy. Yeah, tornado has lifted now. It is off of the ground. All right, let's come back over towards these storms over here. Yeah, that one's still not really doing much. Want to check over here in southern Minnesota just to make sure that that is our only storm. Yeah, I mean, that's our only storm just randomly out of nowhere, just tightened up there and produced. That's crazy. Check back over in Kansas. Yeah, I mean, the storm looks interesting, but it's not rotating too much. Back over here near Atchison, some stronger winds near Shannon, but no rotation there. We're still talking about 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds heading into Atchison, so please continue to be indoors and away from windows. Come back over to here. Yeah, still mainly just a hail threat for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one up here has got 70-mile-per-hour winds, still near the Altus, Oklahoma area, and that's what the storm we're looking at. Not the Altus one, but the one over there in Texas. That is this storm right here. The heck is that? Looking cloud. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. We also got a severe thunderstorm warning over here, north and east of Abilene, Kansas, and that is moving toward. I mean, it's not Abilene, Albany, Texas, and that has 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Got a new update on this storm. Looks like they have they are still have this as observed. And we are getting it's not on the ground right now, but we are getting a new area of circulation. This might be developing into a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat here. Here near Elva, we have a broad area of circulation. Might need a warning on that, and a new tightening rotation here just off of a 93. Are these storms in? Yeah, these storms are in eastern Wisconsin. We also have a tornado warning up here in Minnesota, but This thing hasn't had any rotation for its entire life. A Champlain. You guys are done for the day. Latest correlation coefficient scan. No new tornado on the ground. That was Pella, Wisconsin. Let me see. Pella, Wisconsin. You guys do have some storms nearby. A lot of interesting looking storms over here, actually. You can definitely tell they're getting hit by that wind shear. And thankfully, not a whole lot of rotation with them. But yeah, I mean, you're going to be free and clear until the main line gets to you. I think there'll be a tornado in Winona. I still think our tornado threat is relatively low for most of this line. But over here, into Wisconsin, we have just a little isolated area here where the tornado threat has suddenly ramped up. So I'm not sure how long that will last. But I would still continue to be in your safe spots here in Allen, Foster, and Fall Creek. We also have a camera out here that we're keeping an eye on. You want to make sure we're at the current view. This is near Foster, south of Eau Claire. See if we see anything in the distance as the storm comes through. Is in the tornado warning. Yeah, latest scan in here. I mean, we still have some pretty decent rotation there. Not seeing any debris signatures at the moment, though. Yeah. There it is, even on our latest scan, south of Cleghorn. I mean, that is still a pretty decent area of rotation. I mean, we're talking about 62. Yeah, we're talking about around 45. V-Rot. Yeah, near Cleghorn, I agree. We also have this one north of Strum. This one's a little bit broader. Oops. A little bit broader there, but definitely still worth keeping a close eye on, just in case it does try to tighten up. Let me see if there are any storm chasers near here. And there's one in Kansas with a really cool view. Charlie's in Minnesota. Hunter is in Kansas. Ryan Scholl is going to Kansas. John is in Minnesota. Matthew is in Oklahoma. Max is in Oklahoma. Steve is in Kansas. Chelsea is in Minnesota. CJ's in Minnesota. Let me check the latest scan. Okay, that northern circulation has kind of died off there a little bit. There's still a little rotation there, but still keep an eye on this southern rotation. It's a little bit broader, but still some pretty strong broad rotation. That's the first tornado we've had at least confirmed by radar today. So maybe something's changing, or I mean, the wind shear's still there, technically speaking. All right, let's come back. Check back in on Minnesota's tornado warning. Yeah, that storm's falling apart. Surprised they haven't allowed this to expire yet. I guess they're going to wait until it just expires naturally. Checking back over here in Kansas. Yeah, we're still mainly dealing with the wind and damaging hail threat. Actually, hail threat seems to be going down here in Kansas a little bit. We don't really have many severe thunderstorm warnings over an inch of hail, except for this one. This one still potentially has 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds heading into the Atchison area. Yeah, Convective Chronicles is really, really good. Looks like that rotation is at least gone on the northern side. Not sure if this little signal here is legitimate, but that might be a tiny little tight area of rotation. We'll have to wait for one more scan to come in to check in on that. Still want Augusta, Minnesota to be in their safe spots. Winona is not at a risk for a tornado. Probably not. There is absolutely zero rotation on the portion of the line. I would still be weather aware just in case. I mean, there still technically is a tornado chance. But this part of the line is really struggling. I mean, we don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning on these storms. Yeah, Albert Lee is good to go for the rest of the day. You guys are done. Still waiting on those latest scans. Is Des Moines out of the risk for tonight yet? I think so. I mean, your storm's never fired. Well, maybe they are. There are storms starting to fire over there, actually. Well, not really. Looks like they tried and are kind of dying at the moment. Austin, Minnesota. You guys are getting your storms right now. Not seeing any rotations with it. You're about to get another portion of the line with some heavier rain and some lightning. And then after that, should be good, at least in terms of heavier rain. I think your tornado threat is 0% there now. Yeah, I think there's just like a little like contamination glitch there south of Foster. Storm's coming into Foster right now, so let's go. Where is it again? Oh, yeah, it's here. Let's go to here and check out what it's all about. Make sure this is current. Oh, wow. Pretty strong winds. Looks like they've still keeping the tornado warning up at the moment. If you got a debris signature on tilt 3, but not on tilt 1, that's not a debris signature. You're probably looking at hail. Oh, wow. They actually turned the camera towards the storm. Look at that. Keep your eye back in there for some power flashes. This is near Foster, Wisconsin. Pretty much right next to a little area of circulation. We're just seeing if there's any NATO there. I wish. That'd be pretty cool if I could. Move the radar. But yeah. Our camera's there in Foster. Rotation is now just north and east of that road. So it'd be on the right side of the road. There's no debris signature yet, but another tight little circulation over there near Hale Corner. So keep your eye out on the right side of the screen for power flashes. Yeah, Eau Claire is good for the rest of the day. You guys are done. You guys are done. barely got missed by this storm. If you know about anybody that lives near like south and west of Cloghorn, like around 93 in this area, I would reach out to them, see if they're okay. Like a power flash. Hmm? Look at those winds. You see like the rain getting squeegeed off of the camera. Usually that's indication of some pretty decent winds. Just subscribe to the channel. Well, thank you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's we're looking at this storm right now on the camera. Right in there, there's that area of circulation. Still no new correlation coefficient yet, but we're still keeping an eye on it. That tightens up anymore, that could definitely try to drop a tornado there. So we'll keep an eye on it. I keep forgetting where this dang camera is. Sorry. It looks like the winds have calmed down a little bit. We're getting a 360 view out of this traffic camera. Nice. Man, what I would do to get access to watch or to be able to control these cameramans. Okay. Put that one under me. Yeah, latest scan. Still an area of circulation here north and east of Foster. Maybe something there. This is 2 minutes in the future. That could be a new tornado here just to the west of Augusta, Wisconsin. Need to wait one more scan to be able to confirm, at least until the velocities get there. If we get a little couplet right over that region, then we could probably confirm that. Still don't have the latest scan. Yeah, something there. That could be a new tornado there. Even have a little bit of a spike in our reflectivity. Might be something. We'll probably have to wait one more scan to be able to confirm that. But if you're living near Augusta, it is possible that we have a tornado on the ground here, just to the east of Foster. How do I find those cameras? It's just the DOT, the Department of Transportation, in all these different states. So just search, WI. That's the Wisconsin state abbreviation, and 511, and you should be able to find the map. I mean, there's still something there. That very well could be a small but brief tornado there east of Hale Corner. Heading towards Augusta. The rotation, though, isn't really that strong if we come over here to our velocities. I mean, we're talking about a 30 V rot, or more like a 25 V rot. So if that is a tornado, it's a really weak one, but probably still strong enough to throw around some lawn furniture and maybe knock over some trees. Yeah, our latest velocity couplet puts that over there, though. Yesterday, a tornado in Oklahoma. No, that wasn't in Oklahoma. That was in Nebraska. All right, latest update. Still have the observed warning on it. They're probably keeping that on there, most likely due to this little thing here, if I had to guess. Still waiting on that latest scan. You still treat it as legit? It's I don't know. Honestly. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure, but it kind of seems like that is a small little NATO. But it might not be. It is you are right, it is a little bit far from that area, but there also is a little area of rotation down here. It's not very strong, but see what the next scan says. If that completely disappears, then that's just going to be one of those moments where you'll never know. And it's kind of got a messy look to it now. We have another area of circulation developing down here as well. Kind of a weird look on radar, but as far as I can tell, I mean, we still have some decent couplets in here. They might extend this tornado warning. We'll see. Yeah, no problem. That's why we're here. Charlie Bordeaux. I don't think Charlie is in Wisconsin, though. We can use him if we wanted to, but I think he's in Minnesota. Yeah, his location says Minnesota. What's he doing? Oh my gosh. I thought he had like a banjo in his hand, but it was just a camera mount.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Right, there they go. They just extended this severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, not this tornado warning, sorry, into Wilson, also Fairchild and Edson. You guys need to be in your safe spots out there, and also in Stanley, Wisconsin. And that safe spot is the lowest, most important, most interior room of your house, with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Guys need to be getting in there immediately. The storm has a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat on it. Skies are tangerine and Eau Claire. Interesting. Thank you for that report. Yeah, latest scan here. Still kind of keeping an eye on these areas. Don't have it. Looks like that correlation coefficient thing disappeared. So I don't know. It might have been something, might not have been. If it was anything, it could have been like a brief little small tornado, but it's kind of hard to tell. Broad orange sky and oh, I almost caught that fly with my hand. Almost got it. Are we expecting EF5s today? Not anymore. It just seemed like there could have been a possibility for some stronger tornadoes earlier. That threat has passed for almost all of our areas, it seems. Maybe this thing, which is a big old blob of rain, maybe we can get some really weird storm interactions over here, and maybe it'll try to spit out one of those signature Hollis, Oklahoma tornadoes, where it doesn't look like it's going to be much until the storms all merge, and then all of a sudden you got a massive tornado on the ground. Maybe it could still happen there. Yeah, latest scans, most of our areas of rotation along this line are pretty weak. Let's go check back into PA Storm Tracker stream, the only storm chaser that we have. Like he's getting kind of a cool sunset happening. Look at the differences of colors. You got that orange to the right there due to the sun barely poking through the rain. You get the dark gray in between that, and then you got the blue on the left. Maybe it'll be nocturnal. I mean, no. The environment
A new tornado warning has been issued.
does not seem to support that kind of threat. If you're talking about strong tornadoes. If you're talking about tornadoes in general, yeah, maybe we could have some nocturnal tornadoes. Latest scan out here. Looks like we just got our tornado warning extended. This is now back down to radar indicated. If you live in Wilson, Fairchild, Greenwood, and Longwood, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots as this approaches. Let me see if we have another camera in this area. I don't have hope, but hey, maybe we do. Ooh, a little bit of a lightning bolt there. Yeah, our next cameras are really far away in Wausau. There's a little storm over there near Wausau, though. North of Wausau, unfortunately. We won't be able to look at it because the cameras don't go over there. I think that's it for our traffic cameras. I'm not going to lie, folks. There is not a single storm chaser that I know of that is in Wisconsin. So we're going to be in the dark for this storm. And it's pretty crazy. I mean, there's really not like any other storm with this potential in this area. I mean, it's just literally just this one. All the other ones are really weak, almost no rotation. It's just this one, which is kind of surging out there into that instability. Just in the right area. You're a spotter in Wisconsin. Are you out over by these storms? Do you see anything? Tornado warning heading straight for, could we hit the basement? Is that tornado warning going towards Oak County, Wisconsin? Heading straight for Rusk County? If this is Rusk County here. Let me see if I can get any confirmation on that. Northwestern Clark County, it seems. I don't know where Rusk County is. I think this is Clark County. I pronounce Sheboygan. Is that right? Sheboygan? Eau Claire. I know. I keep going back and forth from Eau Claire to Eau Claire. Yeah, good news here. Not seeing any stronger rotations along the leading edge of this as of late, but hey, maybe this storm could still spin up something. If you live near Eau Claire County Forest, Wilson, Clark County Forest, Willard, Greenwood, and Reesburg, would still be in your safe spots. New MCD for Kansas. Short-term severe weather corridor over here into Kansas and Missouri. That is what they're saying. I think that's about right. Severe weather should continue over there. Maybe something else could happen over there. Who knows? Oh, wow. Look at this little storm. That's Purdy. It's Purdy storm. Really cool view here from PA Storm Trackers. Any potential for storms near Fond du Lac? Also, thank you, Hannah, for the 5. Let me check. Where is Fond du Lac? Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. There are some storms nearby. And probably just some damaging wind, potential thunderstorms as this line comes through. But that'll be a lot longer. Pretty far from now. Foot of Lake. Is that how you say it? Yeah, I just looked at it, Tornado Explorer.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Maybe. Yeah, that's probably a tornado there east of Augusta. On the ground east of Augusta near Oak County Forest. It's crazy. There's really not much rotation there. That must have been just a real brief tornado. It's probably not even on the ground anymore. That debris signature is spreading out quite a bit. Might have just been a real brief. Wait, that came from that little area of circulation we were monitoring before. Might have lifted and then just dropped another brief tornado there east of Augusta. But you can see just how much that debris signature
New information, this tornado
spreads
warning has
out.
been upgraded.
Meaning that either is a strengthening tornado or it is a weakening tornado. But latest scan still indicates that we have a debris signature on this. So please continue to be in your safe spot. It appears our tornado is back on the ground. I-94 near Augusta. Check. This one? This is on I-94 and US 10. It's pretty far away from this storm, so we're mainly looking at wind. Not really at the storm itself. Really the only like tornado threat that I'm seeing right now is from this storm, to be honest. We've had potentially 2 tornadoes here with this guy. Underwhelming today? Yeah, so far. Yeah, it sounds like Tornado Explorer might be behind on the stream. Nothing yet in Minnesota, no. Just a line of thunderstorms. No areas of strong rotation. That looks like our debris signature is starting to dissipate there. What a weird NATO there. It really wasn't much rotation, so I'm guessing that was a pretty darn weak tornado. But if it anybody that lives out here, and there are a couple, I think it hit a national park. Yeah, like a campground. So even if it was weak, that could be bad. Wow. Look at this little dying storm here in Texas. This is PA Storm Trackers. Look at that. That's pretty cool looking. The duckies are enjoying it. Yeah, they're lining up for it. Look at them. After coming back, yeah, YouTube's been being YouTube. Definitely always want to check during these severe weather events whether you are current on the stream or not. You were behind an hour? My goodness. Well, I'm glad we pulled you back out into it. Yeah. Looks like that tornado has now lifted east of Augusta. We'll see if it tries to do it again. Folks that still need to be in their safe spots is Willard, Greenwood, Roseburg. Mainly just for this line of storms. I mean, we don't have anything else really to look at out over here. for a tornado threat other than that storm, which is crazy. This is the only storm that is tapping into the environment right now. Under near you, near the UP of Michigan. Yeah. You guys got a couple of storms over there near Sands. They shouldn't be tornadic, but some lightning and thunder and heavy rain cannot be ruled out. North of Green Bay, we also have some storms out there as well, heading towards Marionette, and a couple of storms heading towards Green Bay and Appleton, Wisconsin at the moment. That'll change? Nah. Tornado's already lifted. Jennifer or Ginger as a storm chaser? I don't know. Let me see if any of them pop up on my list. They do not. Don't think I can use them. Are they like Live Storms Media? Yeah, they're Live Storms Media. Yeah, I mean Jennifer's in Iowa, so she's not looking at much. And the other person, I don't even know. I don't even know who they are. Don't even know who Ginger is, but maybe I'll try to find out. Yeah, latest scan on the storm. The northern side of this, not really concerned about, but still mainly just concerned about this area here near Clark County Forest, heading towards Willard. I mean, there's not a whole lot of rotation, but we just had a brief tornado with not a whole lot of rotation just a moment ago. So seems like this thing is spitting out weak nados. Yeah, I mean, the best thing to do, if you leave the stream, if you come back, is to just, check the
A new
time above my
PDS
head.
severe thunderstorm warning has been
I
issued.
have it really big up there for a reason, because I know it's an issue. Yeah, this was a tornado on the ground. It's not on the ground anymore, though, but we are still keeping a close eye on it. Might try to spit out another NATO. If you live near Greenwood, Wisconsin, I would be in your safe spots. Man, I just cannot get over this view here from PA Storm Trackers. Look at that storm. That is so cool looking. Man, imagine if that dropped a tornado right in that field. No rain to rain wrap it. My goodness. What a cool looking cloud. Are people saying PDS in chat? Cherokee, Iowa rotation. Mm. Hmm. Oh, that's side lobe. That is side lobe, but I wouldn't rule them out warning it. I don't know how seasoned the forecasters are there in Iowa, but that is certainly side lobe. Oh, PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see where. Baseball sized hail. Oh wow, that's over here in Oklahoma. Got baseball sized hail heading up towards Mangum, Granite, and Lone Wolf. Watch out. That's a strong one. Yeah, you know what? This is going to be a weird storm. I can already tell. I've seen this before. These storms aren't going to look like much, but just watch. Eventually, something's going to happen with these, in terms of something tornadic. I'd be careful there in Altus. These really high precipitation supercells that happen. I've seen this before in this area. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but let me check out the storm relativisticity. If it's relatively high, or if our vorticity is relatively high. Yeah. Yeah, there's about 400 or 300 storm relativisticity. Kind of on the lower end. What about our vorticity? We got a decent amount of 3K in vorticity here as well. I would not rule out some random large tornado happening out here. Or even just a small one is possible. But I've seen this before where we get these really high precipitation cells out here and it just looks like a mess. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it just spits out something. So I wouldn't let your guard down there in Altus. Hopefully, it won't turn out to be much. But regardless of that statement, Magnum, Granite, and Lone Wolf, watch out. Tennis ball sized hail is potentially inside of this storm right now. Let me see if that's, it's radar indicated hail. 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. No, there is no anticyclonic couplet over there near Alma. You have a severe thunderstorm moving into Missouri, though, over here near St. Joseph. Got 1-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, so watch out over there near Plate City, Edgerton, Agency. Yeah, usually, like the only time you should really be like worried about an anticyclonic tornado is when you have a really strong RFD or a pretty strong RFD surge. That's what you're looking out for. And if you see a pretty strong RFD surge and then you see an anticyclonic circulation and it's backed up by reflectivity, then that's usually something you got to worry about. How does it look for Kenosha? I think isn't Kenosha on the other side. Yeah, it's over here. It's looking good. Maybe a little bit of a chance for severe weather, but it's going to be a long time before it gets there. Probably overnight. That is this little tiny storm producing like a wall cloud? Like, what is that? That's definitely a lowering. There's no motion in there, so can't be a wall cloud. Probably some scud. Is it a supercell in southern Iowa? You got some cells trying to mature out here. They are actually trying to do it. This would be a threat over there near Des Moines. See what our environment is out over there. Kind of a weak environment, not gonna lie. Around 40 knots of shear, but the storm relativisticity is kind of on the lower end. And thermodynamics. I guess the least capped thermodynamics are out over here, so maybe a severe weather threat with these. And I would say you can't completely rule out a tornado threat. Check back over here with our side lobe contaminated storm. All right, what's the latest on this guy over here? Got to keep an eye on that just in case. Not a whole lot of rotation, but again, last tornado we had didn't really have an obvious area of rotation. Okay, Wes. For Minnesota, I mean, the only people that are still in the path are going to be over here near Wilson, Rushford, Preston, Spring Valley, Bristol, Harmony, Mabel, Spring Grove, Caledonia, Houston, and Wilson. But as you can see, we do have a lot of storms along this. None of them are severe warned, and a lot of them are outflow dominant, which means that they're eating cold air instead of that warm air that they typically like to eat. So probably not going to get anything other than maybe some severe winds out of this. But I'd still be weather aware just in case if one of these storms start to surge, push into that outflow boundary, that could increase the tornado risk, like what this storm is doing up here in Wisconsin. I'm just getting the tornado tramp stamp. Yeah, believe it or not, they actually did it. They actually did it. Yay. Money well spent. Yeah, until I scam you. I'm just kidding.
A new
It
tornado
wouldn't just be
warning
me
has been
scamming you.
issued.
It'd be me and the chat members. We're gonna have a members only stream, and the only thing we're gonna discuss is how to get out of this. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's happening. It's happening. I want it. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be really fun to see like what art everybody comes up with, and we can all like vote on something. I'll vote on a design, and then eventually we will see it in action. I know. I'm joking. Make it pink? No. No. I don't want to give out any false signals. Isn't going to play out for 5 years. I mean, it just depends. I mean, I'm going to get it as soon as the severe weather calms down and I get like a decent break. Definitely not going to run over to the tattoo parlor tomorrow. That's what you're asking. Yeah, Luke was the one who started. I shouldn't have taken it seriously. I should have just ignored it. When he said it, it just sounded so ridiculous. But it also sounded kind of cool. I mean, the tramp stamp part of it is, not super ideal. But, I mean, heck, if you're going to have a tramp stamp of anything, tornado tramp stamp, I mean, that's about as cool as it gets. So. Is another storm going to get hit Altona? Wisconsin? Nah, you guys are good to go. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for tuning in. Make it rainbow? Nope. This is your 26 years as storm spotter. Well, thank you for your service. I'm sure Wisconsin thanks you. You challenged us. I did. I really didn't think that you guys could do it. And the last thing I thought is that it would happen within 2 hours and 30 minutes. That was crazy. That's I thought maybe it was a little bit possible. Maybe. But I didn't think 2 hours and 30 minutes possible. I thought it was going to be like, here we are, close to the end of the stream. Everybody's trying to throw $1 or $5 in last minute to try to get it there. And then you guys asked me to keep the stream going for a while just so you guys can try to hit the goal. Like, I didn't think it would be hit in like 2 hours and 30 minutes. I thought it was going to be a struggle. It wasn't much of a challenge, was it? Latest scans, still no new debris signatures, and really not seeing any rotation along this storm right now. It seems like that outflow boundary is pushing out in front of it. Do want to check back over here in Oklahoma, though. Don't want to let our guard down with this storm. You actually got a little bit of rotation near Lusty. It's kind of in the area. You would think it might. So what we're pretty much going to see here is that we're going to see some of these storms try to congeal. I bet you, I'm still thinking like just a random tornado is going to be possible out here. We'll see. These storms are really messy, and they don't really do much until all of a sudden they're doing way too much. Just a very high precipitation little area here with a bunch of little supercells, a lot of little energy, that SRH in that area. Could end up doing something, but not let your guard down. Back over here in St. Joseph's, latest scans out here. We're still talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds being possible near Edgerton and Wrigley and Platte City. Then back over here near Alma. Got some stronger winds moving into the Maple Hill area. That is for half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. South of Junction City, got another severe thunderstorm warning with those 60-mile-per-hour winds and actually ping-pong ball-sized hail. So watch out there, south of Junction City here in Kansas. There, here, where, here, there in Kansas. Back over here, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail with this storm. Severe thunderstorm warning ongoing, but I'm not sure they're going to keep that going. Man, look at this crazy amount of side lobe contamination. You know what? Huge shout out to Iowa. Whoever's in their NWS office, they came to play today. They know what they're up to. They know what they're doing. I'm impressed. Oh, wow. New scan just came in. Little area of rotation popping back up here again, south and west of Greenwood, heading into Loyal. I guess it's not done yet. So watch out there in Loyal, Wisconsin. Got some rotation coming your way. Still have that risk for strong tornadoes. It's pretty darn low. This would be a perfect opportunity for a 5% hatch risk. Now, side load happens. Sure, we can do like a quick explanation. We'll use the this lake here for a blank canvas. So essentially, you got a you got a radar over here, and you got your storm over here, right? And essentially, the radar is usually pointing near the bottom half of the storm, but also sometimes it sends out a side, or not sometimes, it always has a side lobe, but usually the signal from the side lobe is weaker than this. And so the main signal for most scans comes from the main lobe of the radar. But every now and then, the side lobe portion hits a bunch of hydrometers up here, and sometimes that signal gets amplified, and the side lobe measurement becomes stronger than the main lobe, and so you get an erroneous signal that is appearing to be happening near the surface, but in reality is happening way up into the storm. And that is what side lobe is. And that's why we kind of don't take it too seriously when we see it. All right, latest scan out here. Looks like that little area of rotation has died again. All right. We hidden Bryson. Okay. Bryson is banned. He's booted. Saw a large funnel cloud, and that was not a funnel cloud. You probably just saw some scud. You guys don't have anything nearby you in Altoona. All right, latest scan here. That rotation is gone again, but will it come back as it approaches Loyal? We shall see. Stay tuned. loyal, needs to be in their safe spots. I want to go look at PA Storm Tracker's view. They are not, I mean, it's not just because they're the only storm chaser live still, but I mean, they have a pretty cool view. And this storm is almost so far away from them, we might even see Mattis clouds eventually. You're active on Spotter Network. Are you now? See if we can find you. Are you this person? Are you Russ? There's another guy over here. You Jerry? Are you Chris Plant? Nick Krulix? Oh, there's a hint there. Aaron? Oh. There's so many spotters. Samantha? Samantha Short? That has to be. That's the only female. Oh, wait. There's so many more spotters over here. Oh, my goodness. Jason, Brian, Michael, Corin, Augustus, Matthew, Kevin, Riley, Mike Smith. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. You were on it. Warm, so we were over here. Is it Augustus? Patrick? No. Evan? No.
A new
Matthew
tornado
can't be
warning
that.
has been
Nathan
issued.
can't be that. Tony can't be that. It's Mike? You said wrong gender when we were saying the guy names. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing it. It has to be Augustus. Close. So you're over here in this area. I'm not seeing it. Tyler? Just tell us. Oh, zoom in where Mike is. Okay. Ah, Marion. I see you. Hi. That was fun. Storm Spotter Network. Hide and seek. Yeah, this rotation is gone skis. That thing is gone. Hopefully never to return. Have I got alerts muted on my end? It sounds like I do, but I don't know. I'm not hearing anything. Did I accidentally mute myself? No? Oh my goodness. I don't know why the alerts aren't playing. It did throw a tornado warning on this. Not exactly sure why. Not very strong rotation. But if you live over there south of Altus, you need to be in your safe spots. Why aren't my alerts playing? Okay, now they're playing. Maybe it was muted. That was weird. See what the rotation is looking aloft on this thing. Yeah, I don't know. Not a whole lot of strong rotation on this. Not really sure why they went with the tornado warning there. When we were looking at it, that was pretty much when it was at its peak rotation. They warned it after that. Maybe they got some sort of report out of it. Keep checking on it. Did I find you too on the Spotter Network, Matt? Nice. What we do best on this channel. Not gonna lie, I'm the best. I am the best. Spotter of storm spotters in the world. I'm the best storm spotter. The spotter. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's stupid. It's stupid. But Mike Smith. So that was Mike Smith. What are the chances? Everybody say hello to Mike Smith. He's out there doing his thing in Sheboygan. Oh, there we go. That's what I was trying to say. The best storm spotter. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. It looks like they're planning to extend this as a severe thunderstorm warning. They might extend it as a tornado warning if we get indication that we got a new area of rotation developing on that. Man, what a surprisingly peaceful day so far. Surely something throws a wrench in that, right? Probably. Like, there's no way we escape with barely anything. Just a couple of brief tornadoes. And these storms aren't doing anything here yet. It is weird how late they threw that NATO warning on there. But it really makes me wonder if there is some sort of like, let me see if there's any storm spotters in the area. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we must have gotten a report of like a wall cloud here from like Connor. Oh my gosh, Connor's in the weak rotation right now. My goodness. We got Jeff Snyder, Tyler. Wait a second. We got storm chasers down there. What are we doing? We could be looking at this storm right now. I think Chris Hall's down there. Yeah, Chris Hall's on this storm. See what he sees. If he sees anything, we'll go over to him. Jackson County scanner says funnel cloud spotted. Ah. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in, Mike Smith. I think Matthew Capucci's down in Oklahoma as well. Nah, he's in Texas. He gave up. Matthew Capucci is all Capucci'd out. New severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. That is going to be for golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds near Hendrick Snyder Mountain Park, Indian-Homa, Cache, and Medicine Park. As far as I can tell, we had another chaser in Oklahoma. I guess it's just Chris Hall. He's looking at something. No NATO on this storm yet, but he's looking at something. He appears to be right under that area of weak circulation. But seems like this storm has had the capability of producing a funnel. But yeah, it's completely gusted out here. I still wouldn't rule out some shenanigans with this storm. I'm not letting my guard down. Check back over here near Wisconsin. That last warning for Caddo, Oklahoma. Okay, yeah, we just talked about that. Saying just east and slightly north of Alustes. Okay. Josh is heading towards the Tor warning. He can make it. That storm really ain't moving much. I can tell you right now, I'm looking at another chaser stream and there's nothing down on it yet. But I would not rule out, since you're watching, I have seen this kind of stuff happen in Oklahoma before. I would not rule out some random Oklahoma wedge, or at least a stronger tornado with that little cluster there. Do I have any tips for storm anxiety? Looking up statistics and believing them with all your heart, learning how to read radar, watching me. All those things help. Atlantic, Iowa. You're talking about this storm here. That's side lobe, my friend. Very side lobey, very contaminated. That's why it's not warned. It's been looking like that for the past hour. Yeah, it looks like our rotation is now completely gone with this storm, thankfully. Looks like we're still radar indicated with some golf ball sized hail in that storm in Oklahoma. Just by the look at it. There's another Atlantic, Iowa. All right, Atlantic, Iowa. I see. That is interesting. Not really sure what to think about that. Check from Des Moines. Yeah, it's definitely side lobe on this storm as well. Let's check back in on this storm here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been issued. Man, they really are still extending this. Wow. A new tornado warning has been issued for Marshfield, Stratford, and Athens. Guys need to be in your safe spots. Got a storm with a history of producing tornadoes. So I would be in your safe spots. Just in case. Not really seeing much strong rotations on this storm, but maybe a little something happened over there near Abbotsford, but that does seem a little bit contaminated there. Not really seeing much to be concerned about, as far as I can tell, but you know, this thing did spit out a random NATO not too long ago, so it's probably not the worst idea to be in your safe spots. Just in case. You never know. Did you take a bubble bath or a bath bomb? What's the difference? I thought bubble baths were bath bombs. I don't know. Regardless, you should definitely do that. That sounds very relaxing. A little teeny tiny area of rotation right there. Very weak. See what this little merger interaction does as this storm kind of pushes close to this area. this little mesocyclone. I'm wondering if that'll do anything. Usually mergers are the name of the game, storm interactions within these high precipitation, but it doesn't seem to be doing what I thought it might do yet. So maybe it's just a big old area of rain and I was wrong. Looks like Topeka, north of Topeka, is getting a severe thunderstorm warning here with some half-dollar sized hail. With 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Grove, Hoyt, and Denison. Ocio. Yeah, you guys are good for the rest of the day in Ocio. Is he at it? Has he stopped? Listen in. I don't know where he is.
I dropped the phone trying to plug it in because the cord's a pain in the butt.
He's near Tipton in Oklahoma. Let me see where that is. Yeah, he's on the southern storm, the one south of the tornado warning. It's not a bad storm to follow. Maybe that one tries to do something. I don't know. Please check Rochester. Rochester's fine. You guys are good to go for the rest of the day. I promise. Oklahoma always bucking the trend, especially when you get these high precipitation areas in Oklahoma. When you got very slow storm motion, you can get these little cape bombs, I call them. But the motion's actually pretty quick, so maybe that's affecting the capability of that to do that. Usually they got to be a little bit slower moving than that. Maybe a little bit too much ventilation to get a really strong RFD. Yeah, the hair's still looking good, surprisingly. CC drop in the storm? Nope. No CC drop right now. But we're still keeping an eye on it. Might eventually try to do something. St. Joseph, Missouri. Yeah. You guys just had a storm near there, but that one has passed. And you should be on the calmer side of the storm. Might still get some thunder. Like you're getting thunder right now, but maybe some more thunder within about 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, I mean, the most basic tip that I think everybody can understand if you have your own little personal radar is, if you see a red blob coming towards you without a yellow box or a red box over it, it's usually just rain and thunder. But some heavy rain and heavy thunder. If it's yellow, just going to be some light rain. If it's green, probably not going to see much. But if it's got a yellow box or red box around it, that's when like the more serious questions. And I would definitely encourage people to download WeatherWise on your phone. It's a free app with the radar, and you can also look at your location. You pull up your location and look at it. And you got any questions?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they did throw a tornado warning on this side lobe contamination here. They got some sort of report. Got an area of side lobe right there. You can see that there is rain-free inflow. So that is 100% side lobe. But if you live in Wyoda and Anita, just go to your safe spots. You never know. The storm could eventually wrap up at some point. No, it caused the event to be a week. It was yeah, I mean the direction in which the shear was moving aloft played a role. It seems like the cap kind of held in for most of the day, kept the storms at bay. Storm mode also affected the storms. They're moving pretty fast, north and east, but not really too fast to the east. And so the outflow is outrunning the storm. A lot of extra precipitation. All those things together have kind of caused this to be a lot weaker than we expected. Well, I don't know what I was expecting, so I'm not going to say we expected. I'm just going to say a lot weaker. They're just weak. They're just a weaker event. Kind of like what some of the models were saying was possible today. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, still keeping a close eye on this storm here in Wisconsin. Not a whole lot's changed on it. Still not really seeing much to pick out. We're still monitoring, though, for a correlation coefficient drop. You may actually get to sleep tonight. Probably. I mean, I really don't. It would take a lot of things to improve this, and not really things that, that will end up happening as we go into the nighttime. Yeah, still dealing with a pretty healthy dose here of some side lobe contamination. Our mesocyclone is back over here. Not a whole lot of rotation with this storm still, as far as I could tell. We'll be keeping our eye outs for those reports. You never know. Sometimes, when we're in the radar hole, we might not be seeing that mesocyclone the best was possible. So, somebody might be seeing it a little bit better near the surface, and we're not looking at it near the surface with our radar. So maybe there is some rotation down there, and a storm chaser reported it. Let's see if there's any storm chasers over there. You got one near Atlantic. Micah Brady. A couple out over here. Stewart. Earlham. This kind of seems like a storm that Brett Adair would activate on. He's still out there? Like Brett Adair would randomly come out of hiding for this one. Because I know he's still in Iowa. Yeah, Green Bay's just got some thunderstorms coming right now. It's not going to be till later till you guys get something a little bit more serious. Chicago's just got a weak threat for severe weather possible. That's not going to come till tomorrow morning. Little severe thunderstorm extension here on this storm. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Adair and Anita. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, man, that's what I just called out there. Check out on this storm. Yeah. Outflow dominant, mainly still just a damaging wind threat here with some half-dollar sized hail heading into Hoyt. Also got this one over here near Junction City. Still watching. Not really for rotation, but for that inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. For Missouri, severe weather threat has gone down considerably since the last time we looked over here. Might try to trend back up. Who knows? We're still kind of watching out over here near Kansas City, potentially for some storms to come pretty close to you guys. And back over here in Oklahoma, we're now starting to get a storm interaction. And look at that little area here. Never mind. That's out in the clear air. My goodness. Talk about a jump scare on that latest on that last scan there. Oh my goodness. In Eau Claire County, where the TDS was, fire en route with chainsaws. Thank you for the update, Dave. Appreciate that. I'm guessing you're listening to the scanners. Never mind. I'm still suspicious about out here. These little storm mergers might try to do something. I don't know. I'm letting my guard down. I feel like that's somewhat of a story I've seen before there. My latest scan over here near Spencer. Looks like we're getting another little increase here of a little bit of a rotation north and west of Spencer. Still can't rule out a brief tornado. Actually, that appears to be in the clear air here. Yeah. That's like on the very edge of the clear air. Probably an erroneous signature. In Texas? There is no rotation in Texas, my friend. Just got a new update on our tornado warning in Oklahoma. It's still radar indicated. No new reports out of this storm. Our last little update on this thing is that there was a funnel cloud, but we got a view nearby it, and that funnel cloud lifted. So not really sure how much longer that's going to stay there. Latest scan over here near the storm. Looks like our side lobe contamination has disappeared, and now all we're left with is a still very weak mesocyclone with this guy. And then back over here into Wisconsin, we're still watching this thing, waiting on that latest scan to come in. We'll do a little zoomed out view up here. We just got an update on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. Elmer, Oklahoma. So you're talking about this storm? Oh, no. Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. You see, it's not associated with any precipitation. You gotta make sure there's precipitation over that any velocity couplet that you see. You gotta make sure there's precipitation over it. And a little interesting thing happening over here in northern Topeka. I got a little bit of a surge here of some wind. We got to watch out over here near Hoyt for some rotation. Maybe even this. Is that in? It's technically. No, that's side lobe. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, but some damaging winds could be about to come into Meridian. Definitely a little decent gust coming out of that storm. It is surging a little bit. Three Lakes, sure. Three Lakes. Wisconsin. Yeah, there are some storms around you. So can't rule out some thunder, but the worst is to your south. It's going to stay pretty mediated up there. Not really anything too crazy. I mean, I think your highest chance is going to just be for thunder and lightning. Am I safe from the storm? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good to go. I'm way far away. I'm all the way down here in Bama. Bamba Lamba. Appleton, Wisconsin will eventually get hit by this line of storms, but it still remains to be seen if our severe threat's going to come back on this portion of the storm. It's pretty darn weak right now. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning or a special weather statement on this line. So mainly just some heavier rain and some lightning. I really want to try to kill that fly. Chazzy little fly in. This is weather-wise. Yeah, it's really cool. When you zoom out, it turns it into a globe. I think that's only on a paid subscription. Really cool. See the stars. The stars don't look so big when you zoom out from them. And in fact, you can use that for all aspects of life. Any problem you've ever dealt with in your life always looks small when you zoom out and you see the big picture. And this is like something really bad, like someone's trying to like stab you. That's not really a small problem. Even if you zoom out from a person trying to stab you, you're still about to get stabbed. Is this weather event supposed to end? It's kind of already ended in a way for a lot of folks. I mean, almost all of Minnesota is done. Still got a moderate risk out there. They're still holding it. They're not going to let that moderate risk go away or the enhanced risk go away, and probably until later tonight, no matter what happens. It looks messy up close, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be off and on throughout the night, and we might get a couple of surprises. This is an environment that where surprises can still happen, but we just haven't seen anything really surprising since that little outburst there. Maybe two little really weak NATOs here in Wisconsin. And that's like really the only thing surprising we've seen all day. Is that? I think those are our first two tornadoes. Funnel reappeared. Is that near Hedrick? Where is that? What state? Dan, you gotta tell me the states. I'm guessing over here. Yeah. Okay. It looks like we have another report of a funnel out here near Hedrick. Not a whole lot of rotation, but there's a little bit of vorticity over here, so it is certainly possible. That could be a legitimate funnel. Wow, look at the lightning in this thing. This is just south of that tornado warning. They are traveling. Actually, they're very close. They're going to be south of this in a little bit. Chaser is that's PA Storm Trackers. He's on the storm. Also, Chris Hall is on this storm as well. If it drops, Chris Hall is going to be right next to that rotation pretty much until the storm dies, I would assume. Or any where the rotation could happen. We got a storm chaser right there. And we got PA Storm Trackers en route. So if anything happens with this storm, we'll be able to get an eye on it. It's just whether or not it's time for it to be worth it. I mean, we could stare at the lightning all day, and that's not going to really be helpful to folks. Amazing storm tonight. Yeah, I mean, we've had some pretty cool views of the storms. Not going to lie. You know, in terms, if you're going to have some, you know, if you're going to have a tornado threat and all you see are some shelf clouds, you've had a good day. Let me refill my water. I am fresh out of that H2O. Water is good. Water is great.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been issued on this storm, likely because of that latest funnel report out here near Hendrick. or Hedrick. Next in line is going to be Snyder and Mountain Park. Just be in your safe spots. Haven't had a tornado on the ground with this storm yet, but it could eventually try to produce. It is getting these mergers, so things are getting a little bit interesting here. We'll see what ends up happening. This could be the storm of the day. Maybe. So I'm still not letting my guard down for that. Yeah, still no rotation on that storm. They're going to let that one expire in Iowa. And this one back over here. Still not seeing much on radar. No debris signatures that I can tell. May have hail. Ooh. Listen in.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah,
I know, but you've been like, you need to pull over and stop. Well, like
No.
you just said, that's not a good thing to do.
When you have,
Seems like there's more than hail
We're gonna
happening
pull
in
over,
this
brother.
stream.
I'm cool with you pulling over.
well, he's doing it slowly. I understand,
Give him some room to slow down here.
but it doesn't pay
I'm
to.
gonna try to pass him here real quick.
It doesn't pay to stop
He
and
might not be a chaser.
beat your car. You know, with that
Yeah.
stuff.
He got back in the lane, so obviously he wanted me to go past him. I passed a car, Davey.
Well, that was a cool lightning bolt. Since it's calm, does that mean NATO? It can sometimes, yeah. It can sometimes, sometimes in these environments, the little spin ups sneak up on us. Always possible. Something could randomly start to happen. But so far that hasn't been the case, except for up here in Wisconsin with this storm. Still, it's not oriented as favorably as it was, though. So it's probably becoming even more outflow dominant at the moment. A little bit of a severe thunderstorm trying to make it there just north of Duluth here in Minnesota. And the last folks that are going to be impacted by this storm near Rushford, Harmony, Mabe, Spring Grove, and Houston there in Minnesota. Check back over here in Kansas really quick, see what's happening with this guy. Yeah, mainly still just a damaging wind threat and a hail threat coming into Okaloosa here in Kansas. Oops, wrong scene. And then back over here, still have this storm ongoing with a funnel threat for now. About to head into Snyder and Mount Park. Chazzy, do you want to come on my lap here? Come here. Happy to have you. I'll be happy to have you. Yeah. I'll be getting a tramp stamp soon. Mm-hmm. Who's a good Mr. Mubby Boys? Who's a good Mr. Mubby Boys? Ooh. I know. Hey, let's go get your bed real quick. Your bed so you can be all calm. All right. Bed. You've been frustrated all day. Is this better? All right. What is the latest on this thing? Still got little areas of rotation. Still not ruling out this storm doing something weird. So hard to be Chazzy. Yeah, on these days it is. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Yeah. Like everybody says, oh, Chazzy's so cute, but nobody asks how Chazzy's feeling. No. This is the solution. We'll just do this every stream. You like this better? I still listen to Lo-Fi Girl. I do every now and then, yeah. I usually listen to like their synthwave though. I really like that track. That playlist. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna let this tornado warning expire in Iowa. Golf ball sized hail near Cato County, Oklahoma. That's going to be for this storm. That's the latest update on this guy. Besides the tornado warning itself, obviously. Thank you, J.S. Mizzle, for the 2. Thank you. A nice screen name. Is that your real name? Black River Falls. All right, let's check out Black River Falls. Looks like you guys got a storm coming in. What's going on? Their wise is freaking out. No data. Hello? Is that a me problem? Let me try closing it out. That's weird. Yeah, I just had to close it out. Bring it back up. Must have been a me problem. All right. I got a feeling they're going to let this one expire. I mean, it's had like 0 rotation on it, I think, long enough for them to be convinced this is probably not much of a tornado threat anymore, but still worth coming back up and checking in on it every now and then. Thank you, Tufu RL, for the 2. Thank you so much. In Athens, Wisconsin, is it clear to head on in? Let me see. Athens, Wisconsin. Yeah, you're in that tornado warning. Let me see. We got going on near you. Yeah, you're good. It's over. You can come out of your safe spots. Oklahoma has a lot of smooth flow rear flank. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You got to be watching out for that rear flank. It hasn't surged yet, but as soon as if this thing, but I think the storms might be moving a little bit too quickly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be able to pull it off. What I'm thinking is possible. But if this thing just throws out a colossal rear flank downdraft, this could be like one of I wouldn't say similar to what happened in Nebraska, but I think it is moving a little bit too slow. I mean, a little bit too fast, so it might not do anything, but still keeping my eye on it. I've seen this kind of play out before, but it might be moving too slow for that cold pull or too fast for the cold pull to really build up and that rear flank to really get ejected there. Checking on some of our other storms. Checking on our Chazzy storm. Chazzy, you got any rotation? You didn't eat like any of the food I gave you. Right, yeah. Are you that anxious? You still got bacons in your little bowl too. Little bacon strips. Where are you from, Kevin? Chaz's food is outflow dominant. I'll tell you what, there is a part of Chaz's. There's a part of Chaz that is outflow dominant that I really wish was not. By the way, they've officially allowed this tornado warning to expire. Chaz, you want me to bring my arm down here? Okay. I'll have one arm devoted to you and the other devoted to the stream. We don't need two arms. Yeah, we don't need two arms. It's not doing it yet. We'll see. He's pretty close. I mean, he's near Tipton. We should at least be able to see some nice little lightning. No, Minnesota is going to continue to cool down throughout the night. That's going to go for all of Minnesota. New severe thunderstorm warning for Adair for 1-inch hail. Be in Iowa, this storm over here. Watch out there. 1-inch hail, 60 mile. Oh, what am I doing? I'm on the wrong scene. Watch over there near Guthrie Center. Okay, Wendy. Thanks for letting that. Thanks for cluing us in, and we appreciate that. In Stewartville, what state is that in, Sheila? Yeah, guys, if you do put little cities in there, I'm not going to answer all the questions, but make sure you put in your state so if I do see it, I can answer it. Still a little wonkiness over here near Hedrick. Minnesota, Stewartville. Yeah, you can go sleep there. You're good to go. The storm has officially passed. Wasau. Wow. Oh. Wisconsin. Oh my goodness. Is that where you are right now? I got a feeling they're not going to extend this into Wasau. So it should just be a line of rain. I'm not seeing any dangerous rotations nearby you. Oh, 50 people have asked? Okay. Wind is still wild in Iowa City. Yeah, not too surprising. Got a little bit of gradient winds on the eastern side of the storm. Snyder? Yeah, Snyder is in a tornado warning right now. And be in your safe spots there. The good news is we're not really seeing too much, but we have had a couple of funnels reported out of this thing, so wouldn't rule out a quick, brief tornado with this. I can only check one, DK, so pick one. The warning is right over Marshfield right now, you believe. Or the radar used to automatically switch. It's not doing that anymore. So we've got a lot of people in chat from LaSalle. We'll keep the radar up here. And how's Minneapolis looking? Minneapolis is looking good. You guys somehow skirted by with absolutely nothing today. I don't even think y'all got any rain. Y'all got a little bit of rain. This warning expires in 2 minutes. It does. Actually, it's already expired. Says the storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer are capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. There you go. There's not going to be a tornado warning for Wasau unless new rotation all of a sudden develops. But our current scans from our closest radar indicate that there is not a whole lot of rotation at all with the storm. So it's mainly some gusty winds and some rain. Looks like we just got a new update on our tornado warning. Still radar indicated. And our storm chaser PA storm trackers. It's still close to the storm. Let's listen in, see if we can see anything. No surprise in the lack of lightning we're getting out of this. I mean, I'm seeing lightning on radar.
For some reason, Davey, we kind of get split up and you go and do your own thing, I know we'll end up meeting up again probably tomorrow. I'll just get your radio back to you then. If we split up, but if you like stay down that way, we're gonna move towards Snyder though for now.
Yeah, they're going towards Snyder.
I don't know if he's hearing me or not. I don't know what
north of Frederick.
He got stuck behind a state trooper.
Yeah,
and I know he's not real happy about that.
I mean, they're driving for something. They're driving towards Snyder, so there should be lightning with this storm. I don't know why we're not seeing. Oh, yeah, there's a little bit.
So I feel bad for Davey, but
Wasaw, like Wasaw, dude. Gotcha. Thank you. That'll be easy to remember.
There's some funky clouds right ahead of us there in that lightning. So anyone who is
funky cloud warning.
We're coming into. Oh, did you see that lightning bolt?
Yep.
That was like a curly Q. I love that thing. That thing was freaking sweet.
Yeah.
We're between Manitou and Snyder, Oklahoma right now. We're trying to catch up with this storm that is currently tornado warned. Have not heard about any tornadoes on the ground or anything, but it was tornado warned. Still is tornado warned.
Yeah. There's your update from PA Storm Trackers live in the area. Keeping their eye on the skies for you guys out there in Snyder Mountain Park. That's radar indicated rotation still on the storm. Max hail size of up to golf ball size. Is that golf ball? It says golf ball, but not sure if I believe that anymore. Maybe in like some of these areas, like south of Snyder, like north and east of Cooperton. This is our only tornado warning at the moment. Does actually seem like this storm might be ender eventually into the Oklahoma City area. I don't think it's going to be a tornado threat by then, but you guys actually might see some storms there. Has the outbreak broke out yet? Nope. Nope. We had 2 brief tornadoes in Wisconsin, and that seems to have been the end of it. But we'll see. I think the storm is frying. You mean dying? Yeah. It is mostly died. I mean, we have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of this line is outflow dominant, and our only tornado threat that we've had is seems to be taking a break, at least for now, in Wisconsin. Might try to come back. Who knows? I don't know. Seems unlikely though. Near where? Here? We'll check in on it. Rotation near Kidder. No, that's. Oh yeah, actually, there's some. It is technically rotation. It's really weak. Probably worth checking back in with that storm every now and then. Storm near Kickapoo and Leavenworth. Warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds still coming at you. Supersonic. Yeah, outflow dominant is good. Yeah, the Wasau one does not have any rotation. Loyal, sure. Yeah, Loyal's good to go. The radar is supposed to pop up when that does that. I wonder why it's not working all of a sudden. You guys can go sweepies. Get you some sweepies. Sherwood? Sure. Sherwood. Johnson. Yeah, you're all over here near Appleton. You got a little lightning maker nearby, but probably won't be a severe threat. It'll be a while before the storms get to you. They're kind of really not moving that fast to the east anymore. And these ones have been hanging out in southeastern Minnesota for what seems like forever. These storms ever get to Chicago? Eventually they should. I mean, regardless, that boundary, this little cold front will make it down there, but it might not be till tomorrow morning, to be honest. Change my title since those other warnings have expired. Sherwood's going to be safe? Yeah, I think I'll be all right. And it's not going to just slow down for a couple of hours. I think it's just done for the most part. I mean, I think there's still a small tornado threat, but in terms of like what we were expecting in this area, like for instance, like this moderate risk, that is not going to happen. I mean, it's gonna act like a slight risk with a 5% tornado risk. So there might be little spin ups. I think the only area where we could really legitimately get that is over here with this portion of the storm. Eventually could see some more areas of rotation develop. Got to watch out for that. I think this is like the only area I'm really clued in, at least in the short term, for a tornado threat. Everywhere else is really struggling to do anything tornadic. Even this little guy over here. Can't let your guard down with these little storms, I'll tell you that. But it is not doing what it could have. So Hopefully it stays doing that. Check back in with, see if we can get any cool lightning bolts.
Following everybody else. We're following the conga line. I mean, we don't go that far out of town and we're out of the rain.
Continue on US 62 East for 12 miles.
Oh,
Hail on the window. Sounds like maybe small hail or light rain.
All right, let's get out of this rain.
Sounds like his stream might be a little bit loud here.
I think it still has amazing potential.
No? In Warika, you see. I know, Chazzy, you got everything. You got food. You got bacon's waiting for you over there. As soon as you get over there, eat it. Yeah, y'all be okay in Warika. These storms aren't coming towards you. Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm thinking your threat's going to be pretty low. This will slowly meander to you. It won't get more juice until tomorrow when we get that daytime heating back, get that surface inversion to lift. So it's probably going to stay pretty similar throughout the night. Lower level shear will increase. Eventually, maybe the severe weather threat goes up a little bit, but yeah, do it, Mr. Bobbies. New severe new update on our severe thunderstorm warning up here. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds. 1-inch hail inside of it, heading towards Antigo, Burnham Wood, Wittenberg. And I've been eyeing that fly for like the past 3 hours. It's going to die as soon as I'm done with this live stream. Yeah, Racine's going to be a lot longer. A lot longer from now. It's going to be a while before it makes it down into Racine. Check back in with these storms. Still not a whole lot going on with these guys. Some stronger winds about to make it into the Kickapoo, Kansas area, though. 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. And this storm pretty much completely fell apart here in Iowa. Still has a little bit of a severe weather threat, though, of 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Marshfield go to sleep? Let me check. It appears so. Yeah, Marshfield can hit the hay. Enjoy your sleep. Racine. Oh, okay. Is Joplin impacted? Probably not. These storms will probably die before they get there. But tomorrow, once our line tries to reform out here, could definitely see a chance for severe weather. Tomorrow morning seems to afternoon. Cap certainly held up tonight. It certainly did. Just impossible to predict. Yeah, it's always impossible to say for sure. Yeah. It doesn't seem like this storm is really doing much. Thankfully. Dang it. Weatherwise is messing up again. I think that's on my end, I'm pretty sure. My computer usually struggles at around this time. We're about 10 hours into the stream, so. Abbotsford. Let me check. Abbotsford. Let's find out. Yeah, you're good. Get your butt to sleep. Yeah, I think it'll be all right in Wisconsin, in Madison. Major lightning in Platte City. Nice. Stevens Point. You want to go to sleep? Let me see. Stevens Point. You're close. Got a little bit while longer, but I mean, the part of the line that's approaching you is really weak. Like, you're not going to get a tornado out of that. You could get some lightning, however. So you can go to sleep if you want. No problem. Thank you for tuning in, and also thank you for subscribing. I saw that earlier. Thank you. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm here in Oklahoma. Wait, no, what? Oh, that's on this one. And near Clinton. Weatherford, that's moving towards Greenfield and Bridgeport. Likely tornadoes. Probably, I wouldn't call them likely. I would probably say like a very, very low chance for tornadoes overnight in Madison. I'd be surprised if they even issued like a tornado watch for you, to be honest. Still going? Yeah, still going. Probably not for much longer. They allow this tornado warning to expire. I'm going to get off. Honestly, this tornado warning should have it expires in 1 minute. Where is this app that you are using? It's WeatherWise. Yeah, no problem. I'm just happy that today was super uneventful. And there you go. Tornado warning has officially been allowed to
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Why do they keep warning this dang storm, bro? There is no rotation. I'm getting off. I'll see y'all later. I'll be back on if something happens, but I'm not staying up for that. But I'll keep watching. Folks that are in that tornado warning is 49 and Wichita Mountains National Wildlife Refuge. That ends up doing something, we'll be back on. But until then, I'm taking a break. I ain't letting the NWS troll me. As little funnel as possible in this storm. Wouldn't rule out an extremely weak tornado. But this is actually going into a pretty unpopulated region here in Oklahoma, and there's not much rotation on it. So I'm gonna head off, and I'll be back if needed. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day or night. Stay safe out there. And huge shout out to the mods and everybody that donated today. Screw you. Only for today, though. We'll thank you again tomorrow when we don't have such a horrible freaking goal that gets achieved. Oh my goodness. But yeah, regardless, if you're a member, stay tuned. Well, once we get some free time, we'll be doing all that fun stuff, planning for the tramp stamp. But yeah, guys, have a wonderful rest of your night, and I'll see you later. Peace.